Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on an old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week. So stuff is a little bit different. And also, as the pros will say, they're still working out the meta themselves. Lots of stuff is going to change and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action this week too. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA this last week, and a hero could show up twice in the draft, right? You can either protect a character and then the other team protects them, so you can both play them, you can both ban them, or you can have one team protect it and then ban it to make sure that they can play something like Elsa and the other team cannot. So it can show up twice. Elsa showed up every single time without fail, and certainly towards the start of a draft where you're looking for those first bans and first picks. In comparison, Gambit was missing like once or twice. Some teams just didn't want to include him at all. But the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, it makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside, so it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing Dive, Poke, 2-2-2, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point. With flies, against flies, Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile, she will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like Domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on Domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Hello, Marvel Rivals. Welcome to the preseason for Pacific. Inside of 2026, we're already here. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the absolutely amazing, the man with the plan, Dan himself. Look how dapper he is. That's how you know we're in good hands.
Ready. We are so back for Ignite here in the Asia region for preseason, nonetheless. And we're about to just kick things off right out the gate. All the action here in the Asia region, we've been waiting for a whole week. We watched America, we watched EMEA duke it out in their own regions for preseason, and now it's our turn. I'm so excited for this.
Do you know how hard it was to just watch everybody else have all the fun? Exactly, we had to wake up, we had to activate, but we did have MRC recently, and a lot of teams that qualified from or into preseason were from the MRC area. So we did get a little bit of a taste earlier than other regions, but we have had so much more to go and see. Partner teams, guest teams, so many teams to duke it out and see where that barrier could lie. Could be all the teams, Dan, or it could be only a select few that can be tier 1 level from MRC.
Yeah, we talked about this in the green room a little bit, right? Just having that boundary between like the tier 1 teams and then the tier 2 teams, just like have that little medium in between. But before we head into all of this Ignite action here in 2026, we are just going to do our due diligence and we're just going to show you guys some of the stuff we have in game. We've got class in session. Reality is about to be rewritten at ESU. Brilliance takes center stage. Rianne Lundell dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Dadam Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't power, it is control.
That's right. Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rianne Lando in The Debater and Mr. Fantastic's Denim Ket, the Professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. It's available April 2nd, which, hey, that was yesterday, at 7 p.m. Pacific, but it goes until April 30th, Dan, which means we still have plenty of time to not only watch these games, but also buy the skins as well. And did you know, in a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest minds decides what's real. But Dan, what if I told you it's not just that? The city never sleeps, but something beneath it just woke up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meets hidden depths. Fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building. Then descend into secret labs pulsing with unstable energy beneath the surface. From the street-level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York, Dan. It's what lies underneath it. And you yourself can also get this April 2nd at 9 a.m. UTC. Because in Marvel Rivals, the city is only the beginning.
You know what else is beginning? New Twitch drops!
What?
Coming at ya for the Gambit costume here for Ignite preseason. Tune in to participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplate, emotes, and the exclusive Gambit costume. Just look at him mogging at the camera at this point.
It's so nice.
He looks so good, but you can grab it right now. Just watch Marvel Rivals Esports or any other streamers that have their drops turned on as well, so you can support your favorite teams and follow the road to victory as Ignite preseason heats up even more with us joining the fray here in the Asia region.
I mean, look, I love to watch streams for the costumes. We have Gambit straight up costume maxing all over us, but again, we still have so many more amazing teams and games that we get to see throughout this region, and we waited a while to show y'all, and I think, Dan, you're just bursting at the seams, ready to tell us all the stories.
Oh, I'm so ready, right? We got
I know
the
you
first
are.
matchup coming in. We probably will have the schedule pulling up in a moment's time, but yeah, so many of these teams trying to get a feel of what the meta is like here in Marvel Rivals in the preseason. This is the Season 7 patch. One thing to note, the White Fox buff hotfix is live for these players. So all the White Fox changes that got buff, especially when she gets the tails coming out of her ultimate, as well as that little bit of healing over time from the teleport ability that she also has, will be in effect. Does that affect the ban draft at all? We have yet to see.
Well, I can tell you what it doesn't affect, and that's our schedule for the season. What's preseason going to look like? Where are we going to go? Who are we going to see? Dan, as we get that pulled up, how do you feel about White Fox?
I mean, White Fox has been very, very versatile as a character, right? You can use it as a complement to dive, but you also need to be mindful of your resources, right? Making sure that you have the dashes, you have a teleport, just ways to get out after complementing those dive compositions, or you just go full passive mode and just go into full anti-dives scenario. But for now, we get to take a look at how this entire tournament is going to be structured here for the Asia region, right? Only one group of 8 teams in a single round robin, so every single team in Asia will fight every single team throughout this group stage, and I believe the top 6, will be moving on to the playoff stage.
That's right, and just like White Fox, I just want to teleport straight to playoffs. I don't know who's going to be making it that far, and frankly, it could be any one of these teams. April 24th to April 26th, we'll be having our playoffs for the preseason, our little entree before we get into stage 1 later this year. But, you know, you can hear our wonderful voices all day long. We're not going anywhere. But not only is it just us, we have 8 amazing creators and commentators for the Japanese watch parties.
Yeah, big names in the Japanese scene here in Marvel Rivals, and be sure to check them out if you want to watch the Japanese dub of all the preseason Asia action right over at twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals JP. And this is great for providing awareness to the Marvel Rivals scene, right? Just having so many different ways to like watch these games, get in the heat of the moment as well. Great to see, because not only do we have an alternate language watch party here in Asia, you've also got them in other regions as well. In the Americas,
right.
You've got a Spanish cast as well. You've even got a Portuguese cast coming in as well. So many different alternate ways to watch what we all know and love.
It's truly universal for every single language. I'm very excited to just have things continue on growing. And hey, look, Dan, speaking of growing, man, $50,000 in US is the total prize for the preseason tournament. The champions, the winners, the number 1 team walks home with $20,000 USD dollars. That sounds pretty good, but it goes down from there. The runner-ups can get $10,000, third place is $6,000, and so on and so forth. I want $20,000.
Yeah, think about all the neat little costumes you can get with the
That's
all that
right.
prize money, you know? But also, this is preseason, you know? Yes, these teams are getting a feel of how the meta is going to work, how their teams are going to work as well. It's also a little bit of a test to see how they can facilitate what comps they really want to run in the long term, as we also take a look at the map pool. And I know a lot of people have been really hyped about this map pool because what do you know? You got Shin Shibuya down in the bottom right corner right there, making its grand return to the competitive rival scene.
Hey, look, I'm a big Shin Shibuya enjoyer. It was the first map of this game I ever played, and I fell in love with the aesthetic. I'm so happy that we get to see it return, and we've been seeing some results in other regions thus far.
Yeah.
But the way it works, Dan, is that our first matchup in these best of 3s that we have is that we start off with domination, and then the losing team gets to choose which mode and map they have next.
Yes, that's exactly how it works, right?
That sounds
The
fantastic.
losing team will have the choice between Convoy or Convergence. And then if we do go to a deciding map number 3, the remaining game mode will be left over. That is how the Ignite map selection will work out. It's a little bit different from what you see in the Marvel Rivals Championship, the MRC. So all of these teams will need to have that knowledge of every single game mode. And something also to note is the new ban lock here coming in from Ignite. This is wildly different from what you've seen in Marvel Rivals Championship. Instead of, you know, banning one character, it's banned for everyone. You can only ban for the other side. So if you ban the Loki, the other team cannot play Loki. But if the other team also decides to ban Loki, you cannot play Loki. And then it just goes on like that. It's chain reaction on steps 1 and 6 to note. Both teams will be able to ban at the same time, and you can see that with all these Lokis being saved and banned. We're just gonna try to explain this as soon as we can before the TVA comes for our throat.
I think the best way to summarize the bans over the MRC style is that MRC, universal, and when it comes to Ignite, it's multiversal.
Oh, I like that. I like that. But also, what we also like is all the predictions from all of you guys playing the game, putting in those predictions, and as soon as the deadline hits 0, this is the statistics that we ended up, and we're in Pacific, right? We got to look at our own category here.
Yes, Dan, we are. Well, I mean, that very first column is the most interesting one right off the rip. N1 Hex, they were the team that, frankly, they were the last team to qualify through MRC Season 6. They came in 5th or 6th. They won a 3-2 over Bixum Japan just to qualify inside of Ignite as a whole. Had they lost that map, we would have seen Bixum Japan here instead. So the fact that we see them take the lion's share, an entire 33% of the predictions, I gotta say that's pretty surprising.
Yeah, it's going to be really much of a confidence boost, really, for N1 Hex, right? It's a very mixed roster as a whole, and seeing a lot of the players being highly sought after, being at the top of the predictions for many of the players means that, hey, maybe they could go on a generational run, especially with so much intense competition, with so many strong rosters as well.
You know, we were talking about this in the green room. It's because you have that MRC experience, you were able to qualify through that, you've been able to play a little bit more indoctrinated into the metas at an official capacity this year over, say, Reject, which has had a great historical run as individuals last year, haven't had the chance to necessarily play MRC. So maybe there's a chance that extra practice could be the bump up N1 Hex needs, but frankly, that also means there's more footage up against them for Reject to use.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you qualify through MRC Season 6, like Pirates did, AAAD did, Loyalty, and N1 Hex, you have a lot of tape on you. And these invited teams who didn't really have to show off all the entirities of their strat book can just stare at those teams, note what they're doing in the band draft a little bit, and just get a feel of what these teams might look to go after, and with that, they can easily counter them accordingly.
That's right, these are our qualified teams, the invite teams are down below. Now, Dan, you were in the Ignite system with us last year. You saw how great Reject's roster was, and what an amazing time they've had all throughout both their regional and global runs. The fact, again, I'm going to keep harping on these predictions because it was wild to see. The fact that N1 Hex has that 33% means that they have doubled the percentage in predictions over the team that won that MRC for them to qualify into Ignite, and they have double the percentage over the team that had that amazing run last year and got invited here now. What happened?
Hey, sometimes you look at the roster and you think maybe
Turned
this
into a
team
tomato.
could cook. Maybe. You got all red and on Hex.
Blood vessels.
I mean, they got a sick logo too as well, you know, right?
Yeah, they do.
But this is a team that's probably one of the more international rosters that we've seen. They have also brought in Ignite talent as well, in the likes of JT3. If that name does sound familiar, he played with Crazy Raccoon throughout the entirety of the 2025 Ignite season, so he's coming in this team with a lot of experience for N1 Hex, and maybe that buff could be enough to take down Reject, because that's the first opponent they're going up against.
It's scary, right? Like, it's really hard to come into this finding what kind of advantages N1 Hex could have at their disposal, because after the MRC win, we saw a lot of these teams keep core players, but also make a lot of implosions and a lot of different roster moves. If you're an invited team, you're not making nearly as many roster moves. All you have to do is keep up with the meta and keep harmonizing on your own synergy, and you probably have the two biggest advantages possible.
Yeah, and also making sure that you get the read of the meta, right? This meta inside Marvel Rivals, every 2 months literally just flips on its head. We've somehow came to a consensus that Dive is the strongest composition here in the current meta in Season 7, and with Gambit being nerfed a little bit, and a huge load of other changes incoming as well, and then the introduction of White Fox means that this Dive composition either will get even stronger or could be toned down a little bit with White Fox coming into play.
You know, I'm thinking about this now. When we did MRC, we didn't see a lot of convergence, but because the meta's changed so much, and we see N1 Hex as well, if they can capitalize on this meta, Do you think we're going to see more Convergence Game 2s or more Convoy Game 2s?
It would depend on what approach N1 Hex decide to go for, right? Do they
I
want
see
to
the
go
Spider-Man.
Do they want to go dive for dive? Do they want to go ban for ban here, or do they want to go for the more passive approach and try to find ways to maybe if they lose map number 1, they get to pick a Convergence map and they can find ways to bunker down in small rooms, or maybe you just go for more anti-dive favored maps, most notably Midtown, which a lot of teams in other regions have been using as well.
You focused a lot on JT3 here, and I see him as the Magneto. Are we going to see more of an aggressive output on the Vanguard end coming in from N1 Hex if they want to keep up the speed with an invited team like Reject?
I mean, it's going to be up to what JT3 has been cooking up in the back line, right? In behind the scenes, more to say, because he could play the Vanguard Deadpool if it goes through in the ban draft. You've also got the Angela that he also plays very well, but a little bit away from N1 Hex, we gotta talk about the main attraction here. This is the only partner team here in the Pacific Asia region, and it's Reject, who have been so consistent at the highest level here in the Asia region.
Dude, you've been like a geyser in these green rooms when we've done our rehearsals, when we were waiting for our stream to start, about how great this team is and how much, on an individual level, all the players are coming out for. And we know historically the likes of Piggy, Brownie, Gargoyle, fantastic. But there are some newer names that have had experience in other games making their near first-time appearance in Marvel Rivals.
That man will be the one with the Daredevil portrait right there. It's Yaki. I believe it's his second ever Rivals tournament. First one being back in Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5. And now he comes in to this Reject roster. He has looked really well. He has slotted in almost perfectly. You could even argue that he just, slotted right in. He was with the roster the entire time, but this is his only second ever tournament, and he's already playing at this high of a level. Just shows that they are here to play and here to win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm rejected, I have a lot of pressure on me as an organization. I'm the only invited team here. I have to make sure I can bring out the best of the best. And we've seen a lot of that prowess come out from last year and in other games too. I want to highlight another player, Finale. We've seen him as a substitute for this team in the past, but seeing now is that, he's coming on to possibly the main roster now. Very curious to see if we're going to have just like a rotating 6th slot coming through, or if we think that maybe this could be more of a permanent addition.
Yeah, we'll see how Reject decide to use Finale here in this roster. Like you said, they could easily just rotate out the duelist. Maybe they want to go for a more dive composition. Maybe they want to go for a more passive hit scan poke archetype of a composition. That's really where Finale really comes into play here as we take a look at the first map here in Ignite Preseason Asia. It's gonna be Hell's Heaven, a map where a bunch of different composition archetypes really could shine here, is depending on what sub-map we get.
That's true. Hell's Heaven's very interesting because each version, each micro map that you see is different from one another, but I think they all boil down to the same premise as well. It's very snowball heavy. You get onto the point first. More likely than not, you're probably going to hold on to it for that 100% mark. Not to say that teams can't make the attempt and maybe steal it once or twice, but it's a very reactive macro style for the domination point. And again, if we have a team like Reject, where they've been playing together for a long time, they should have the chemistry to utilize either the dive to their own disposal, or most importantly, Dan, can they anti-dive in a very aggressive meta?
Yeah, it's going to be a big question mark in how N1 Hex decide to approach this. We have a general idea of what Reject really want to go for. We've seen this roster perform in the past, like we said, back in MRC Season 5, when they were under the Crazy Raccoon banner. It's really been, can you help Yaki get into the backline, right? He's been really strong on this Daredevil pick. And he's also got a Star-Lord. He's also got a Vanguard Deadpool at his arsenal as well. But if Reject get their hands on that Daredevil, things could get dicey for N1 Hex.
Whoa, hold on, Dan. Now, I know you have your flow charts and everything, but this is Ignite. You don't have universal bans.
Exactly.
If I'm N1 Hex, I'm targeting a ban against the Daredevil.
Yeah, but when do you decide to target it, right? You're not going to target it off the rip because, like we've been talking about, right? The Gambit and the Elsa Bloodstone are two really strong picks, but surprisingly, N1 Hex deemed that they don't want to deal with the Elsa Bloodstone first, and Reject go for the flip side. They take away N1 Hex's Gambit, and they get it for themselves one-sided. Does N1 Hex decide to ban the Loki? Not just yet. They're going to take away the Mantis to maybe get rid of that damage amplification, as well as that team-up ability for Reject to work with, and now... which one shines more here? Is it going to be Reject's one-sided Gambit, or is it going to be N1 Hex's Mantis?
Oh, double Elsa gone now. We saw for a split second, it looked like it could have been a Loki ban instead. Very strategic heavy outside of the double Elsa bans thus far. You've mentioned how we've been seeing a lot more Ultrons and Manti? Plural of Manta in the back line for damage amplification. DC Danny's locked in on the Black Panther. They finally got rid of that Daredevil. I'm wondering now if N1 Hex wants to backline themselves with extra melee.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge question mark towards the tail end of this ban draft. This is really where the variety decides to really take shape, right? Both sides also taking away Elsa Bloodstone, so now N1 Hex going for the one-sided Daredevil. How does Reject react to this? It's going to be a full dive archetype coming in from N1 Hex, it seems. And now Reject, do they want to find ways to counteract it? They're going to have to take away the Loki. They're thinking about it here.
Now, this is rhetorical, Dan, but I want to put this in the viewers' minds. If I'm banning out Yaki's Daredevil and I'm locking in my own, am I doing this because I'm comfortable in the Daredevil, or am I doing this because I want to try to style on and really maybe ego out the Daredevil pick?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. N1 Hex, they think that if they get the one-sided Daredevil, they're going to have ways to go in, make space to force out Reject and possibly put them in unfavorable positions, but right now, Reject, I think they got the composition that they really want to go for. You can see the two saves on Reject, the Gambit and the Star-Lord, two characters that synergize so well in the current meta right now, and Reject clearly showing what their win condition is right here.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush on top of the Galactic Legend could absolutely melt N1 Hex. They have to play this so carefully. DC Danny's locked in onto the Mantis. We do have a Star-Lord on N1 Hex as well. I can see minor tidbits of the dive from Angela's side, but it's really going to come down to the hands of Doxlin and JT to make sure their front end is looking fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to be scary for N1 Hex. Like, yeah, you got the Daredevil, but you also let Reject take away what arguably could be the strongest wombo combo in the game at the current moment. How does N1 Hex decide to approach this? Can they counteract what could be a devastating blow for N1 Hex? Because Reject with the Gambit and the Star-Lord, ooh, it's gonna be a really tough task, especially in terms of trying to track down what their ultimate charge is.
It's a tall order, man. Look at Piggy on the Vanpool. You have Gargoyle Venom as well. Pretty much everyone on Reject's side has a lot more damage output than what N1 Hex has to offer. If this Angela or Star-Lord gets countered instantaneously, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the triple strategist backline to hopefully maybe mitigate some of that damage.
And now the gates open up, both teams following on in. We're starting up here in Eldrich Monument. So a little bit of that long main area that you can look towards, and not a lot of flanking options, but Gargoyle on the Venom could use these pillars to his utmost advantage here.
Liking what we're seeing so far. Like you mentioned, Dan, we're going to have to see a lot of poke from N1 early on. They're going to have to be very ultimate dependent. Piggy doesn't care, though. He goes straight on in, and looking fantastic to go for pokes of his own. Doxlin, can he get that Galactic Legend sooner rather than later? 30% thus far, and still, no one's confirmed P1.
Yep, Reject have the Vanguard Deadpool one-sided, which means Piggy should be able to get the Banhammer very soon, and he will cause a lot of disruption. Is he able to mark the backline of N1 Hex? Could be disaster. One player could just be out of the fight for all eternity, but Reject don't even use it. They get the first cap.
Not even a single KO thus far, and Reject have taken the points. DC Danny to open the seal for Pacific in 2026. Brownie falls, and that's going to put him somewhat behind on the ultimate backup. It's going to be DC Danny, though. Still be that frontline warrior, helping out Doxlin push on in. Soon enough, the ultimates will come out, Dan. We have Invisible Boundary right on its way from Jam Bomb Bueller. Just a matter of seeing if it's going to be used to capitalize directly onto the site. But everyone else on Reject forced away.
Yeah, but Reject handled it well, right? They were in a 5 versus 6 situation for at least 10 seconds, and they were able to stall out enough time for that fallen player to come right back. Gargoyle is able to get himself to safety in the nick of time, and now with Yaki with the one-sided Raging Royal flush, things are gonna get dicey here. And when Hex stacked their strat ultimates.
Oh no, Dachshund falls! No time to go for the Star-Lord ult! Invisible boundaries underway, and although Gargoyle was hit with a sedate after the Feast of the Abyss, things are working out well. What's going on, Dan?
Oh no, it's about to be up to Fish coming in with the Kumiho Unleashed. Lashio was able to counteract with it, and as soon as these Nine-Tailed Foxes get out of their ultimates, Brownie just goes right up on top, gets the Galactic Legend down, and everyone on N1 Hex either have to take cover and run away from the site or get knocked out.
And D-Spooky doesn't fall to the hands of the Galactic Legend. Uses his shield, but he's backed away. Can't help his teammates up above. He's all by himself. No chance for a heal whatsoever. Peggy isolates, takes the 1v1. And that's D-Spooky gone. Is he gonna have to go for an emergency portal? 77% for Reject's side. They may just have to.
Yeah, it's final fight territory. Reject are already positioning themselves forward. They know that this portal is going to be channeled at the back of their minds. I don't think they have a chance to find a way to crowd control the Doctor Strange from denying this teleport, so look at the position coming in for Reject. They're gonna all back away, possibly even spreading out to make sure that they cover all the angles that N1 Hex could go for.
Gargoyle's positioning is right up above. They're so close to Feast of the Abyss. It's going to be J3 to go down, go for the early touch, have overtime available now. Heaven's Retribution underway and locking in Reject. On top of an invisible boundary. That's going to help negate things just a little bit more. Gargoyle's good for one and DC Danny falls. But J3 still has to play a bot onto the site, making sure that that overtime timer cannot go down any more than it already has.
Reject just have so much space on the monument here, making sure that all the angles are covered. N1 Hex just got literally corralled into a single spot, and that's when Reject were just able to get knockout after knockout, and that domino effect just was too much for N1 Hex to handle, and Reject, off of great positioning, great use of ultimates, just take over round number 1.
Great crowd control coming out from Reject's side. I love the idea of not only going for isolations against individual players, which we did see with Dachshund falling fairly early on and D-Spooky isolated down below Eldrich Monument, but the fact that Reject were able to coordinate so well as a team to figure out where the power players for N1 Hex were and how you can make sure not only could they be KO'd, but just straight up taken out of any sort of advantageous fight really went a long way.
Yeah, now we head into Super Soldier Factory. You can see the adjustments coming in from Reject, right? This is a map that is favored towards environmental KOs, and Lostro on the Land Shark is going to do just that. JT3 also being on the Angela means that he could go for Assassin's Charges right into the lava on the right side of the map. And now N1 Hex, can they find an adjustment here? Can they find different ways to approach this map? Reject are already taking over the high ground here. N1 Hex are looking to do the same. JT3 gets dangerously low for just a tiny bit. But with Reject taking over the main area and the high ground, just everyone on Reject just spread out all over the map.
Great info gathering from the hands of Gargoyle, ensuring that he can find where the majority of N1 Hex are poking in from. Yaki down below, Raging Royal flush, set up and ready from below. No one's going to be able to discover him. He can be perfectly safe, and Brownie can easily parlay this off of him. Maybe? Galactic Legend? No, saving it, waiting for a prime opportunity, thinking now that N1 Hex are staggering themselves, trying to get back onto that fight. He's coming over the Galactic Legend, isolates out at least one. That's the white box forced to use for utility. Back away, and Dachshund has nowhere to go. Isolated out yet again. Piggy, crowd control directly into a small building, brings out another ultimate, and through it all, it's just, he eats away Mantis. One by one, each of these players are not finding value.
Ultimate after ultimate. Reject don't get eliminations off of these ultimates, but it's enough to provide enough space for Reject to work with. N1 Hex, because of these ultimates, just forcing them into unfavorable positions just means that N1 Hex just have to just force themselves to get knocked out, go for the regroup, and have to look for different ways back in. And Reject are just using these ultimates to perfection. Even though they don't get any knockouts, it's still doing its job.
Want to highlight again that N1 Hex does not have a lot of damage output. They have the poke potential of the Star-Lord and the Assassin's Charge off of Angela to make something work, but again, you're going up against the Deadpool, which alone has a lot of damage themselves.
All right, Galactic Legend coming out. Yep. Brownie's going to go down. Seung-hoon is able to put up the invisible boundary, but Brownie's still going to get lasered down, so it's going to be a man advantage for N1 Hex. This is a prime retake opportunity, but Gargoyle is going to ruin that party with the anti-heal, and 2 strats go down. JT3 follows suit. Half of N1 Hex just get wiped off the face of the earth. They get the percentage points they want, but it's all just making sure they get as many percentage points as possible before it flips over to reject.
Fantastic Feast of the Abyss, and D-Spooky tried to mitigate it by bringing out Eye of Agamotto, but it was far too late. Gargoyle had already done the damage, and now we're in the same exact spot again. N1 Hex may be forced to bring out Portal here, but look how deep Reject are. They might be able to stop.
No.
Oh, D-Spooky's not even on Strange anymore. He's down to Magneto, realizing that Portal's just not a viable option anymore.
And
anything
Yaki.
to hold it back. Heaven's Retribution's out, and with only just a few more percentage points to go, Reject are seemingly locked in for game number
it's
1.
over. Yeah, this is done. As soon as Yaki was able to get the Royal Flush down, they just stampede all over N1 Hex. There is someone backcapping on the site, so it's going to trigger overtime. But it's going to be enough for DC Danny to channel the teleport. Piggy is waiting in the wings to try to get that elimination, but there's enough protection from N1 Hex to make sure this portal comes down just in time.
Wonderful work. Portal out now, DC Danny. No longer on the Mantis. Can use it now. Brownie, Galactic Legend, waiting for this moment specifically. Invisible Boundary is out. Jumpon's trying to do whatever he can to make sure at least one player can stay aboard. But KO after KO, Sung Hoon is good for 2. And that's the entirety of the strategist line, melting down N1 Hex. And a clean 1-0 so far for Reject's side.
Yep. This is about what we expected from Reject as a whole, right? They were able to utilize the map to their utmost advantage, get as much space as possible, going for that little bit of a dive composition with Gargoyle on the Venom, just providing all that space that they need in order to take over the site. And then as soon as they get the cap, all they have to do is just keep N1 Hex out of that zone, and that's literally their win condition. And most notably also the Gambit being taken, as well as the Star Lord on the side of Reject, just meant that as soon as the Raging Royal Flush came out, N1 Hex just went down.
Hey, look,
simple as that.
It's worth noting too that N1 Hex, they reserved their Daredevil. They could have gone for a melee counter option that may have worked better than going for the extra fly with J3's Angela and the Star Lord, but we didn't see a single hero swap come out from them.
Yeah, N1 Hex just they tried to stay true to that composition, right? They tried to make it work, but unfortunately just JT3 on the solo dive, it seemed like, on the Angela, just meant that if he did go in, there was just not enough follow-up. Maybe the Daredevil could have helped out there, but then again, you also have to think about some of the external issues, right? Latency also playing a huge role in these games, right? Because we all know Daredevil on latency is very, very difficult to facilitate.
I mean, you have to figure out something though, because the fact that we had what felt like 2 very disconnected styles of teams going into that first game, we know Hell's Heaven can be snowball heavy, but the fact that you had 2 players diving in and the rest weren't able to follow up and go for the push in themselves, they were being severed right at the spinal cord, it felt like, from Reject.
And you also have to look at the ban draft, right? N1 Hex, you cannot let Reject get away with Star Lord Gambit. You quite literally can't. N1 Hex, they do ban out the Elsa Bloodstone from Reject, but if you've got a different win condition up at your sleeve, this makes ban draft a lot more difficult to work with, because N1 Hex, they get the Mantis, which helps out in terms of ultimate acceleration, but Reject got what they wanted. They've even got the one-sided Vanguard Deadpool as well, and that's already half the team composition, already best in slot, and that's the punishing methods of this Ignite system of a ban draft, because once you screw it up, you could easily lose maps before it even load in.
It's a tough spot to be in, Dan. It's the first game thus far. There's a lot of different options to bring out. If you go for any sort of bans going into Game 2 as a counter option, there could be a lot more of the arsenal underway. But why stop there? We have to see how Game 2 looks, but we have to go to a small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll know, and we'll be right back. N1 Hex have big shoes to fill. They were the MRC team to qualify to get into the preseason for Ignite 2026, and Reject is the only partner team we have. They did not look fantastic going into game number 1, Dan, and I gotta ask, Coach Dan, what can you do if you're N1 Hex to maybe win the game in the ban phase?
I mean, you got different options, right? You know that Reject could go for some sort of die composition at their arsenal, right? And maybe you approach a map where it's not as dive favored, maybe something like the Midtown, or maybe go for the curveball option of the Museum of Contemplation, right? It's the newest map in the current map pool. Well, not the newest.
Our map
of, you know, yeah, of our map pool, yeah. And because it's a new, technically yes, but with the newest map in the pool, right, it's gonna be the most inexperienced in theory for a lot of these teams, right? You could use it to try to maybe steal away a map, but usually it doesn't come out to a win at all. But Museum has been a very popular choice amongst most of these teams to try to maybe get a slight edge over the better teams.
It's a tough spot to be in right now, because really any of the power players that we saw from Reject in game 1 could be an option to ban out in game 2, but then you'd be leaving options that were banned in game 1 open for game 2. You have the Elsa that could be a viable option, a lot of other different things. I'm just thinking about the Elsa the most, but Dan, like, if we had to choose between, like, say the Van Pool or maybe even Gargoyle's Venom, because he caused so many problems for the backline, what should you focus on?
That's going to be the question for N1 Hex. They first banned the Elsa back in map number 1. Do they adjust and ban away the Gambits next time? Or do they try to take away things that complement the Gambit? Like the Star-Lord, and we see N1 Hex, yeah, they're going for the curveball option here. They're going to go for the Museum of Contemplation. Very, very strong in terms of die composition here as well. So Reject could use dive, N1 Hex could also use dive. But back to the ban draft, it's going to be difficult to see what N1 Hex are going to go for, because their composition really doesn't favor dive a whole lot. I haven't seen any of the Vanguards going for those dive Vanguards like the Venom or the Captain America. It's only been JT3 on this Angela. And Hex even saved the one-sided Daredevil, and they didn't even use it.
Yeah, hopefully we can see the Daredevil in game 2, if it's even a reserved option. You know, if it's an option where DC Danny may have been the one to want to play it out, chose to go triple strat with the Mantis instead, maybe that won't be a possibility. That does open a different reserve that could make N1 Hex more flexible for Convoy.
Yeah, N1 Hex gonna really have to go back to the drawing board, make sure they nail this ban draft, because map 1, I talked about it, right? It's punished them so hard. It just felt like the game was over before it even started. And yeah, like back to that ban draft, do they ban away the Gambit himself, or do you ban stuff that complement the Gambit, like the Loki, like the Star-Lord, which, I mean, Reject got away with Star-Lord as well, so they've just took over map 1. Now, coming into map 2, do Reject decide to go for something different, or do N1 Hex go for the different option?
It's really got to be a compensational difference coming out for N1 Hex's side. The fact that we saw 2 of their players opt for a dive style play, everybody else couldn't follow through at the same speed, really opened up a big vulnerability that Reject took advantage of pretty much from the very first team fight and never let go. I want to put more emphasis on the Vanguards this time around. We saw JT play a fantastic Angela, but we didn't get to see much of a follow-up from D-Spooky's side. I want to see, you know, maybe that Captain America like you mentioned. Maybe we could see a reverse Venom come through. Something to follow up and help out this Angela.
Yeah, there's just a slight issue for JT3. Hero pool, right? He's usually been the shield Vanguard back when he was on Crazy Raccoon. He's usually the guy on the Doctor Strange, the Magneto, Emma Frost, when she was actually pretty good at that current meta at the time. So he was really more of the passive player. His only dive Vanguard option is really that Angela, and I haven't seen anyone on N1 Hex running anything to complement that. So with JT3 just going in as a solo dive Vanguard without a dive duelist to like help him out, N1 Hex, do they have dive composition in their arsenal?
Hopefully they do, and maybe perhaps you're being a little too harsh on the team that's coming from the MRC. You know, this is one of the biggest stages that they've been on. Maybe they just need a game to figure it out, chillax a little bit, and really just get a perspective on what they can do better. But I do agree with you. We need to see more follow-through. If you want to play aggressive, have the whole team play aggressive. If you want to play a little bit more in the middle, you need to have somebody not like the Angela or the Star-Lord that can play with the rest of the team.
And N1 Hex, right, they could go for the dive option, but they also have anti-dive options. You could go for the Namor, you could go for other different anti-dive options. They even ran the White Fox as well, right?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, the hotfix buff is in effect here, so both of these teams definitely looked at the White Fox. We saw it played a decent amount in map number 1, and now coming into map number 2, it could be more options for N1 Hex. If they want to go for the more triple strategist option, they are on the attacking side first here. So Reject, do they want to go for something like the Loki Atom, if it even goes through here as well? There's just a lot of different branches this can go off to.
Dude, it's only going to get larger, too. Every single hero that gets added to this game, you're going to have to expand this arsenal even more. Luckily, though, our stall session's over. We're just about ready for game number 2, and we get to see whether or not N1 Hex can take a lot of these considerations into heart. Their loss for their first game of the season, their first loss in the Pro League level, to see, like, okay, can we make sure we can stem this early on and win out the draft?
Yep, ban draft again. We need to see N1 Hex lock in here. We need to make sure if they are ready for Ignite. Shout out to Liger for that one. As we load into the second map here. It's going to be the Museum of Contemplation. N1 Hex on the attacking side. Reject going for the defensive. Does that affect the ban draft is something that we have yet to see. Will Adam Warlock be a little bit more relevant in the ban draft towards the tail end here is going to be something to look out for as we get later and later in this ban draft.
You mentioned it yourself, Dan. We can see Museum of Contemplation oftentimes be very attacker-sided, very dive-friendly. That first chokehold is essentially a giant funnel that Star-Lords do find a lot of value out of. If I'm N1X, I'm banning out either the Gambit or the well, maybe not the Star-Lord, but definitely the Gambit, which can benefit a lot of those overly aggressive heroes that could attack that early.
But do they want to let the Gambit through, or do they want to get rid of it? Because if you ban out the Gambit right off the rip, Elsa's going to go through for sure, and it's going to be likely one-sided as well. And that's going to be, yeah, we have no idea what the plan is. Yep, there we go. N1
Double
Hex,
Gambit.
they know. Double Gambit ban this time around. N1 Hex surely will save the Elsa here.
Surely. It's a large rocks play field. No, instead the Vanpool. They did
like
find
it.
a lot of value off of Piggy.
It keeps N1 Hex's options open here. Reject, do they bite the bait and take away the Elsa? Not just yet. It's gonna be Mantis. This is the Asia region after all. This is
true.
the region where they figured out Mantis early on back in 2025, and with all of the teams in other regions catching on, Reject and the rest of the Asia region know that this Mantis pick is very, very prevalent, very, very strong. And N1 Hex also going for the save onto the Vanguard Deadpool, which leaves Jeff as an available option, especially if Jeff has access to the Symbiote shenanigans, as well as the Jeff toy, thanks to the Deadpool team up that he also has. And Reject thought about going for the Jeff, they thought about the Mantis, they thought about the Loki, and they settle on the Elsa Bloodstone, and no Elsa will be played in the museum.
Yeah, I did misspeak earlier. I meant for JT, to be the Vanpool here. And yeah, I think this would be a much better version of N1 Hex than we saw back on Hell's Heaven. The fact that we saw him go for essentially a solo dive off the Angela pick, can dial it back with the Vanpool and still be aggressive when he wants to, will give a lot more team-centric options for JT that was, frankly, desperately missing in Game 1. But so far, I'm looking at all these bans from N1 Hex's side. Dan, this is a fantastic draft.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better. They realized that, oh no, we done goofed back in map number 1. We need to lock things in here.
You can have the Daredevil.
Yeah, the Daredevil is literally untouched here. And on Hex, I think they realized, yeah, maybe focusing on the Daredevil in the middle of the ban draft was a bit of a mistake because that allowed Reject to get everything that they wanted. And Reject are now rounding out their final ban. They're looking at the Magneto here, but N1 Hex, they do get the save onto the Loki, which means N1 Hex will have access to that Loki Adam composition when they do go onto the defensive side.
Magneto is such a beast on this map too. You can find so much value if teams want to rock the Cloak and Dagger.
You'll need
Eternal
a top
Bond
notch
is a
team to
giant
win
carpet
this
way
one.
for what is essentially a giant hallway at some points of the map. We can see Fish lock in the Cloak right away. Definitely a plan in mind. Gargoyle opting to move away from the Venom from game 1 into the Magneto, just the counteract what I would suppose could be the double Cloak and Dagger matchup. DC Danny on the Daredevil this time. I'm looking at a lot more cohesion, not only just in the ban draft, Dan, but even in the hero select. This is looking like there's much more of a game plan.
And when the Hex also have the more favorable picks, right? They got the one-sided Vanguard Deadpool. They got the one-sided Loki as well. Reject, in terms of power picks, they've got the one-sided pick for Yaki on the Mantis. They also have access to the team-up ability as well. Yaki and a Groot could easily provide extra healing for Reject as they start out on the defensive side. And when the Hex, looking at their composition at the current moment, they're looking to utilize the Groot and the Moon Knight. So it's going to be that Groot Knight Wombo combo that they could use to try to break through the spawn break of Reject's defense.
You trap him in with the walls, you go for the hand of Khonshu for a choke point like this early on. You need something that can melt an aggressive front line, even if they're on the defense. Reject here, defending early on. It's going to be an alternative angle from the hands of Doxlin and co. JT now is going to be going hand in hand once more with this duelist, just to see, can this be a different story than it was back on Hell's Heaven? T-Spooky's on the convoy, Fish from behind. Danny, too, someone we didn't mention yet, on the Storm for that small damage amplification and to help out with moving away crosshairs early on. That's going to put a lot more pressure on Brownie's Phoenix.
Yeah, Reject just have to try to get control of this corner. They have the line of sight advantage here, and N1 Hex just have to move right on in. Shout out to Doxlin as well, going for that high ground advantage, looking for different angles to get some sort of a pesky little elimination. Wasn't able to get so lucky because he was marked out by Gargoyle, and now with N1 Hex getting all the space they need, JT3 going in with the Banhammer could mean the difference here as Reject have to reel back.
Space being created now. Things are looking great. Eternal Bond on its way, and Fish is at 91% off of the Loki. God of Mischief, maybe no more. It's going to be another to fall.
Oh, wait.
And one Hex. They had a strong start. Reject had breaking it back. Brownie with a double KO, and the two Vanguards of Reject right away shut down the entirety of this attack.
Oh, hey, whoa. What's going on the right side of the screen? DC Danny's on the blade?
Okay.
What? Shout out to Reject, though, for
sure.
turning around that fight, though. That was absolutely insane. N1 Hex on all the damage. DC Danny used to be on the Storm with the damage amplification to help out Doxlin on the Moon Knight to try to shred down, but Brownie up on the high ground is just unbothered, untouched until now as JT3 goes in with the bubble to try to cut off the healing from Brownie, but he's not able to finish off the Elim.
The escape is unreal. Eternal Bond is out, but if you chase two rabbits, you lose them both. Piggy for the snipe early on shuts down Jambon. What a play. That's going to work out well, but another one has to be used momentarily. It was Fish that used an Eternal Bond early. Maybe now we could see another to create that space, but the playmaker has been Gargoyle. He's been severing the strategic back line, a great way to allow Brownie to push up. Oh, what a headshot. Danny's gone.
Danny tried to brawl it out, but he's just going to get wiped out. N1 Hex quickly have to reset. Great elimination from Piggy as well onto Jambon to deny the fight from being a little more extended. That second wave of Eternal Bond could have been the difference there, but Reject were able to shut it down before it even goes down, which means that they are tracking these ultimates to perfection as DC Danny. I really hoped we were going to see a Blade ult coming in, but nope, he's just going to go right to the Wolverine this time around, which honestly might be a better option.
My fear is that Jambon's going to wait too long to go for this Eternal Bond, and Piggy will get Meteor M again. He's at 70%. Used it to shut down Fish. Could absolutely go for that, and it would be such a difference maker. JT taken down in a 1v1 by the hands of the White Fox Lastro. This convoy has not moved in minutes.
Yeah, this is looking dire for N1 Hex. 50 seconds left on the timer. When does Jambo pull the trigger here? He's waiting for a little bit too long because Piggy, look at his ultimate. He's so close to that Meteor M, and Jambo needs to be extra careful when he goes for it.
Oh, but Fish is close to getting God of Mischief. That could help out well. And Song Inferno up above. What is that snipe going to look like?
Go.
Eternal Bond is finally out. Maybe now is a distraction factor, but Piggy has to be primed up and ready to bring out Meteor M. There it is. Sucks up the projectiles.
It's a little late, but he's able to get the launch shot. Yeah, that's Doxlin gone. Yeah, he's going to get one, so that's still worth it. As Soonhoon is able to capitalize, everyone on N1 Hex just struggling to get a grip onto the payload, but Fish is able to get the Eternal Bond copy off. But Lostro is there to help stall out Reject, and soon enough, this wave of eliminations will come down. Fish going down is already bad news in overtime.
Oh, but invisible boundaries on top of the convoy, and it's not in your favor. Doxlin could try to go for Song Inferno, but a melee attack from Lastro is the final nail in the coffin for this attacking side. N1 Hex got past the initial choke point, Dan, but once Reject found their way in with Gargoyle, I mean, it was quite literally a feast of their abyss.
Yeah, that's the problem with the team composition of N1 Hex, right? They went for the little more passive option. They don't have tools to dive in fully. And they tried to go for a more passive approach. You got Fish on the Loki, maybe getting a good value on the regeneration domain would be beneficial. Jambo on the Cloak and Dagger does have the Dark Teleportation to try to counteract what Reject are going for in terms of dive, but with N1 Hex not able to facilitate a dive composition of their own, it's really hurting them right now in the current meta.
Oh my. Dan, look at Reject now.
I'm looking right now.
Double fires, Psylocke and Daredevil, triple duelist. Reject are feeling fantastic.
They're still in the attacker spawn, so they can still play around with what they want. We really should pay attention on what N1 Hex are doing, because they're the ones on the defensive side. They're going to have to roll out of their own spawn room. And DC Danny now adjusting over to the Namor, so a little more anti-dive resources being invested in that category here.
Yeah, but if I'm Brownie, I don't know that there's a Namor just yet, but I can just snipe those monstros away immediately as I see them. Doxlin may have a good chance, though, up against the Iron Man, flying high in the sky. But Gargoyle on that Mantis, we've seen how great of a micro dive they can do and how great they can peel back immediately. They go back to the Venom anyways, but they've been the separator of this team.
So Brownie and Lostro onto the Iron Man and the Ultron respectively, so they're going to be up high in the sky. It's going to be up to Doxlin to utilize that hit scan to try to take them down. JT3 could also help out, but Brownie and Lostro would also have a team up together. Lostro is able to get that little laser that also does damage and heals them up. Brownie is just going to poke down D-Spooky, and the convoy is already halfway there. N1 Hex need to get a move on here.
Yeah, N1 Hex, they can't back up anymore. They're already past the barrier for the win condition. Piggy snipes away DC Danny. There goes the anti-dive. Gargoyle the same. It's all blue versus orange, and Reject are looking fantastic. They could easily go back to the Daredevil Psylocke composition and find value, but they don't need to. Portal is out. A last-second desperation maneuver, absolutely necessary for N1 Hex. Can they make it work? Pulse cannons out underway through the portal, and there's a Spider-Man snipe from the sky. Anything to take down Brownie, who I don't even think has had a single KO against them in Game 2. It has been a mowdown, and as the portal goes away, so do the chances of N1 Hex facing Reject. That's a clean 2-0 from the partner team.
The only resource that N1 Hex really had was the regeneration domain to, at the very least, get themselves onto the site safely. But with Brownie and Lostro up in the sky, just peppering down some lasers, some pulse cannons, and I don't think I've seen an Iron Man ult land on top of a portal. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but Reject, in the end, are able to get the 2-0 win quite handedly. It's about what we expected coming in from Reject. This is world-class talent coming in on this roster, and so far, they're making a statement that no one is safe in this group.
Hey, whoa, Dan, hold your horses. It was something that we expected to see, but not in-game. It was 33% for the predictions that N1 Hex would at least maybe win it out, maybe be the top of their group, but regardless, Reject was in that same exact category, and they were at the bottom, and they won out in very well-handed fashions.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the issue of N1 Hex here. starting to look a little more glaring, right? They don't have a dive composition to work with themselves, and so far it has been very, very difficult for N1 Hex to get a grip of everything that's going on in this entire game and the meta as a whole. I don't know if they got a bad read of the meta here. I don't know if it's just hero compositions just not meshing very well.
Could be nerves.
But it could also be nerves as well. But N1 Hex really need to get things together, make sure that they have the meta, make sure that they have the team composition that they really want to go for. But then again, this is preseason, so they still have time to work with. And it's still early. It's day one, match one, series
That's
number
true.
one. So they have a lot of time to make adjustments accordingly.
That's true. There is a lot of time. We can't take that away from N1 Hex. It's the breaking of the glass for the Pacific region. So, you know, to figure things out, go up against what could very well be the best team of the region. It's no easy feat whatsoever. But I really did appreciate what N1 Hex tried to bring out in Game 2. They got less silly when it came to the ban drafts. They went for more meta-centric picks instead of what they thought were going to be direct counter picks to Rejects team. No more Daredevil bans after Game 1. And it looked more solid for at least the first a minute, maybe a minute and a half on the attacking side for N1 Hex. I was impressed by them, but as soon as Gargoyle was that playmaker to separate out the strategist, it really felt like to me that was the move for Reject to win it all.
Yeah, it's shout out to Gargoyle just going in at great timings, just trying to draw out as many resources from N1 Hex as possible, because you don't have to full commit every single time. You can just go in, cause a little bit of a disruption, maybe manipulate the line of sight for a little bit, and then just grapple your way out to safety, and then rinse and repeat until N1 Hex have no more resources, and that's when you go for the finishing knockout. But N1 Hex, like you said, they did look really, really good for like the first few minutes of map number 2. First of all, great stuff from the ban draft, right? It's looked a lot better. You restricted Reject from going for more favorable win conditions. And with N1 Hex, they also looked good, but then it came down to the clutch factor, right? Gargoyle and Brownie just lights up the rest of N1 Hex. It looked good for a little bit there. They had something going with the Groot Knight Wombo combo. Maybe they could have gone for something like that. You even had Storm with that extra damage amplification, but as soon as they lost that momentum, it was just lights out for N1 Hex. They just couldn't get the push going after that.
Communication and adaptability, my friend. It really felt like the comms coming out from Reject's side was solid all the way through. Adaptability from N1 Hex was certainly there from Game 1 to Game 2. A world of a difference, but when they started losing those fights and they had to go for those hero swaps in between, it really felt like things began to fall apart when their initial plan didn't work.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna just head into a break. Reject get the handily win against N1 Hex. It's gonna be a 2-0 for them as we wrap up this first best of 3 here. We're just gonna go into a break here as we prepare for our second best of 3 of the night, so don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on an old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week. So stuff is a little bit different. And also, as the pros will say, they're still working out the meta themselves. Lots of stuff is going to change and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action this week too. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA this last week, and a hero could show up twice in the draft, right? You can either protect a character and then the other team protects them, so you can both play them, you can both ban them, or you can have one team protect it and then ban it to make sure that they can play something like Elsa and the other team cannot. So it can show up twice. Elsa showed up every single time without fail, and certainly towards the start of a draft where you're looking for those first bans and first picks. In comparison, Gambit was missing like once or twice. Some teams just didn't want to include him at all. But the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside. So it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing Dive, Poke, 2-2-2, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point. With flies, against flies, Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile, she will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like Domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on Domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Welcome back, Rivals. We just had an amazing first series of Pacific Preseason for 2026, and we move on forwards to see now one MRC team down, one our only partner team down. Now we get to see a few more invited teams go up against the MRC second place winning team, Dan. I'm very excited to see what happens between Triple AD and XOXO.
I'm so excited for this one. XOXO01
Yeah, say that 3
versus
times
Triple AD. These are some very interesting names, to say the least.
One end of the
yeah.
alphabet versus the other.
Yeah, well, you got one side of the Triple A and the single lowercase d, and then the other side you got the the end of the alphabet. You even got little numbers at the end as well. It's probably the most.
I'm happy production doesn't make us like actually say the names. Like it's not versus Zo.
01. Yeah.
01.
But yeah, we're talking about the pronunciations and all that, but we got to talk about the teams itself.
Oh, that's
right.
right.
Yeah. We should probably do that to give you guys a general idea of what to expect when you go into these this entire best of 3 series. The second one of the night. We still got 2 more up on deck, but for now, I think this might be the match of the night.
Really? Do tell.
Well, we'll talk about it right here. Well, we've seen Triple AD recently in MRC Season 6 here in the Pacific region, right? They've got Illicit, Rocco, No Smite, Quasid. Quasid, I believe, is the newcomer, Tuba, and they made one roster change. They dropped Mocha, which I'm personally a little bit sad to see, but...
Yeah.
But they do bring in Winsger, who did play on Loyalty in MRC Season 6, so he got poached from that roster, now brought into Triple AD, and they are looking to make a name for themselves here. Some of these players have had Ignite experience, but it's really going to be, look, all eyes on Illicit. He is one of the newcomers here from other titles in the past, and now making his Rivals debut up on the Ignite stage. Now, looking at XOXO01, I will give you guys maybe a sentence or two to summarize how XOXO01 really want to play. Let's just say, actually, I could probably summarize it into 3 words.
Even better.
YWL at home. Yeah, we
Okay.
lost. This is our Asia's finest of the dive specialists here. These guys really love dive. They will go for the dive and they will stay on the dive. Their motto is straight up dive or die. And if that sounds any familiar, that does sound like Yeah We Lost back in the Americas region. So if you're a fan of Yeah We Lost, you most likely will be a fan of XOXO01 here in the Asia Pacific region.
Well, we've had some lore dump from our good man, the man Dan over here, but I gotta say, Triple AD, they also had to face up against a heavy dive composition in the last MRC season for a chance to get the top qualification spot for MRC in the preseason here. And they went up against Pirates. Pirates also love the dive a lot too. So even though they made one strategist change, right? They swapped down Mocha. Do you think this is going to be enough time for them to really learn how to counterplay a team like Pirates and XO?
I mean, it's going to be up to Winsger, right? I mean, Mocha was really one of the better strategist players, facilitating really well on the Invisible Woman, having really good discipline in terms of when to use those strategist ultimates, almost always getting the second cast from the opposing Invisible Woman, and we're able to just take over fights like that. So it's going to be up to Winsger if his hero pool complements what Triple AD want to go for, and with that minor change, maybe that could be the difference here. As the rest of Triple AD, they could just run the dive and they could do what they do best and just carry on what they did back in MRC Season 6, whereas XOXO1, something worth mentioning, this is the exact same roster back in Ignite of 2025, so they have a lot of time together. They have a lot of synergy as well, and this is also a full Thailand team as well. So
okay,
they're all from the same nationality. They all are speaking the same language. So comms for advanced plays will be shining here.
There's a lot of advantages for XOXO, and I'm struggling right now to think of a way we could see Triple AD win this out. Like, what kind of advantages they could have. I know you're saying that you think this will be the game of the series of the day. I have no doubts about that. I think Triple AD is such a fun team to watch, but considering how we had propped up Reject versus N1 Hex last series in a very similar way, I'm a little nervous that we could see a similar result here, where the MRC teams may struggle to keep afloat against a team that already has that Pro League experience and that has been around for a very long time without swaps.
And that's the argument right now. N1 Hex, we had thoughts that maybe the JT3 buff could help out N1 Hex as a whole, as he was the newest member on that roster, but...
And he was solid.
Yeah, he was doing really well, but the unfortunate part for N1 Hex was they didn't really have a way to play these strong meta picks at the current moment. You got Dive taking over everyone's lobby right now, and they just could not get it to work. And I assume it was because of the lack of experience in that hero pool. But now we're looking at two teams that can facilitate Dive really well. Now it's just a big question mark as of who does the better of the two here, because XOXO1, they have so much experience on the Dive comp. They've been using it when it wasn't even meta.
Yeah,
they even pulled they even pulled it off when Torch Ultron was just dominant, just the season of Flyers, right?
Yeah, it was really strong and really scary for both the teams. So right now, XOXO1, if I'm looking at the predictions, I'm thinking probably that they should be up ahead right now over Triple AD. But again, I think one of the biggest takeaways that we saw from Triple AD and the MRC, to give a small lore dump before we get into game one, is that the only team they lost up against was the Pirates, and they had a very overly aggressive, very dive heavy style as well. Triple AD gets taken down to the lower bracket against Pirates. They make a generational run fairly early on in the lower bracket and delete a lot of teams that people thought would be contenders, not even contenders, are shoo-in for Ignite this year. Not the case, because Triple AD just went on a huge elimination streak to make it back to Grand Finals, only to be taken down yet again by Pirates' aggressive dive-heavy style.
Oh yeah, and Triple AD, you can see the roster right there. We talked about it not too long ago. Mocha has departed the roster, and Winsker 3 will take her place. And with the supporting cast of Winsker as well, just talent is just all the way to the brim here. Illicit coming in as I believe is the captain here for Triple AD, and with Ignite experience from Rocco, No Smite, and Duba coming in, and with Closet also being the newcomer in the rival scene, to my knowledge at the very least, this is a team that has so much potential, and we have to see if they are really ready to take on what is Ignite's best here in the Asia region.
You know, you bring up a really good point about that, because again, this is the first day, it's preseason, there's a lot of room to grow for all of these teams, and so while things might seem maybe a little lopsided for day one, I have a feeling that a lot of these MRC teams are going to very quickly catch up by the end of preseason.
And also foolish of me to forget that Sungjuk Woo is probably the Spider-Man GOAT in the Asia region. So if you're already seeing parallels from Yeah We Lost already, there's even more. Yeah, you got a Spider-Man player on XOXO1, just like Yeah We Lost. So
yeah.
Now do they facilitate this Spider-Man pick? Do they hard force it, or at least try to, like Yeah We Lost to back in the Americas region? That is something I'm not entirely too sure of, because XOXO1, yeah, they do love running the dive composition. They still can run other compositions as well.
Dude, I'd be so mad if I had to go up against EXO's team comp on that sheet. Like, you have the Mantis, Spidey, Cap, Hawkeye, Loki up against you. Dude, that is... I would probably...
It's like a ranked lobby nightmare at that point. But yeah.
That's how it feels, man. But, you know, we're waiting for game one to start right now. I feel like we might be defaulting to a very similar storyline that we've seen back on Hell's Heaven for the previous series. We saw N1 Hex and Reject really had to duke it out in the bans and drafts. Did not work out well for N1 Hex on their first domination match. That was Hell's Heaven. We're heading over the Celestial Husk, so I'm hoping here there might be a little bit more of a straight line to victory for Triple AD in terms of what they want to accomplish in the bans.
And if we're assuming that dive composition is going to be the name of the game for both of these teams' team comp ideologies. It's really going to come down to the first fight. If you're able to take over the site and are able to win out on that first fight, and if you're running dive, you have all the space that you want. You have all the space that you need in order to restrict the other team from being able to get that retake going. And especially if the other team is running dive, if you have no space, you cannot go for dive. It's just so much more difficult when you compare it to another team that has all the map space, all the different angles that you could jump in from. And that's going to be where it comes down to. All eyes need to be paid attention here in this first fight.
Absolutely. And the way things worked back in MRC, we would see AAAD focus a lot on anti-dive bans. They banned out Namor, they banned out Amantis, they banned out Loki up against One Piece in the upper semifinals. When it came to their own reserves, they focused on having strong frontline and backline support. We saw an Angela reserve, we saw a Jeff reserve, and I apologize, that's One Piece's. For themselves, they actually wanted to double down a lot on the hyper aggression. We saw Daredevil and Vanpool be reserved almost instantaneously. But again, different format, might not be able to get as much value out of it.
Yeah, there's been, so far, when we saw in the past series between N1 Hex and Reject, they really like to prioritize the Vanguard Deadpool a little more. When you compare it to other regions like an EMEA and the Americas back last week, the Vanpool would be banned out towards the middle/end of the ban draft, but so far in that first series, we saw it being contested pretty early on, and now we head into the first bans for both sides. Is it going to be a mirror ban? Oh,
No.
Okay. We're going to see some adjustments here. XOX1, they're going to ban out the Daredevil. Triple AD take away the Elsa Bloodstone for XOX1, but I'm just going to say it. I think XOX1 are okay with that.
Yeah, I think they're fine with that too. I can't imagine any teams are relying hard on Elsa for their team winning strategies, just given how far often she's banned out. The Daredevil ban for me, XO, seems like they've done their homework.
Yep.
I'm
Triple
sure they've
AD
had
need to ban Loki here.
Yeah, plenty of scrim experience as well to make sure that the Daredevil from Triple AD is not going to happen for game one.
Dead on right there. Loki needs to be taken away. You don't want a double Gambit ultimate terrorizing your own lobby here.
You know what we call that?
Yep.
A nightmare.
Oh wow. Yep, that's exactly what it is. One deck of cards is bad enough. If there's two of them, we're gonna see some problems. But XOX1, I really like the Elsa Bloodstone ban in the middle of the draft. They had to at least deal with it at some point, because we've seen Triple AD absolutely cook with the Elsa Bloodstone. Shout out to Rocco,
Oh yeah.
who has been insane on that Elsa Bloodstone, doing so much damage, able to get multi-man Glartroxes consistently, has been so good for Triple AD on their lower bracket run to the grand finals in MRC6, and now XOX1, they get the pick onto the Vanguard Deadpool, but Triple AD, they get the save onto the Star-Lord. They know how strong this duo is, the Gambit and the Star-Lord. We've seen in other regions
Pick
not
your hero.
really prioritizing the
I'm
Star-Lord
not
save. I've
judging.
only seen it like, once or twice over in EMEA and Americas combined, and so far we've seen 2 series over in Asia, and they had a Star Wars save already.
Well, hey, if you're an Ignite viewer and you've watched the previous series, you saw how strong the Gambit Star-Lord combo is, and yeah, it's certainly nothing to scoff at. The fact
it's
now
insane.
that we get to see the double reserve, man, that's going to be a huge advantage for Triple AD coming into this, especially with XO loving to be very hyper-aggressive on their dives. I'm wondering where this Rogue will slot into things. She's either going to have a really great time getting into the back line, or with Sungjuk Woo and Zitha, they may struggle so much against the poke potential of Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, both sides have access to the Gambit, so there is a high chance that both teams will, at the very least, run the Gambit, Rogue, and Magneto. All 3 of them have a team up because of Gambit existing in the game. So both the Rogues can easily heal up the team, as well as both the Magnetos just having that extra damage as well, and that extra damage also translates into
4,
ultimate charge. And now we
3,
open up the gates
2,
here as we
1.
head into the first round between
All you
Triple
need
AD
to do is
and
activate
XOX1.
it.
XOX1, they are the dive kings of Asia. Can they beat out what is one of MRC's best?
Hey, all eyes on Daredevil. Songjak Woo has a lot to live up to now as being one of the kings of dive. He's got to find a way to get into Rocco, who is going to make sure anything but that could happen. Blinded immediately, though. Songjak has to find a way in. He'll be joined with the rest of his team now. Finding an alternative way in, you do relegate a lot of the mission area fairly early on to Triple AD's favor. But remember, this is a strat we've seen a lot from teams going up against Triple AD. They'll give them that first fight, come back swinging, and Triple AD will never win a fight again. They have to learn their lessons against Pirates from MRC, from the championship.
And Triple AD, they're not running the full die composition, whereas XOXO1 are, but Songjak Woo going down early is bad news for XOXO1. Triple AD are going to be able to get 2 quick picks, and surely are able to take over that site. And now with Triple AD, they can just go for the full core press as soon as this fight is over, but XOXO1, they still have Ace on the site, so it's still going to be contested for a little bit longer. Can they stall enough for Songjak Woo to come back?
But Dan, no one's capped the point yet. Triple AD has some stranglehold over it, but the Rogue is looking to siphon so much of that percentage away. Invisible boundary set up and ready to go. Tuba has already used his. It's just a matter now of seeing, will this be enough to have an early onslaught of heals coming on through to get that advantage back? The Quasit brings out their own invisible boundary, Dan. Things are looking great. This extra time will give a benefit for Triple AD, and they may just be able to cap early.
Yep, XOXO1, they thought about using the Raging Royal Flush. Oh, they're actually going to invest into it. They think it's winnable here. Winsker is able to get the second cast. No one still has not secured the first point. Rocco goes in with the Galactic Legend, countered by Ace on that Meteor M, but Rocco is still able to get value. And now Songjak Woo, his signature Spider-Man, is able to get the exit trade, but Triple AD get the cap first. And with XOXO1 still trying to make this dive composition work, means that they are going to lose out on space quickly.
Thankfully, no chance of a stagger now. Songjak Woo has backed off. Rocco's using this opportunity to poke up and get extra ult percentage in order to go for a Galactic Legend early. 3 ults available now for Triple AD. Meteor M is what I'm really focused on now. With the Heartbreaker off of Alyssa, can absolutely throw every plan of XO off for a loop. Rocco has to stay alive here. Cannot face up against this Spider-Man alone, but he has to find the poke to keep him at bay. Spectacular Spin's pretty close, but we see Deadpool's ultimate early, and Heartbreaker could very well be on its way. Could that be one body gone? Full fighting game mode coming through from Alyssa. That's going to be long gone. And now, could there be a chance to take it back? No. EXO's forced to relegate yet again.
Well, EXO now have a general idea that Illicit is ready to go with that Heartbreaker. So with XOXO1, their ultimate is coming up close. They need to use it fast. They need to use it efficiently. Yeah, Olymphil is now switching over to the Psylocke to try to give into the dive composition just a little bit more. Illicit and Zeta, both the rogues, are going to use their ultimates at the same time. Songjak Woo going in with the spectacular spin. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Triple AD here so far. And with XOXO1 now making their way onto the site, can they keep that grasp? Because the answer is looking likely to be no, as Songjak Woo and Ace just get wiped out.
75% now. Triple AD have seemingly learned their lessons. They did not give up that second fight, just as they had done just a month before. XOXO are struggling. They've tried the Spider-Man, they've tried the Daredevil twice, even the Psylocke now brought out, Dan, and none of it seems to pierce beyond Illicit.
Uh-oh, they're not going to invest in the portal either. 93% and climbing. As soon as they get to that 97% mark, they are able to trigger overtime. So they're going to do just that. Thanks to 27 Ace on the invisible boundary, Rez is trying to get that Royal Flush down, but he's not going to be able to because Rocco, with the supercharged Royal Flush Galactic Legend, is just going to wipe out XOXO1. This round just goes to Triple AD.
Everything at them. XOXO, they had a lot of adaptations. They did their best, but they couldn't win 1v1s. Rocco was able to evade the presence of Songjak Woo so much and was ensuring that he won every single fight he took.
It was just great spacing coming out of Triple AD. They know that XO really want to go for the dive. They want to go for the backline, but if Triple AD are able to manipulate the map into a position where they are able to avoid any sort of significant damage to the backline of Triple AD, this is just incredible movement coming in from Triple AD as a whole. The rotations have been perfect. The spacing has been also just as perfect. And XO just really could not find any sort of angles in. They get like 1 knockout, but that comes at a cost of 4 knockouts that they have to suffer themselves.
It's really just a matter of how can Sunjuk Woo play into this? Because his goal was to try to counter Rocco and level down the amount of impact that this Star-Lord could have. The problem is that Rocco would just completely evade him, never go for those individual fights, focus on gaining up Galactic Legend and playing with the team. There was no chance of breaking Triple AD's back line because it frankly didn't exist. Everyone was playing. Whoa! Corner portal is out. What is this? What a surprise! Meteor M is out. I wouldn't have expected that either. EXO, they've come out pretty much on top. That's 2 bodies gone though. It's the double 1 Vanguard and an Invisible Woman underway, but on the side as well. EXO, they've learned they have to take a more map advantage.
This is huge for EXO. 127 A's as soon as the portal went up by
right away.
They were able to get the pull through the portal and kind of get that pseudo kidnap down. And No Smite invests in the portal, but there is no safe way in, so he's just gonna get kicked right back in. But something worth mentioning, the reason why I'm saying this fight is huge for EXO-1, Rez didn't use the Royal Flush, and they still have it one-sided for the next fight.
You're completely right. That and Agamotto too. It's just a matter of seeing what you want to combine that with. Is the 2 ults alone could be enough. Don't get me wrong. But with Dark Child nearly on its way, Sunjuk Woo could have a lot of advantages going to this next fight. I'm looking at the strategies now for Triple AD. No one's set up and ready yet. Raging Royal Flush is on its way out. Someone's caught from behind. Rez is simply aware, but Windsor unfortunately is not. Backing around though. Dialing it back, having that site control. What matters most is not overheating, but making sure they can continue to capture site.
And Windsor get the value with the Royal Flush. Can Triple AD fly the cards enough so that EXO-1, when they use their own ultimates, are not able to counteract in time? 27 days. He's able to get the invisible boundary in time. Sunjuk Woo is close to Dark Child as well. Also has the chains available because of the Doctor Strange team up. But with those speed lightning blue, Meteor M trying to protect Rocco from any sort of firepower could mean the difference here. That is just the clutch factor already.
Wonderful work, Alyssa, forcing out the positioning of that Invisible Woman. Getting into the Meteor M was such wonderful work. That is chemistry. That is just intrinsic knowledge. And now recapture again from Triple AD. Things weren't looking good in the beginning. The portals were brought out 50%, and now there may be a chance to bring it back, but Rocco's forced to go Wolverine.
Yep, well, with a lot of melee options on the side of EXO-1, they're also running a double shield Vanguard composition. Ace on the mag, Zeta on the Doctor Strange means that Rocco could get so much value with a good Pharaoh Leap as EXO-1 are dropping down onto the site. Dark Child's out, which draws out the invisible boundary.
These overly aggressive demons now being attacked back with double melees. It's Alyssa and Rocco. Invisible boundary is still kept alive. Ace missing the Meteor M, and now everyone disenfranchised, looking for an opportunity to win these 1v1s. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing. The health bars are going up for Triple AD in this giant group fight. You would think they'd go down. The damage is being amounted so much. Wingzer's close to getting that Raging Royal Flush. Retzer's even closer. He needs to bring it out right here, right now, before the duels fall. How did that player survive? But no, it just keeps going. Even more with the hands of the Vanpool colliding everybody into a very small room. No Smite's good for 1, and Tuba's there for the follow-up. Slice and dice. Move them all away. Zaitha and Alone have brought it back. They are decimating all Triple AD. They have to capture now if they want a chance to tie it up.
Windsor used the Royal Flush onto 2 other members. They think it's still winnable, and I think their suspicions are true. And they're going to get staggered. No Smite's able to find the pick onto Rez, who just now used the Raging Royal Flush, and now EXO, they just get booted right out. It looks so good, but in the end, Triple AD are able to hold on to the site thanks to Windsor using the Royal Flush.
And there was already a portal used. Won't have that opportunity to bring it back in. The Wolverine having a field day up and above and around. But what about Sunjuk Woo? We thought maybe slice him away. That's 1 gone. A strategist not in the play. But a second, could this be his time to show off why he's the king? Maybe so. That's a meltdown from EXO. They brought it back in OT.
They've done just that, and they are able to recap somehow, someway. Sunjuk Woo is able to get this sneaky elimination onto Windsor, and that just left all the heals onto Quasid, and a single Invisible Woman cannot heal the incoming barrage of damage coming in from EXO-1. EXO-1 also have so many ultimates, but Rocco has the last stand available. What I think is the most clutch ultimate in the entirety of this game could come up huge, but it's going to be up to EXO-1 if they're able to go for the close hold here. Triple AD, though, they have the invisible boundary, but it's going to be easily traded by 27 A's here.
That's right, but I'm looking at Ace. That Meteor M could shut down Quasa's ult. But no Smung has gained a Meteor M as well. Both of them, it's a mutually assured destruction. A game of the turns to see which of these ults can be procced out and whether any of them will be destroyed. Double invisible boundaries out. The double Meteor M's could very much be on its way. That's going to be one. Can he find the snipe? No!
Wait,
That's that shut down instantaneously! Meteor for a meteor! Sunjuk Wu strikes again! Rocco on the other side! Ace falls! Things are looking fantastic now for Triple AD to bring things back, but it's double OT! It could be anybody's game still, Dan! And with Illicit now, a lone soldier on the battlefield trying to invade and hold things down! It's looking fantastic. Ace is forced to move away from the Magneto. A last second ditch maneuver to go for an assassin charge, get back onto the stage. But finally now, it's been enough time, Dan. There's a portal. Could open things up, but no, the interrupt. Rocco ensuring the Angela can't do much. The portal is too late. By frames, Dan. By frames.
Lone had so much time to use the portal. I'm not sure what caused him to spend so much time in there. They got the perfect swap down. XOXO1, they were able to communicate as soon as the Strange went down. They got the swap immediately, but still, Lone could not get the portal down. Ace was even there on the site to try to stall for the portal to come in. But just by a few millimeters, XOXO1 could not stall out any further, and Triple AD come out in a 2-0 inside map 1, and they get the map 1 win. What an affair between both of these teams. That is probably one of the longest overtime fights we have seen in a good while.
That just goes to show that Asia has a lot cooking up this year, Dan. Pacific is looking amazing, and we're only 3 maps into 2026. The fact so far is that we've seen Triple AD have power players on every single front of this matchup. We saw Celestial Husk grand finals and upper semifinals in MRC up against Pirates, and they struggled in team fights. The fact that they were able to change things around here looks so good in the process, and have these small counterplays like Rocco going to the Wolverine really goes to show that they are living up to their name of Triple AD, whatever that stands for, going into this.
A triple physical damage, I guess. Maybe. Amazing.
Aerodynamic?
I would say I would say aerodynamic, right? Because the way that Triple AD were moving was just absolutely perfect. Utilizing small rooms to try to prevent the dive from XOXO1. Because with dive composition doing so well in the open space, it doesn't do so well when the room gets smaller and smaller. And that's exactly what Triple AD knew. As soon as they bunkered down in those small rooms, especially in round 2, XOXO1 just could not get down there, or at least get at significant value, because you don't really have anywhere to go. And we saw it clearly when Sunjuk Wu just tried to go in to get some sort of eliminations. He just gets blown up.
Wait, Dan. Small rooms, Triple AD. I understand it now.
Oh?
Agile. Awesome. Aerodynamic. Triple AD.
There it is. There it is. But for now, we're going to see if XOXO1 decide to go for back to the drawing board, and Triple AD, can that momentum keep going? We're going to take a short break, and all our questions will be answered after this.
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Welcome back, Rivals. We just had a certified banger on our hands for game number 1, and we don't want to waste any time. We gotta go straight into game number 2 as soon as we humanly can. Dan, break it down for me. What did we just see?
Alone Phil's taking 5 years to make a portal. It was a certified banger. It was a certified banger in map 1, don't get me wrong, but Alone Phil's could have made it an even bigger of a banger. But unfortunately, just couldn't get the portal down. But XOXO1, oh, they got staggered for a good while, especially in round 1 of that first map. Triple AD were able to capitalize and also just moving in terms of what XOXO1 were throwing at them. When they went for the dive, Triple AD, they knew that if they just go into a small room and bunker down, they are able to at least get rid of the aggression and then go for the aggression on their own. And now, with XOXO1 taking a map loss, they go for the map pick and they choose Arako.
Okay.
A map pick that's not very, very popular over in EMEA and Americas, but so far in the Asia region, this will be the first on the first day.
Yeah, I'm really curious about why we chose to go to Arako. It could be a situation where maybe they think that Triple AD are less comfortable on this map. Could very well be a possibility. But if I'm XO, I'm worried about a lot larger of a picture, because they're the team that loves to tout around that they're melee masters and that they are so good on their dive, and they are. But Triple AD bunkered down and they hard countered that play. Sungjak Woo couldn't find any value in those 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him try out the Daredevil, we saw him try out the Spider-Man for a little bit, then settled on the Magic in round 2. And that's really how you counter dive, right?
Yeah.
Just go into a small room and then just try to draw the aggression into that small room, because again, if you're running dive, you want as much open space as possible to go from so many different angles and also back out from different angles as well. Because if you're in a small room, you're in the crossfires of so many different players.
Wait a minute, Dan. If that's the case, and you're certainly right, Arako it has a lot of small rooms, and that's going to be a big counter against XO.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see why XO decided to go for this pick, because like you said, Arako does have a lot of small rooms to work with, these little corridors in like different areas throughout the map. But are they lobbying on that first checkpoint here? Because right before that first checkpoint, you have that giant pit there, which could go for key environmental KOs. XOXO1 are also choosing to be on the attacking side first, so maybe this is the ideology. At least get to the first checkpoint and then try to keep that momentum going towards that second point, where the second point really has that uphill battle, quite literally, for XO if they even get that far. Whereas Triple AD, they need to be mindful of what XOXO1 want to do, because a good Spider-Man pull from Sungjak Woo right before that first checkpoint could be all the momentum that they need.
It could be, but I'm wondering if Triple AD can read into this and they want to prioritize anti-dive for their defensive. That means their bans, because they're starting off on the defense, I'm wondering if their bans are going to be centered more towards anti-dive instead.
That could be the case, like you mentioned, maybe something like the Loki Atom composition that has been somewhat popular. It definitely has decreased in popularity, especially with Season 7's Ultimate Charge nerfs kicking in, and with White Fox also being an option as well, which, quick reminder, those hotfix buffs are now live for these professional players, so White Fox could show up just a little bit more. We saw it back in the first series between N1 Hex and Reject, but now does it show up here on the side of Triple AD if they want to go for that anti-dive?
Yeah, it could very well be a possibility. I hope we get to see more White Fox. I feel like she'll fit into a Rocco sphere pretty well. I'm just thinking overall, like, if the win condition for XO is the fact that they want to keep sorry, not N1 Hex. If they want to keep Triple AD's attack inside that first point, they're drastically reducing the amount of distance that they can utilize for their win condition.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very much a big question mark on how Triple AD decide to go through on this ban draft. Whereas XOXO1, do they want to go for bans on the meta picks, or do they want to ban for their team identity?
It's going to be tough because, like, you know, there's a lot of hard picks that you could bring out against XO for bans. Like, you could theoretically ban the Spider-Man. You could theoretically ban the Daredevil,
but that just feels so wasteful, especially if it's on the Spider-Man.
So XO is still in a great spot where they have a lot of great meta control, and they're able to utilize a lot of heroes that aren't necessarily powerful enough to warrant a ban, but that just gives them more flexibility.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If you go for the ban onto a comfort pick on the side of XO, for example, like the Spider-Man, you're just leaving a lot of different options. That just opens a different can of worms, essentially. Like, you leave maybe an Elsa on the table, maybe a Gambit, maybe a Vanguard Deadpool, maybe Jeff. The list just goes on and on.
Hey, that's the last thing Triple AD needs right now. We know how they can play Elsa, Dan. We don't need to give it back to them.
I don't know if I want to see Rocco back on the Elsa Bloodstone, because I feel like at that point, especially if it's one-sided, that fight is already over before it begins.
Just give him the first place prize at that point, because dude, he is nasty.
Like, then again, right? We keep talking about this hotfix buff, right? It's really centered around the White Fox, but Elsa Bloodstone also got a 25 HP nerf with that hotfix. So does that play a factor? Yeah, the mobility and the damage is still untouched, but we have seen over in EMEA and Americas where if that Elsa Bloodstone had 25 less HP, they would have been eliminated.
That's true. I think the matter is that because she's banned so often, teams are learning to scrim and practice without her present, just assuming that she'll be banned out. And because of how strong she is, I think a lot of people on top of that are assuming that she's probably not going to stay that strong forever. So I think it's more so just getting ahead of the meta and not hard relying on I hate to say it, Dan, kind of a crutch if you want to use the Elsa.
Yeah, that is true, but from what we've seen on the side of Triple AD, they have done really, really well on other compositions. I don't think XOXO1, though, when we go into this ban draft, I don't think this Gambit Star-Lord should come through again. XOXO1, now it's their turn with the one-sided Gambit. Both sides did have the Gambit in that first map, but now, coming into map number 2, it looks like XOXO1 will get the one-sided Gambit. Triple AD banned out the Loki and the Elsa Bloodstone. So far, looking business as usual, but Triple AD, uh-oh.
Oh boy.
That's a save on the Elsa Bloodstone. We're about to see Rocco cook now.
We're about to see a certified Rocco moment, man. I mean, look, if we thought game 1 was a banger, I think we got to get our lungs ready, dude.
Oh boy, I mean, he's already taken our breath away, especially that multi-man Glartrox on Hell's Heaven. That's still in my head at this point. Rent free, exactly. But Triple AD, they know that with the one-sided Gambit, that the Star-Lord becomes much, much more of a threat. So Triple AD, great ban onto the Star-Lord.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure we saw Triple AD also ban out the Star-Lord back on Celestial Husk, making sure that XOXO only has one part of the Hydra to work off of. Sure, you get to keep the Gambit, but the poke potential off the Star-Lord can either be really, really good for teams or really not so great. But don't have to worry about that now.
We'll see, as the Invisible Woman is going to be banned away, so that's going to be less anti-dive options on the side of Triple AD. But XOXO1, they will get the save onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Triple AD still have one more ban to work with.
Surely a strategist ban.
Surely could be, but that's going to be where Triple AD could really freehand a little bit. Jeff is a great option. They will go for that. to just deny the Deadpool
You'll
and
need
the
a
Venom
top-notch
teaming up
team
with
to
that
win
Jeff.
this one.
So that's going to be one of those options on XOX1 being taken off the table. And with Jeff being so versatile of a strategist, not only can you play far back and just throw down heals for as long as you like, you can also play up close, especially when you have symbiote shenanigans with the Venom.
I think just the way that Triple AD likes to play too, they tend to group up and not divert out too often. They play off of each other a lot, which does promote the It's Jeff ultimate to eat up more players than usual. It's really Triple AD, the only team I can think of, at least in our region of the world, that consistently goes for Jeff bans.
There's no way Rocco rolls out in that. Okay. I was gonna say, don't roll out on the Blade when
What do you
Elsa Bloodstone is on the
Blade
table.
is so
That
much better than
cool.
Elsa.
We saw Blade for like what 20 seconds in the first series, and it didn't really do so hot. But now,
Yeah. Do you think that's the only time we see Blade in preseason?
I hope not. I want to see more Blade. I mean, Blade with Groot is an insane wombo combo. We saw it in Grand Finals as well. Shout out to Chopper Mag, but now coming in, XOX1, are they really rolling out on the Black Panther with the whole team?
Really? Black Panther Hulk magic? Oh, that is nasty from XO. Okay.
Where's
Sure,
Twitter?
man.
Where's Twitter? They need to clip this right now. We're seeing Black
Hold on, they
Panther
haven't
on the
done
Ignite
anything
stage.
yet.
I mean, they're already cooking right now. They're already
They
just
are.
dogpiling onto it. They drew out the Loki greens on the side of Closet, and with that resource gone,
man.
Triple AD just get wiped out, and that's the Loki gone already.
Oh my god, okay. This Black Panther is nasty. Remember, you said, go against dive, go and play in small corridors. The Black Panther is the perfect solution to that problem. Bring out the Hulk, the face of the problems. Have the Black Panther be the stealth option from the back. This is so nasty from XO.
Oh, and Rocco even gets eliminated by Songjok Woo. The sheer amount of melee firepower from this entire team, especially with Alone Phils getting that team up with the Hulk, means that this dive composition just gets amplified to at least 200.
And it's a little anti-dive coming up from Triple AD. We don't see Namor. We don't have a penny on this defensive
Okay.
side. The Loki is out, and Rocco does eliminate Songjok Woo. That's one part of this Hydra gone. But again, anything but. It's decimating this defense.
I am having so much fun watching this. Yeah, Alone Phils went down finally, thanks to an exit trade by Rocco, but it's enough. It drew away Triple AD from that first checkpoint, and XOX1, quick as you like it, will get that first checkpoint, and with 5 minutes left on the clock, they will just keep on going, but at least there's some adjustments on the side of Triple AD. No Smite now switching over to the thing, so he's going to be able to ground what could be more aggression from Songjok Woo with Ace, but Alone Phils now does not play the Black Panther anymore,
That's
and we'll just
okay.
go for a more backline option with the Punisher, which is a great option.
The consistent damage is out. Monster Hulk reigns supreme. Pretty soon, Magic will bring out her ultimate as well. Melting down everybody, a Raging Royal
Okay,
Flush
Raz.
would just be the cream directly on top. And now you have the Punisher too, the shotgun. I've seen it on social media. It is nasty to see. Invisible Boundary. It's just adding salt to the wound. There's nothing Triple AD can do. It's not often I get to say this, Dan, but this Elsa pick is struggling.
It might be struggling for not too much longer, because Closet is able to get the one-sided God of Mischief down, and Rocco is able to capitalize thanks to that carpet being laid out. That's going to be a lot of space given up by XXL1, so
can't
now
just
they're going to have to
rely on
go
the
for... Yeah, they're not going to have to, because now, with no more strategist ultimates in place, Songjok Woo and Zeta could go ballistic here.
They could. Agamotto is set up and ready to go, waiting for its moment to descend down upon and stun everybody on Triple AD. They're a team that loves to stick together. Closet's there for the heals, ensuring that this upper bridge continues to be in the attacker's favor. But down below, Closet needs to find a way to get back into things. Tuba takes down Renz from behind. A little selfie on top, just for an extra good measure. But I'm looking at this final judgment from Alone. That could be nasty. Zeta as well. You combine that with the Agamotto, and that could be a team wipe.
Yeah, we'll see if No Spite is able to target down Alone Phils. Triple AD surely know that Songjok Woo and Alone Phils have their ultimates ready to go, and yeah, with Songjok Woo screaming out the voice line, he's going to try to get as much value as possible, especially with Triple AD having no strategist ultimates to back it up.
Clobbering time, Apex Predator directly on top. Could have been a possibility if Rocco had not been eliminated. It's Sungjuk Woo from behind. Clobbering time on top, but Sungjuk Woo is from behind, surrounding this thing completely. The stun wasn't enough. And there it is. Final Judgment's out. Small corridor yet again. Triple AD thought they could have had a way to get out of this one, but no, they're forced to relegate point 2. It's another elimination. Raging Royal Flush Dance. Everybody's being shut down, and these ults haven't even been used. Zeta's still holding onto the Dagamoto.
And they get the second checkpoint in the end while using minimal ultimates. Sungjuk Woo goes in, gets the pick onto Rocco, and then Alone Fills with the Final Judgment only gets 1 elimination. But again, the goal with these ultimates is just to zone away the rest of the defensive side, and they did just that. EXO get the second checkpoint and are already creeping towards that third checkpoint.
Damn, they've been taking all of this space without even needing to use ultimates. EXO have 4 at their disposal. Eternal Bond is finally out, but Ace is set up and ready to go with that Meteor M when it does finally shine. There is Apex Predator, Quasad as well with an ultimate that surely copies Cloak and Dagger. But a Raging Royal Flush. Oh, that's everybody. That is a massacre waiting to happen down below. These defenders don't know what's coming. Rocco has Apex Predator. There's a carpet in between. The heals are counteracting each other.
Went down.
Quasad falls. No spikes there to remove the doppelganger of Magneto. And shutting down everybody, barely using any ultimates. That's the entirety of Triple AD gone.
That was a shotgun shot coming in from Alone Fills to shut down the Eternal Bond there. Insane play coming in from Alone Fills on the Punisher. That was the only option they had if they wanted to shut down that carpet from being that much of a problem. Whisker's turn now on the Eternal Bond, but does he find the same fate here?
Meteor M is set up and ready. 4 ultimates at EXO's disposal. Feels like we just saw hold them 30 seconds ago, and they're back again. Invisible boundary. The Dark Child arises, and even though there was the Eternal Bond, Ace doesn't even need to use Meteor M.
Ace goes in up high.
Find?
He's gonna just try to provide extra protection for Alone Fills on that Final Judgment, suck up all the projectiles. Zeta goes up high with the Cloak of Levitation, and that's a full push coming in from XOXO1.
How much time was left on the clock, Dan? That was
55.
ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. They just ran right through. There was nothing that they could do, and Triple AD, they were lobbying on the win condition of just Rocco, go KO. But he couldn't get KOs. He just got KO'd himself.
And we were wondering, such an aggressive team like EXO, why would they choose a Rocco? It's so hard to dive after that first point, but they proved us wrong. They looked amazing, man.
They looked beyond insane. Alone Fills even getting the shotgun shot to get the guaranteed one tap through the Eternal Bond healing was, I think, the difference between a full push and Triple AD getting the momentum back for themselves and trying to get that hold down. And now with Triple AD on the attacking side, how do they approach this attacking side? How do they want to structure their composition? Whereas XOXO1, they're going to bring out the Captain America for the first time.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see how it breaks apart the back line. Like Sungjuk Woo rocking the Rocky here, you have the BRB beacon, the CYA. Pretty soon, triple. Yeah, why not? You have a gigantic barrier. 2 barriers, really. One of just pure raw body blockage and the other being heals. I don't know if Triple AD can push this convoy at all.
I have to see as the gates do open up. Now it's Triple AD's turn on the attacking side. Rocco staying on the Elsa Bloodstone. XOXO1 have been doing so well in containing the Elsa throughout this entire map. And it's just going to be, can Rocco get the key eliminations? Illicit stayed on the silo for a little bit, but thinks that maybe just putting all the resources to get the damage amplification onto Rocco could be the difference in terms of breaking through this triple spawn hold.
Yeah, important to note too, outside the Vanguard, there's not really a native hit scan to rely on against Illicit on the Storm. This could be good to have that damage amp, like you said. Just a way to all band together and hope for the best. But Alone is already into the back line, trying to separate out these teams, shooting away the regeneration domains. The doppelgangers of Loki are gone, but it's still a solid start.
Yeah, but that's a key resource gone on the side of what I think, yeah. Triple AD, that's going to be one of those resources gone. So now at XOXO1, they have about 20 seconds to just go for those eliminations, but No Smite is able to find a pick onto Zeta, who does get brought right back. And now XOXO1, they can keep this fight going. Great bubble coming in from XOXO1 to keep Zeta alive, and now XOXO1, they want to go for plays, but Rocco finally lets the Glartrox out, is only able to find 27 A's, but that is a key elimination because that's the invisible boundary gone.
Key eliminations, Dan, but the thing is, though, is that you're staggered now. You're on the defense. You cannot give up P1, but the style that EXO likes to play, and through it all, there's not a lot of damage coming through outside of ultimates. Ace removes Illicit from the battle, at least momentarily. Ace could also bring out the Meteor M, but it's not enough. Great teleport coming through from the Cloak and Dagger, and Rocco is still rocking by, taking down names every which way.
Rocco's able to finally bring some room for himself. Zeta switches over to the Thor to take out Closet. CYA goes up. Illicit is going to be primed to go for the Omega Hurricane, and there is no way for XOXO1 to protect themselves from that Hurricane, but it's only going to find one elimination. It's only going to be the VRB invested on the side of XOXO1, so they're gladly able to keep this fight going.
Yeah, looking a lot more confident than I thought going into this. Rocco again taking the elim, the isolation, the small rooms once more, the bane of EXO's existence. Illicit falls, Rocco there for the trade, Zeta falls, swapping away from the Captain America now to the Thor.
So far, the Thor is able to find one, but he does get taken out thanks to an exit trade. So Triple AD are also going to reel back for a little bit, but they're going to be a little bit concerned on the time here. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Rocco does have the Glartrox ready to go, but when does he pull the trigger? When do they think is a good time? Duba's already diving so far back into the back lines as Hongjok Blue is going to get marked. Surely doesn't get taken down. The patty cake needs to be absolutely perfect. Illicit, he's even clawing away onto Ace, is able to find that elimination, but Rocco is still holding on to Glartrox. That's going to catch up. 3, and 3 will go down. Ace is going to get stunned up. Zeta's going to get taken out. Rocco finally showing signs of life for Triple AD.
My God, what a shutdown on your team white from XOXO. A third hero swap now for Illicit, having gone from the Psylocke to the Storm to now the Wolverine, shutting things down immediately. Rocco finding his footing finally now on this attacking side. Both sides' defenses are struggling. Sure, it's not a 5-minute timer on the clock like it was for XO, but 3 minutes is still extremely healthy.
Yeah, it's still manageable for XOXO1 to get the hold down in the second point. Keep in mind, it's an uphill battle, literally, for Triple AD if they want to get to that second checkpoint. XOXO1 can just post themselves up into that high ground, but Hongjok Blue now switching over to the Daredevils, going away from that triple ideology, now moving on to something else. Great fade coming in from Winsberg to try to evade the Meteor M as Rez is able to get a wild frag.
And guess what? Now Raging Royal Flush could be a possibility depending on how this invisible boundary goes. Songjak Woo swapping to that Daredevil. Damn, that's huge. There's damage now for EXO. They may have a chance to fight back, but Illicit's set up and ready. He has bridge control. And up and above and around, you're not taking care of all of your different angles. And Zeta nearly taken down. He is taken down. A confirm. And separating out all of EXO away. They're forced to relegate the entirety of this convoy point.
Where is Songjak Blue? He is, I think, in no man's land on the other side of spawn.
You can't see him?
I see what you did there. I see you. But Rez, though, has that one-sided Gambit ultimate. Illicit goes in with the last stand. Winsker is able to get the Eternal Bond down. It's just an ult dump on the side of Triple AD. They really, really want the second checkpoint quickly and now, and they might just get it.
I mean, now's a chance for EXO to turn things around. They have the Daredevil brought out, but it's a complete wipe from Triple AD's side. Yep. No survivors for EXO as they get point 2.
And with 3 minutes on the clock, XOXO just have to hold off Triple AD's offensive moves if they want to force a deciding map number 3. This one-sided Gambit has been doing so well. Zeta's even charging up the portal. Rocco is relaying it to the team. Songjak Woo even has the Devil out, so he's going to try to find it, but the Righteous Cross will find Winsker, but can he find the other strategist?
Descent down below.
He does.
Taking down one of the strategists. Could that be another? It seems like the answer should be yes. Songjak Woo again. It's his playground now, taking down Rocco and anybody that comes across his way.
much better.
And look how aggressive that portal is coming in for XOXO1. They just want to get the spawn hold. That's all they care about. And Tuba off to the side trying to find some sort of pesky elimination or at least charge up the Bandhammer. But with the spawn so close for Triple AD and XOXO1 just providing an insane amount of aggression. We haven't seen this amount of aggression in other regions.
No, and this is what makes this region so amazing to watch. It is wonderful to see Alone with the Dance of the Butterflies procced out on top of the invisible boundary, 30 HP to boot to make it work, and through it all, extreme amounts of aggression, shelling every which way you look, and through it all, Alyssa goes for yet another swap. It's the Ultron out now, hoping to maybe counteract against something, but it's not working out just yet. Triple AD has to bring something out now, and it could very well be the Glartrox. Apex Predators underway, and I don't know where it's gone.
Oh
There's
my god,
so many
I have
colors.
Hello.
It's all of XOXO! Ace! Everybody! Ace is going crazy mode! And so is Alone, shutting down that Ultron. And Triple AD, they have to go for a major swap with a minute left.
I can't lie, the way where the place where this fight is happening, it makes it feel like that Triple AD never even got the second checkpoint. But they in fact did, but with a minute left on the clock, XOXO1 are still in front of Triple AD spawn, and Triple AD just cannot break through.
What's the call here, Dan? How do you change it up?
Illicit might be the difference here with the Rage of Ultron to provide space and allow Triple AD to walk on forward. Rocco is able to find the isolated pick on the Ace. That's another Vanguard down. That's both Vanguards down on XOXO1. And it looks like Triple AD finally looking to break on through thanks to a triple KO coming in from Rocco, making a quad actually. My goodness.
Has finally been bought for Triple AD. 30 seconds left. All
30
it takes
seconds
now
left.
is for XO.
Look how long.
They only just need to get by. They have to face for overtime. XO has already done the hard part for their attack. They just have to fight for this dip down here. Take this upper level control, and they most certainly want to. Triple AD, they have that in their favor now. Shields up above. Rocco, as long as they can stay alive and work around this Van pool, they can make anything happen. 82%. Very soon, Apex Predator once again. Ace, not to be, not there anymore. And it just continues on forwards. And Sungaku is forced to hide away. This Elsa has reigned supreme, has had no shutdown potential. The Daredevil now gone, and with overtime now procced out, it seems like nothing is stopping Triple AD from securing overtime.
27A still has all the invisible boundary. Lone Fields is very close to the final judgment. Ace can also back him up, try to suck up all those projectiles yet again. And now here we go. There's the win con with the Raging Royal Flush and the final judgment. The Eternal Bond does come out. It's an ultimate party here right before the third point. Sniped down by Ace, takes out the Eternal Bond, and XO, they're just gonna take over. They might just win out here in map number 2 off of an ultimate dump from both sides.
Great patience, great calling work from XO and So, ensuring that they did not go for their panic ults, knew that they had one last attempt up their sleeve to hold everything down and go for an ult dump when it mattered most, starting with that invisible boundary and cascading from there. XOXO, they put on a glorious performance.
We saw the power of XOXO1 right there. They equalize here in the best of 3 series. We need a third to separate these two teams. And Triple AD, they just got spawn held for so long. It just, you don't see that every day.
Never.
Where a team on the defensive side is literally right in front of the attacker's spawn. That is almost the incorrect play in many scenarios, but XO somehow made it work.
It's the aura coming out from XOXO. They look so confident going to a map that they must have felt that Triple AD would be so much less confident on than they would. We saw the hero pool from XO be ridiculously deep. Not to say that Triple AD's wasn't, with Illicit especially, but a Black Panther finding that much value in pro play? Oh my god, Dan, we're in for a treat this season.
I know. You also have to shout out Alone Fields again on the Punisher,
yeah,
getting the key elimination in that team fight to bring them to the full push. Like, how do you land the shotgun that quickly and efficiently before Quaza even had a chance to go for the counter dark teleportation is insane. coming in from Malone Fills. This is one of those players that you need to watch out for. Not only on Sungjok Woo, who is usually on those melee dive characters, but you've also got Malone Fills being that safety net of a backline option as well, but he could also dive with Sungjok Woo as well.
You know, all things considered, XOXO, they had a great time for game 1, but Sungjok Woo was comparatively quiet compared to what we had seen in game 2. The fact that we saw the added value come out, the Daredevil really truly shine on that defense, really goes to show, again, very in-depth hero pool on an individual and on a team-centric level, that XOXO, if they're willing to show these kinds of acrobatics on Arako, I really want to know how deep their actual map and hero pool actually goes.
Yeah, and speaking of map pool, we've just had a convoy map now. Now we move on to Convergence. That will be the third and deciding game mode here in this best of 3 here. And it's going to be a choice for Triple AD to see what kind of options they go for. There is a lot of anti-dive options available, especially when you're on the Convergence side. You can just bunker down in the zone and just prevent XOXO1 from making any sort of advantageous moves. But the question is, which map will they go for?
I'm wondering if we're going to see our Convergence map look very similar to Convoy, where it's just a struggle for the defense until we see a big macro level change, and then everything's flipped on its head.
And that's going to be the big idea, right? You got to think about different ways that you can counteract what XOXO1 are going to throw at you, because at this point, you just know that they're going to want to dive and dive and dive and dive. So you just need a map with a lot of the small rooms. And you said it at the beginning of the second map. It's the Arako is just a map with so many small rooms, but Triple AD just couldn't get it to work. But now we head into the break. Which map does Triple AD go for? Which Convergence suits them best? And that is something we will figure out after this short break.
Come on, we said game 1 was a banger. What do we call an even better game 2? An Omega level banger, maybe? At this point, game 3, it will be new heights we haven't seen before. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Dan, the man with a plan. Certified map 3 glasses being put on now. That's how you know we're in really good territory.
Yep, this is the pattern here in the Asia region, at least back in 2025. It's always been a close fight between all of the teams here in the Pacific Asia region. Only in Asia is something that I really like to dub. Because right now, only in Asia, we've got a map 8 in the best of 7. But anyway, that's a story for another time. We got a matchup here between XOXO1 and Triple AD going the absolute distance here. Triple AD dropping a map against XO on Arako now means that Triple AD have to choose a convergence map, as that is the only game mode left here. And now we've been kind of talking about it in the green room. What map do they really want to go for here?
You know, I'll be honest, I'll give you my professional, analytical opinion. It could be anything, really. with the way that we're seeing all of these players on both teams play, realistically speaking, it just depends on what the adaptations are going to look like. If we could see a Black Panther pop off on Arako, anything's possible, man.
And then in terms of adjustments, right, you got to look at the ban draft again, right? Triple AD let the one-sided gambit through, and XOXO1 were able to take full advantage of it. And Triple AD, we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the broadcast, right? You either ban out the gambit or you ban things that complement the gambit. And Triple AD went for the latter option, but they still got absolutely rolled by the one-sided gambit.
You know, you speak on the gambit, and I do agree. We saw the opportunity where the gambit was reserved, the Star-Lord was banned out, but the Elsa was allowed. And at first it looked like Rocco was a little shaky on the Elsa, at least on the defensive side. Wasn't the best position to be in, but it really did pop off on the attack. Is that going to force XO now to go for an Elsa ban too?
I don't think XO
Really?
needs to ban out the Elsa. They did a really good job at containing the Elsa when they were on the attacking side. Yeah, it got a little bit hairy towards the tail end. It got a little bit close once Triple AD were able to get Rocco online when they were on the attacking side. But with XO being able to contain that Elsa so well, I really don't think they need to invest the ban onto the Elsa. I was a little worried because we've seen a peak of Rocco just cooking on the Elsa Bloodstone, but XOXO1, I gotta give props to them for being able to contain this Elsa Bloodstone.
Do you think it would be... I'm trying to think of the best way to word this. Do you think it would be an advantage, the hope that Triple AD would rock the Elsa and counterplay that instead, as we go to Shin Shibuya?
Ooh, okay. It's gonna be Shin Shibuya. Triple AD choose the attacking side first, so that is something worth mentioning. They probably have something cooked up if they're gonna willingly choose the attacking side, set the tone throughout this entire deciding map number 3.
I could also see like a reality where you don't want to have a repeat of a Rocco. You started off on the defense, you did not play that defense that great. To be fair, both teams did struggle on the defense, but if you start off on the attack and still make your way all the way to P3, at least then you guarantee overtime, which I think would be a good little safety egg for Triple AD.
But this is the issue for Shin Shibuya in particular, right? This map is very, very defender-sided. On the first checkpoint, you don't really have many ways to get access onto the site. You do have different avenues of a way in, but those avenues still lead to the main site area. And really the only way you can really add a little variety in terms of different entryways is through a Doctor Strange portal off the rip. But yeah, is that what Triple AD are going to go for when they go for the attacking side first? Because yeah, you could try to do that and get the first checkpoint down, but then comes the second checkpoint, which I think is just as difficult to push through.
Hold on a second, Dan, because I'm thinking right now, right? We saw XO lose the domination map pretty handedly against Triple AD. Triple AD lost the convoy map. Who's to say you have to play the convoy section of Convergence at all? If I'm Triple AD on that defense, I'm making sure that XO can never fully cap.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game, right? They have all the space on the site, if they're able to just bunker down, just prevent every single move that EXO want to go for, like you mentioned, we saw them do exactly that back in map number 1, and Triple AD just have to do the exact same thing here, but now XOXO1, sorry, will have to be on the defensive side first. They could resort towards the triple setup, like they did when they were on the defensive side, and then Triple AD, it's going to be up to them to figure out what works best for them in terms of how this ban draft turns out.
God, how the heck do you even begin to go for the bans on this one? We've seen Alyssa go for some wild picks. We've seen Sungjok Woo do the same. Realistically, everybody on XOXO has done some pretty wild shenanigans for heroes. So, do you just stick to the meta? Ban out Lokis, ban out Gambits, ban out maybe Elsas?
I think Gambit really needs to go from both sides. We've seen
Okay.
that both teams could not handle the Gambit very, very well. We saw XOXO struggle with it in map number 1. We saw Triple AD struggle with it, especially in map number 2. So maybe this time around we see a Gambit mirror off the rip?
I think that's definitely
Maybe.
a possibility. I don't think there's really any hard counter picks that we could see, because it's more of the idea of the playstyle you can't necessarily counterplay. Like, you
Yeah.
ban the Daredevil, okay, you just play Spider-Man to play Black Panther. Okay.
Yep. Okay,
Also for
so
Gambit.
XO will take away the Gambit from Triple AD, but Triple AD will get the one-sided Elsa, and I think XO, again, are completely okay with that, because one, I don't think anyone on XO really plays the Elsa Bloodstone, and two, they've been able to contain Rocco very, very well, and they think that they can do it again.
Do you think that's a waste of a ban in reserve? Oh, the Gambit's
Ooh,
out.
that's not a waste for sure, I know that.
by no means. That's a huge reserve now from XOXO. Triple AD can't play the Gambit anymore.
Yep. Again, it's a one-sided Gambit for XOXO1. And we saw that become an huge issue for Triple AD, not only inside the game itself, but also throughout the rest of the ban draft. Remember, XOXO1 were able to get the early save onto the Gambit, which meant that Triple AD needed to adjust their bans a little bit, and they're doing exactly that. They have to draw out the Loki ban, they have to draw out the Star-Lord ban, and with XOXO1 having all this momentum in the ban draft, will even compound it with a save onto the Vanpool.
All right, Vanpool for the Daredevil 2, Triple AD.
It has to be a Jeff ban.
Yeah, that's what they have always
Again.
gone for.
Yeah, they have to do it again. That's going to be the play for Triple AD. They had to ban out the Jeff because of the threat of the Deadpool and the Venom team up that this Jeff is able to
Yeah,
get
there it
access
is.
to. And now that's going to be all the bans being drawn out just by a single lock-in coming in from XOXO1. Actually, maybe two if you count the Deadpool.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so far, XOXO are looking fantastic. Plenty of options available now for their arsenal when it comes to this matchup. Invisible Woman ban is going to be an extra cherry on top
You'll need
against
a
Triple
top-notch
AD.
team to win
A lot
this
of
one.
strategic prowess that won't be in their arsenal anymore. I'd be really worried about the backline this time. I don't know if we can see overly aggressive plays from Triple AD without an Invisible Woman or Gambit.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to figure out because Triple AD, again, they're on the attacking side first. XOXO1, I think they clearly won out on this ban draft, I feel like.
Oh, for sure.
Because Triple AD, they give away the one-sided Gambit. They also give away the one-sided Mantis as well. So there's just so much different options that XOXO1 could go for on the defensive side as well. And Triple AD, I feel like they just cooked themselves in this ban draft.
Now, look, I'm no psychologist, but I really feel like this is a confidence play from Triple AD, and not in a good way. You had to reserve the Elsa. Maybe you felt like you couldn't pop off without it. It was such a big factor for the last two games, or last game, I should say. I'm wondering now, because they had to have their bans and picks be so reactive, XOXO, like you said, they have so much room to play around with here, and they won out for
3,
sure.
2, 1.
And now with the gates opening
You
up
have to stop
for
them from
Triple
securing the
AD,
mission.
they have to get the offense going and quickly because XOXO1, they have so many strong picks available to them. Olympus on the Phoenix could just rain down the firepower onto this main area. Triple AD also piloting the Luna Snow and White Fox team up now. So there's lots of anti-dive, lots of crowd control available on the side of Triple AD with those charms, with the stuns, and now Triple AD, ooh, I like this rotation coming in, going towards the side room to try to go for advantages, but Sungjaku was able to figure that out quickly.
What a massacre! Early on, the Luna Snow says goodbye for just a few seconds, and it just keeps on going, anticipating the Triple AD would take on through the pagoda onto the other side, not on the necessary spawn. It's gonna be a meltdown instantaneously. Hook, line, and sinker, Dan. XOXO made sure that Triple AD fell into their trap.
That's the strength of this Daredevil, right? He has the damage, yeah, he has the mobility and the survivability, but the strongest part of Daredevil's kit is his freaking passive. Being able to get wall hacks through the sight lines of all this terrain means that XOXO1 just have the information at all times of where Triple AD are going for, and they went for the rotation play, which could have caught XOXO1 off guard for a little bit, but with Sungjaku being at the right place at the right time just meant that they just knew it was coming, and XOXO1 were able to make the first move.
Hey, you weren't kidding about how defensive this initial convergence point is. So far, Triple AD, they've struggled to get past this initial choke point. They had that alternative route. The entire building has collapsed. They're trickling in, but unfortunately, it seems like they're taking 1v1s in the process, and that could work out well for them if they could just win one initial fight. Finally, now Ultron's Rage is out and underway. This is their chance to bring it home. Invisible Boundary is out. Ace does have Meteor M, but it doesn't seem like it really went anywhere. Raging Royal Flush will have to come out as the Invisible Boundary falls as a way to push everyone back. But I see Rocco with that Apex Predator, and that Glartrox can be devastating.
No, I think Rez is holding on. Oh no, I thought he was going to hold on to a Raging Royal Flush to try to get the cleanse from the Glartrox coming in. Glartrox, in the end, just whiffs completely, and Z10 is able to find the pick. Rocco's thankfully able to find the pick onto Rez, so it cuts the Royal Flush short for a little bit, as Illicit is able to find the pick onto Z10. Great use of ultimates coming in from Triple AD to get the space that they need with the Rage of Ultron, and are able to start charging up onto the side. There was a slight delay there, and Sungjaku is going to charge up that portal to go for a second round in this team fight.
Setting up for that baby to take down Illicit as well. The flyer versus the hit scan could be huge. And Song Inferno directly onto the point. Yeah, kind of. Ooh, what will it find? No, it finds almost one. That's Redzer instead, taking down Rocco. Portal is out. And when there was a minute left on the clock, minute and 30, I should say. And finally now, the fate of both worlds is in the hands of Quasit, making sure that they can cycle between damage and health to keep the entire teams alive. But guess what? Revenge is out. There's so many ults on the board.
27 A's. 27 A's needs his ultimate down.
Invisible Boundary needs to come out right now, Dan. Hold the line. 40 seconds are left. Play for the stall. This defense needs to hold through. There it is. Invisible Boundary just in time.
No.
Holding things down, but alone from behind, though. Your main damage dealer's gone.
That was a huge pick from Duba, getting the duelist down as soon as he tries to enter the Invisible Boundary. Sungjaku going in with the Eye of Agamotto, doesn't find anyone. Illicit is there with the Rage of Ultron. Insane ultimate rotations coming in from Triple AD. XOXO1 have to survive this barrage of ultimates, and slowly but surely they're just getting worn out little by little. But 27 A's and Rez are able to get value with the Royal Flush. XO are holding with overtime coming up.
It's a millimeter to go with Triple H. It needs
oh my god, the body block!
Attacking side, they won't be able to get it. It's so little, and no, somehow this defense works. A portal, all the ultimates brought out at once. Triple AD, it seemed like a near guarantee that they could at least last out the ults, but they just barely missed out, Dan.
Triple AD, they were doing so well with those ultimate rotations, just getting strat ult after strat ult to try to stall out everything that XO wanted to do. They looked to break through, but with a desperation portal play coming in from XO1, all eyes were on 27 A's, especially in that final team fight when the portal came out, to see if he was able to get the Invisible Boundary in time. They lose out alone fills in the end, but it was still enough. Rez was bought enough time to get the flush down, and that was the finishing blow in that entire team fight. Insane reaction play coming in from XO. We usually see them on the aggression, but they are able to react just as well.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, just great communication overall. The fact that they were able to use the map's environment to ensure that Triple AD could not get any sort of distance until the very last few seconds of their attacking side. I mean, Songjak Woo, that Daredevil initially was huge to lay down a spiderweb trap without Penny even existing in the server to ensure a full team wipe. But we swap sides now. Songjak Woo is now onto the Magic, alone on the Punisher. That's going to be a really nasty hit scan one-shot combo.
They're setting up for a portal play. They're not going out of the main front room. They're going to the side room to make sure that if Triple AD go for any sort of CC, it's not going to be available to them. But it looks like Triple AD are fully they're fully aware of this teleport. Look how spread out Triple AD are setting themselves up. But Rocco just gets blown up. What in the world?
What a snipe! I cannot believe that. Bro, mini ulted. That's not a magic ult. That's Songjak Woo's ult. That's incredible. Having full control of the site, what feels like instantaneously. It's just a matter now of getting that small circle.
Oh no,
remember,
shotgun.
You do not have to go all the way up. It's just two pings and then 99%, and already Triple AD have relegated their space into a small building, the bane of their existence. Alone is there, shotguns are out, Rez for the follow-up is there to make sure this is our quickest map so far of preseason Pacific. It's already over, Dan.
What in the world? How in the world did EXO get away with that elimination? That is something you don't see every day. A magic right click from downtown through a portal onto the head of Rocco? Like, the stars had to align for that elimination to kick in, and that's exactly what EXO needed.
Chat's gonna have to tell us how long that map was, because I honestly want to say that was sub 7 minutes.
I'd say 6 minutes.
Oh, I see what you did there. Five minutes in game, dude.
5
Barely.
minutes. Okay, we were both right. It was under 6 minutes and 7 minutes, and now we see XOXO1 take the 2-1 win over Triple AD, and this is the power of an invited team with so much Ignite experience up against Triple AD, who are coming in through the MRC, who also have MRC experience and Ignite experience in their own right, but they just seemed outclassed by XOXO1. Huge props to them, especially to contain Rocco's Elsa Plus them, which we've seen pop off in MRC, but now coming onto the Ignite stage, XO just contained it very, very well.
Hey, look, for the most part, it was containment, but there were a few moments where Rocco looked like a different beast compared to everybody else on that Elsa. I hope we get to see more of it throughout this season, because he is one of the best Elsas I have seen, period. And because, again, Triple AD came through from the MRC side, they had to make a huge lower bracket run for a chance to even qualify for Marvel Rivals Ignite. And here they are, still going toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the world, and looking pretty dang good doing it.
And this is exactly what we wanted, right, coming in from XOXO1. We wanted to see this dive composition shine, especially here in the preseason of Ignite. I've been so excited to see XOXO1 play again. They've been one of my favorite teams to watch back in 2025, and so far in 2026, they are staying true to what they know best, going for the dive composition, going for something that they have been working on for an entire year. Keep in mind, this entire roster has stayed together for a whole year now, so they have a lot of experience with each other.
They must be one of the only teams to do that in the entire world, because we've seen so many roster moves, roster get-in all over the place in every region, and I mean, it goes to show how, you know, through the thick and thin, through defeats and victories, what it's like to continue on despite all of that, and making that chemistry stronger and stronger. You get unbelievably wild in-depth pools like a Rocco Black Panther, or having the huge building crushing down on you with Daredevil by your side. It's really not often that other teams can do that right now.
And XOXO were able to adjust quickly, not only inside of the game, but also in the ban draft as well, right? Letting the Elsa through, because they know that they are able to contain what could be the Elsa. And Triple AD, I'm not sure if they really wanted to go for the Elsa one-sided pick, because maybe you could argue Lowenfels could do well on the Elsa. He is one of the main hit scan duos of XO, but Triple AD investing a lot to make sure that Rocco has the most favorable position possible in order to take over the game just fell flat here as XO. They just run the full dive composition and they just run the laps around Triple AD.
I mean, you have plenty of footage for both teams now to watch and see what the counter plays could be. Honestly, though, how do you counterplay XL off of that, right? It really felt like each player was their own team to an extent. They were able to like really parse each other around with so many different interweaving strats. I'd be really curious to see which team could take on EXO and defeat them as we go through this season, because genuinely right now, I think the only person that could maybe solve it is Coach Dan.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably going to be... yeah, I could probably try to decipher what EXO have in store for them, and as well as trying to figure out what other teams can do in order to shut down what XOXO have been doing. To be fair, XOXO1 did get away with the one-sided gambit, maps 2 and 3, and were able to utilize that so well. And I feel like at this point, right, I think a one-sided gambit is way stronger than a one-sided Elsa. We saw that in those two maps alone.
I mean, surely now, if you want to go up against either one of these teams, you got the ban Gambit no matter what. And there was a lot of strategist bans from both sides that could have made things a lot scarier, but with White Fox now added to the inclusion, even with her minor nerfs, the Gambit pick has just been reigning supreme.
Yeah, and although the ultimate duration did go down by 2 seconds, the damage amplification went up by 5%. So you're doing 25% more damage, which makes the Star-Lord and the Gambit just so much stronger. And I'm getting word from production that we're getting an interview in a few moments' time.
Oh, that's right. We have our wonderful friend Sungjuk Woo on the mic in just a few moments. I really can't wait to see how we can pick his brain, because he was one of the big playmakers in just wild, aggressive plays. Hello, how are you, man?
Hey, hello.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello. So, where to begin? We're practically out of breath from how amazing and some of the initial plays were from both of your teams. I think the big question is, map 1 was a little scary. We saw the swap around to Arako for game 2. What was the thought process to go to that second map?
Our first map is kind of bad, right? We kind of struggle a little bit, and the second map we practiced on that map a lot, so we kind of just like go into like our base map, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's looking like Arako is going to be one of your comfort maps. That's good to hear from the team as a whole. You guys have been together for a whole year now, but also I want to ask, for the ban draft, did you guys intentionally let the Elsa Bloodstone through? Were you guys confident that you were able to counter Triple AD's Elsa Bloodstone, especially in the hands of Rocco?
Yeah, after the Elsa nerf, I think we think it's kind of like she's not that OP right now, so the Gambit is more powerful. Like, so yeah, we start banning Gambit.
When there's a lot of pressure against you as a player in the server and your team, what are the communications like? What are the comms feeling like? Is it like chaotic? Does everyone know exactly what they need to do? And when there's big character swaps, like say to a Daredevil or to a Spider-Man, does everyone know exactly how to play around your style?
Yeah, everyone knows how to play around me, but you know, the character that I play like is not really work in this meta, like I would say. And the comp is kind of the first game is like everywhere. The comp is just chaotic, and after that map you just reset and then talk things out. Yeah, so yeah.
And I just have one more question. I'm just curious in terms of what your team compositions were going for, because we saw in map 2 you guys pulled out the Black Panther. Is that something you've been working on, or is that something that you just kind of considered on the fly?
Yeah, I said yeah, that's something we've been working out for so long, and you know, because like the first on defense enemy likes to like, you know, hold close, so we can just dive them with the strength magic team up and BP and clean them up.
It
like that.
blew our minds to see that. Songjak Woo, man, I mean, look, the platform is yours. You have a lot of fans. Maybe you got some newfound haters out there after what we saw in the amazing gameplay that y'all were able to bring out this early into a season. What do you have to say to all of them?
Yeah, thank you guys for all the support. I see some of you guys support our team. Thank you so much. That means a lot to us. And yeah, we will try our best again. Like every match, we try our best to get to land, I guess.
That's amazing. Well, we hope to see you there. Songjak Woo, thank you so much, man. I can't wait to watch more of your amazing gameplay throughout this season.
Thank you.
Wow, that was simply incredible. It was really cool to peer more into the minds of one of the most aggressive players that we have in the entire Pacific region. And to be honest, I think this is only skimming the surface about what him and the rest of EXO have in their arsenal for strategies.
I think a lot of fans have now shown up for XOXO1. It happened in the same way in the Americas region when YWL finally got to show their strat book, show off what they can do, and now XOXO1 are doing the exact same thing here in the Asia region, and already there's those parallels between those two teams. It makes them really, really fun to watch. This is why I'm saying, if you really want to watch Ignite Pacific, if you really want to follow the scene for this year, XOXO1 is the team to watch out for if you want to have the most fun watching.
Well, now, hold on now. We have so many other teams to go. Can you only believe that we're halfway done with our day? We've seen 4 teams so far. I know. It was a surprise to me, too. I hope we get even more games after this. Why, we should never stop casting. I think we should do this 24/7. But our bodies say no, we can't. That's okay, though. We're going to go to a small break and get our next series set up. So don't go anywhere. We have more bangers coming up soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining.
Hello, rivals. We have ourselves an MRC champion going up against the team that may be the greatest unknown factor, not just in Pacific, but maybe in all of Marvel Rivals Ignite. We're here to find out. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the masterful Coach Dan himself. Dan, what's going on with Rivals?
So, Rival has been a huge question mark coming in from Ignite. Yeah, they're making their return ever since coming out here in Stage 1 back in 2025 in the Asia region, but now coming back here in 2026, coming into preseason, the roster looks strong on paper, especially all from the likes of Six, but I'm just not sure how this team is going to function when it comes to actually playing inside of these matches, because we know, or at least me personally, I know how good Six is when it comes to the Ignite stage, being that hit scan duelist that has been so good when he was playing on down payment back in Ignite stage 2. Now coming in, not entirely sure if that same Six is going to show up here, but before that, we got to look at the MRC 6 champions in the likes of Pirates.
Yar har har. I mean, they did go under a different name, but now that they've rebranded to something very similar, these Pirates are out for gold to see if they can plunder away against these teams. I mean, look, you know, we talked about the heroics of Triple AD and the likes of them, and how XOXO in the last series were very hyper aggressive. Yeah, Pirates pretty much do the same thing. You can almost argue that I feel like Pirates are kind of like a combination of Triple AD's prowess with XOXO's strength.
Yeah. And we kind of talked about this, at least in the green room, right? There's like that limit of like when a team is quote unquote ready for Ignite. Again, shout out to Liger for that quote.
The
It's
Liger
more
effect.
like if you can beat Pirates, you are ready for Ignite, essentially. Because Pirates are like the, I guess, litmus test in terms of if a team is able to beat Pirates, then you would be ready to go up against what is the world's best. Because Pirates, when you saw them play back in MRC Season 6 Pacific, it just looked like they were in a league of their own.
They really were. I mean, honestly, they didn't drop a single map. Not go down to the lower bracket. No, they did not drop a single game in their flawless upper bracket streak until grand finals against the team that, little do you know, we've already seen tonight, and that was Triple AD.
And yep, Triple AD were able to tarnish the flawless run of Pirates.
With
but
one
Pirates,
game.
Yeah, with one map, but Pirates were able to win it out. But now we look at Rivals as a roster. You got Six. He most definitely will be the star player on the side of Rivals as a whole, but it's just a big question mark on the supporting cast of Rival Esports right here, because we're not sure if the resources around Six are enough to let Six just tear up that lobby.
So, glass half full, right, Dan?
Yeah.
What resources would Six need?
It would just be if Six is able to facilitate more of those hit scan options, if he gets his hands on the Elsa Bloodstone, which I would hope Rival are able to get, but Pirates probably will be banning that away first unless they deem that the Gambit is too strong of a threat. It's going to be up to Rival in terms of maybe going for those defensive options, maybe go for the Magneto, maybe go for other things like the Invisible Woman to get the Guardian Shield onto Six. Just provide as much resources as possible. Mantis, also the Ultron, being great options in terms of damage amplification, and as well as just accelerating that ult charge just a little bit.
Well, I don't know. I mean, in our interview with Sungjuk Woo, he said that Elsa wasn't that strong right now. Sure, he might be a little bit of a biased source, but if that's the case and that's how teams are starting to feel in Ignite, maybe we will either see Elsa played out or just ignored completely for more meta alternatives.
Yeah, and also something worth mentioning, right? We are on the hotfix buff, so White Fox is very strong now, a little bit stronger now, but now with the Elsa Bloodstone getting that 25 HP nerf, that might throw a wrench in what Rival want to consider here, because we've seen that nerf do a little bit of work, because XOXO1 in that past series were able to contain that Elsa very well.
That's absolutely true. And we you know, that's also the effect of it being Arako, where All things considered, a Black Panther was taking down an Elsa. That's something we don't see very often. But for our first domination for Pirates vs. Rivals, we have Burning T'Challa. And these are 3 very different micro maps.
Yeah, and keep in mind the way that the Ignite map selection works. First map, always going to be domination, so it's going to be randomized between the 4 available domination maps, and this time around we're going to burn T'Challa, and then the loser of the domination map will get to choose between a convoy map or a convergence map, and if we need a deciding third, the final game mode that was not played of the 3 will be the game mode of choice. But now we're gonna rewind a little bit back into map number 1. It's gonna be Burn T'Challa, so we're getting the whole variety of domination maps already here.
Fine by me. I'm always very excited to see a very diverse pool of domination and just really all the maps to see. This is a really tough analytical series for us to cover because with Rivals, we're really not sure where to place them in our cognitive tier list yet of teams so far for the preseason. And with Pirates, they just won too much in MRC that we don't really know what tentative weaknesses they could have.
Yeah, and this is going to be your first test for Pirates here because Rival, they are one of the invited teams. They were able to build a roster with the available talent pool that they have at their disposal, and it's just going to be up to Pirates. Can they beat one of the invited teams here in Ignite preseason? But again, it's preseason. You got time. It's still also day 1 of preseason, so you have even more time to get a feel of the roster, get a feel of different compositions, get a feel of the maps that you want to work with. And this is where you have to figure things out, iron things out before the real deal in stage 1.
That's right, and we're just about ready to get into our bans and picks for game number 1 to see where exactly it's going to land up for Burning T'Challa. It's a big question mark, really. I mean, are we going to see the double Gambit ban? Is Gambit going to be allowed for another series? We've seen how much it alters team compositions. I can't imagine either one of these teams will allow each other to have Gambit.
Yeah, if it's not a Gambit mirror ban in the first step of the ban draft, I might just crash out. I'm not gonna lie.
I would love to see you crash out.
A one-sided Gambit has already been, I think a near, if not actually 100% win rate so far in preseason, and we've only seen 5 maps total. And once the Gambit one-sided went through, it was almost for sure a free win.
I'm trying to think. We saw that a lot in last series. Did we see nothing but double mirror Gambit bans in Series 1?
I believe. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like it's been an eternity away. That triple AD versus EXO has been still on my mind with how crazy it was. And it's only the second best of 3. Now we're in the third. Yeah, it's it might be the highlight of the tournament at this point.
Oh, okay.
It was that big of a banger.
So,
but
I mean,
now we got to go
how
to the
do you
draft.
live up to that if you're Pirates and Rivals?
Not entirely sure in terms of how they want to set up that banger, but
okay.
Dan. All right. Well, all right.
Is that a Gambit reserve?
It's gonna be a one-sided Gambit for Rival. Okay, it's for Rival. It's big question marks right now for Rival. We've been talking about this entire week. It felt like. How is Rival going to compete against the MRC teams as well as the other invited teams as well as the partner team in the likes of Reject? We do not know. And right here is their first big test. The best team from the pool of invited teams via the MRC now going to be the first opponent for Rival.
Have the Elsa locked in for the reserve on Pirates' side. We've seen this happen in the past. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a guaranteed win for the team that can rock the Elsa. It's been banned out for Rivals. Though Rivals do have the Gambit themselves to work with. It looks like a Mantis Vanpool ban for reverse sides. Okay. Not too bad so far. It seems as though Pirates want to focus more on the strategic output for Rivals and limit their options.
Yeah, we'll see. Vanpool not going to be available for the side of Pirates. But now Pirates have an option to go for a save. Could be the Jeff if they really want to use that to their own favor, but they're gonna go for the Daredevil instead. So more scouting options, more ways to speed up the dive process here.
I like this too because depending on Rivals' playstyle, either the Elsa will work or the Daredevil will work. There's really not much of an in-between where both options can't be viable.
Yep, and now this is a interesting approach, taking away Captain America. So limiting the dive Vanguard options, finally sealing the one-sided Van pool. So now with Jeff being in the pool still, do Pirates deem that Jeff is too big of a threat and they're going to use their final ban on it? Nope. Even better of a ban, I'm not going to lie. It's either the Star-Lord or the Jeff. Both of them are really, really big threats. But we've seen the strength of the Gambit Star-Lord combination, and they're just going to get rid of it.
Pick your
Yeah,
hero.
especially on
Or
Domination
villain.
too.
I'm
It's just
not
simply
judging.
too easy to get value out of the Galactic Legend. Really, it's going to be the Invisible Boundary that could be one of the biggest stall factors outside of, say, like Eternal Bond. But in Domination, you don't really see Cloak and Dagger as much anymore. It's mostly just more mobile. Well, I suppose Invisible Woman's less mobile, but more ultimates that you can actually hide away from. So probably not going to be seeing Cloak and Dagger at all. The Captain America ban's very interesting, but historically speaking, we have seen a lot of big dive value coming out of Cadia specifically. Him and Fun Fun are a dynamic, aggressive Vanguard duo, but because of the recent buffs Captain America got, it makes a lot of sense to target ban him.
Yeah, I mean, with the Jeff also coming through, it being untouched throughout the entirety of this ban draft means that symbiote shenanigans will be available for the side of Pirates. But without the Deadpool team up for Pirates means that, I mean, they can still run the Jeff, don't get me wrong, but we'll see if they're going to be using that symbiote shenanigans to their favor. Aztec has the Jeff available, also has a good Loki as well, so that's also available to him at his disposal.
That's true.
So we're going to see what the option comes in here, because Pirates, they know that they're dealing with a one-sided Gambit. Do they have the tools in order to counteract? Because so far we've seen that pattern already. If a team gets a one-sided Gambit, they have won the map. So
hey, look,
do
this
Pirates
is the
have something up
perfect
their
time. This is the perfect time to go for our mini podcast because we did have a player disconnect. We have a team pause right now from one of our teams. Coach Dan, how do you beat a one-sided Gambit?
It's just so hard, right? You gotta go for the aggressive move. You have to. The best way to counteract it is to make the first move quickly and efficiently. Make sure to target down the Gambit when you know that the Gambit will be close to that ultimate. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more easier to deal with the Gambit because of the Season 7 Ultimate Charge nerfs kicking in by 20%. It's going to be a little bit easier. There's a lot more counterplay to shut down the Gambit. Not only just taking him down before the ultimate even goes off, but maybe even while the ultimate is active. Because if you take down the Gambit, that means the Raging Royal Flush will be cut short.
Okay. I like the idea of that. But when you have a team like, we can see the highlights of some of the players right now. Fun on the Venom, Cadia on the Angela, Return possibly rocking a Daredevil coming into this is very overly aggressive. I guess Venom's not melee, but like melee centered type beat aggressive push. Could that be a good way to overwhelm the Gambit?
Yeah, that would probably be the
adjacent,
best
that's the
option. Yeah, true. Yes. Yeah, just literally just overwhelming the Gambit, right? He has a lot of different ways to get out of danger, especially with the Cajun Charge combined with the Bayou Bash. So he could just dash around as much as he likes, but if you're able to catch him out without that mobility spell, means that he's just going to get taken down. So that's going to be what the plan is, I believe, on the side of Pirates, because they're going to miss out on the Gambit. And if they're able to shut down Exile, who is looking to pilot the Gambit, that's going to be huge for Pirates. And so far, they're looking to experiment with different options here. We're not going to know just yet until the gates open up, but for now, soon enough, we start off here in round number 1 on Warrior Falls. So lots of environmental KO options. Both teams already looking to utilize the Jeff pick as well as Angela, but only for Rival so far. Actually, no, Pirates are going to get both also into it.
Okay. Symbiote shenanigans, though, on Pirate's side could work out well. Aztec, historically a low-key player, does have extra mobility this time onto the Jeff. Would be good for that environmental off of the if it's Jeff KO ultimates factor. Just a matter of seeing if it's going to work out well. Lumi is going to be rocking the Angela this time, trying to find an equal match to the very dive-centric plays that we could see coming out from Rival's side. But remember, they do have the Gambit.
Do have the Gambit, and it's already climbing up fast. 6 is utilized the Van Pool, and he's going to get access to the Banhammer or the Big Test. It's going to be a matter of which one he decides to use here. Does he want to cut off a strategist off the rip, or does he go for the backline disruption? Return is able to draw first blood onto his doppelganger of Zeft. X-Lyle goes down. Pirates just take over this first fight.
Return did win that opening fight against his doppelganger. That's going to be Zell gone, and he is just popping off, finding so much more. Another KO goes to the favor of Cadia, though, and Pirates, they get the first cap.
They will get the first cap, and they are also running dive. So as soon as they cap the first point, they just try to go for the close hold and make sure that they take all the space that they can get and look at the positioning coming from Pirates. They are just all over the map. Kaidi up in the high ground, everyone else in the low ground as well, and Rival need to navigate their way in. Thankfully, Zeft is there with the Daredevil, so he's able to know the positions of Pirates at all times. But the problem is, Pirates also have the same exact resource.
Yeah, double Daredevil coming through. Katie is there for info gathering. Wonderful work off of Vital and Hoodie to remove some of the most powerful people off of Rival's side. That's going to be, though, a complete return of 4. Return with a double KO. Make that a 3rd with the hands of Fun. Beautiful work, a shutdown immediately. And historically speaking, when we watched Pirates play domination, they always lost that initial fight and then had the return factor to recap a domination point and never let go. But this time, there hasn't even been that. They've been holding on the whole time.
Yeah, Rival really wanted to utilize the Rogue Gambit team up, but they really couldn't do it. So Proxy's going from the Rogue over to the Jeff to try to get value out of the Symbiote shenanigans. And what in the world was that from Vital? Aztec even getting a double with the Joyful Splash. How in the world did Pirates just wipe out Rival before the fight even began? I just saw the health bar just go straight to 0 there.
Deleted with the help of Vital. A 4K between those two players, shutting down the entirety of Rival Sports. Let's see what No with Exile can do. Raging Royal Flush is finally out and underway, and it desperately needs to be used here. What can you do? Isolation?
He's not going to use it. He's not going to use it just yet. They're just going to wait for Rival to reposition themselves.
That would have been the perfect time to use it.
Yeah, that probably would have been. And now with the dive coordinated perfectly from Fun and Kadia, the dynamic duo going right in. The anti-heal gets kicked in thanks to Fun. Overtime comes in, so the movement speed is enough to get Rival onto the site. But Pirates, they're holding onto their ultimates until now.
It's Jeff, baby! Where's it gonna go? Who's he gonna eat? Does he find any value? It's a second Jeff to come by. And that's the entirety of the domination point, but it's too little too late. You take people off, and Pirates are there for a clean, flawless win for game number 1. Or, sorry, Warrior Falls number 1, I should say.
Yeah, it gets difficult for a Rival, because they need to have at least one person stepping foot onto the site. So the amount of map control that they have is only constricted to that zone, and Pirates, they know that Rival need to move fast in order to at least stay alive in this round, and Pirates are able to exploit that to perfection. They just corral Rival into that position of they're just going to get absolutely wiped out from all angles of the map. And with Pirates not utilizing too many of their ultimates, they only use Fun and Aztec in that final fight. And Rival, without that Royal Flush, because they used it to, at the very least, trigger overtime, means that Pirates have all of the advantage. Return with the Devil out could just Wamo combo it perfectly with Kaidia's Heaven's Retribution.
But there's a big problem though, Dan. Just because you have a Gambit doesn't guarantee a win. Even though it has been 100% so far for the teams with the one-sided Gambit to win out these matches, Pirates are entirely focusing all of their efforts to identify and counter 6v1 against Proxy's Gambit. Katie's been spotted out instantaneously. A poke has been made. Info's been gathered out. Returns looking for a way to get in. Let the devil loose, baby! That's gonna be one gone. The Psylocke has been brought out. He continues it forwards. You're stuck inside of a small box. Heaven's Retribution is taking down all the angels, but Return falls in the process.
return does fall down because of Lumi. Triggers the Heaven's Retribution to just keep return in a constricted circle, and that will spell his demise. But Pirates, they get what they want. They get the first cap, and now they just look to just slowly but surely move forward on this map and just constrict Rival from making any sort of moves, because Rival, they still want to try to make this dive composition work. And again, because of no space, they can't run dive.
No, and Return is fighting tooth and nail to take down Lumi. Damage has been brought out, but Lumi attempts to survive up until the very end. But Kaidi is there to save the day. Apex Predator brought out momentarily ago. Not sure where it went, but Vital does find impact and take down 6. Echolocation though, information. That is all that Kaidi needs to push on forward and see what he can find. Could there be a Raging Royal Flush? 80% Gambit? It needs to be a turnaround.
Yeah, but Pirates don't have any way to counter it, so if a good rushdown is facilitated on the side of Rival Esports, they could easily get the retake going. And so far, they're looking to position in just that way. Proxy's now going to trigger the Royal Flush. Here comes the rushdown. Pirates are not able to get their ultimates down in time. Aztag is the only resource that they can really work with. And it's going to be a big question mark of where this Jeff is going to go. It's going to swallow up 2. It's going to swallow up HK Mario, but it's not going to find at the value that it wants to. Raging Royal Flush is one-sided, but Hoodie! Wait, Hoodie! Oh my god, what in the world? Hoodie with the triple! Hoodie is just going to go absolutely ballistic! He gets taken down, but the side is still in Pirates' grasp.
Hoodie's doing amazing, and so is all of Pirates, but then guess what? Oh, Kadia with a double! Incredible work! Rivals haven't even touched onto the domination point, and whenever they do, it's an instantaneous KO up against them. They're fighting back in the spawn. 95%, a desperation portal out from Zeph. Can it be enough? Surely now it's been red. Not enough time. Portal was too late,
Wait.
and Pirates get the clean 2-0.
No. Exile! They
Tell me
thought
about
they
it, Dan.
had the
What's going on?
They thought they had the time to jump through the portal and keep the fight going. Exile tried to desperately use the invisible boundary, but then again, it was the second round. At that point, you just tried to go for the desperation play, but unfortunately, not enough time was in the bank for Rival to get that fight extended. I really thought off of what was it? I think it was one of the strategists on Rival just going for that one-sided Royal Flush. I thought that was enough to get the retake down, but Hoodie out of freaking nowhere gets a triple and is able to stall enough time for Kaya to get the double dunk.
Hoodie played so amazingly there. I was so impressed by seeing the full extension of the White Fox kit. Newest allowed hero inside the game to be played in MRI. Wonderful work to see. And this also breaks the streak, Dan. We are seeing a matchup now where there's a one-sided gambit that's allowed for a team. Did not work out for them.
Yeah, and this, I think that big question mark in terms of how Rivals are going to facilitate their composition has so far looked a little bit concerning. You got the one-sided gambit, but Pirates were just able to handle it and contain this one-sided gambit to perfection. Every time Rival tried to go for a play, Pirates had a reaction of their own and they just went for the counterplay, and it worked out perfectly for them, especially when Hoodie was able to just go in with the melee form, is able to get so much damage down onto Rival as soon as the Raging Royal Flush ended, because keep in mind, Royal Flush is still a strong ultimate.
It's true.
But with 2 seconds shaven off, that was the difference there.
I gotta put a lot of the emphasis on that win condition on Pirate's side to Katie and Return. The fact that we would see the echolocation come out from the Daredevil, help go in with a large amount of HP, and just the crosshair division from the fact that Angela can just shut down everything by flying, really goes to show that I think we're out of breath, man. We may have to go to a small break and get things set up for game 2. So we'll Our MRC champions had a crushing victory in the first game so far against one of the invited teams for the preseason of Pacific for Marvel Rivals Ignite. Can this team finally bring it back, and can we see a game 3? Dan, what's going on?
I mean, it looks a little bit concerning for Rival as a team right now. You got to lobby on 6 to try to carry the team through those fights, but even with the one-sided gambit, they just could not cross the line, and Pirates were just ahead in every step of the way, especially facilitating the dive composition, because they won that first fight, and as soon as they won that first fight, they just go for the full core press, go for all the map space that they can get, and just limit Rival from making any room to go for any sort of plays. And now Rival, it's their turn to pick the map for themselves. Do they go for Convoy? Do they go for Convergence? It's gonna be tough to decide. If they want to go for a more bunker style defense, maybe they go for Convergence, unless they want to go all in on this dive composition, which in that case they would go for something like Convoy.
Yeah, I think Convoy would be a solid solution here. I wouldn't want to play anything domination-centric if I'm Rivals right now. I think just the Angela Daredevil combination was simply too strong for discoverability to make things work for Rivals before they can get their proper footing into a team fight. If I'm Rivals, I might be looking to ban out either one of those two heroes coming into this instead of a Gambit.
Yeah, I would argue the same, right? The ban draft is really where everything comes down to. If you don't do so hot on the ban draft, it's a lot more punishing when you compare it to the MRC style bans. So we'll see how Rival decide to approach this. They did get the one-sided gambit. Maybe they decide to alter, maybe stray away from the gambit, but then again, gambit going through is just so influential throughout the rest of the ban draft, because if the gambit goes through, you allow Loki stocks to go through the roof, you allow Star-Lord stocks to go through the roof, and then if you're investing bans in those characters, other characters then start rising up in stock. Yep, it's just that butterfly effect of this ban draft, and that is just the joy of the ban draft system here in Marvel Rivals.
And hey, look, it's only going to get wilder and wilder as we keep adding more heroes to the game. It only gets more and more complex, man. But, you know, there's big meta-defining heroes, and there are some that aren't. But the fact that Gambit, Loki are super strong, Elsa too, to an extent, despite the minor nerfs, really goes to show that a map like Central Park could be a make-or-break moment for Rivals and how they fare.
I mean, we've seen the different compositions that could work on Central Park. Not only is it good to bunker down in a small room, it's also very good for dive. It is also very good for flyers as well, so that could be a curveball option Rivals could go for. We saw it work out back in the EMEA region. Shout out to Shikigami versus Navi there, when Shikigami just ran towards Ultron. It felt like we were getting portaled back into Season 3. Do Rivals decide to go for the same thing? It seems unlikely, I feel like, but that is an option available to them.
There's no way, man. I'm using reverse psychology to bring it into this world. There's no way we're gonna see the Torch
I agree.
out.
There is no shot. There's just no shot Rival decide to go for something that goes so deep into their playbook. But it could work. It could be an option. It did catch Navi off guard when Shiki ran it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it might be one of those things where you can only run it one time before it's instantly counterbanned. And to say that Navi had to fall victim to it, sorry, that stinks. I'm wondering if every other team inside the Pro League circuit's like, oh, we got to watch out for that now.
Yeah,
I don't want to be like Navi. I don't want to fall for that.
I mean, it's gonna be at the back of your minds, right? It's not gonna be enough. I don't think it's gonna be enough to draw out any bans or protects or anything like that. But if I see a protect, it could. I mean, at the very least, it could be a protect onto the Ultron. That could be an option here.
Maybe.
We've seen teams do that over in the Americas region, where they use their second save on the Ultron to maybe put pressure on the Mantis and the Ultron backline, which has been rising in popularity, especially because of the way you can stack damage amplification. Mantis with the 12% damage boost, Ultron with the drone can provide a 10% damage boost. So if you combine that with other damage amplifications, you get a faster ult charge, you get more damage output, and if all of those resources are pumped, say, in Elsa Bloodstone, you get some really scary results.
It gets scary. We're just about ready for game number 2. And circle back around to the bans real quick. I think I don't have any statistics on it in front of me, but I think so far from what we've seen today, Dan, besides your usual suspects of the Loki being banned out and same with Gambit, I think Mantis has been the 3rd most banned strategist that we've seen thus far. So if we do see the save on the Ultron, at least then it's not as bad to see the Mantis either, I suppose, just get banned out. I think having, Mantis go through after reserving Ultron would be, a KO sentence for the enemy team.
Yeah, Mantis really just throws out its own branch throughout the ban draft, right? If you let the Mantis through, that allows the Groot and the Loki team up to go through as well. It's essentially a really, really strong side quest. You're going for a really strong buff, really strong ability in the game, and that's exactly what some of these teams know, and they know how strong that team up is, mainly because not only does Groot get the power to heal his own teammates, but Loki gets a damage boost in Region Domain. Yeah, this is also a very, very great group map, like you just said.
So can we see a group ban maybe?
It could be possible. Some teams have been using that as their final ban, but so far, Rival and Pirates will trade Gambit for Elsa, and Pirates go for the instant save on the Mantis. No other team in EMEA or Americas has done that.
Okay, so this has to telegraph a group Mantis style type beat attack, right?
It would be, and so far it's drawing out the Loki ban because of the team up, because you don't want to give away a damage amplified Region Domain. Region Domain's already a busted ability in its own right, but Rival get the Mantis as well.
I'm looking at the hovers right now from Pirate side. They have the Mantis reserved. We can assume Mantis obviously will be played. Groot on top. Ultron Storm too.
It's gonna be a tough one here, but
it's like instant KO everywhere.
Okay. So the Gambit is not saved, so Pirates will gladly take that off the table. So finally, both teams will not be running the Gambit, but Rival will get the save onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Pirates do have a chance to save it for themselves as well. And so far, they're thinking about their next ban here. It could really be the Groot. I wouldn't be against a Groot ban here.
Yeah, I think a Groot ban would be a really awesome choice.
Oh, that might be the first White Fox ban inside of all of Ignite.
I think it is.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, after the heroics that Hoodie was able to achieve, they don't want the same thing that happened to them.
One-sided? No. Adam save wouldn't be a bad idea here. Do they go for the White Fox or the Adam Warlock? Both are really great options for Hoodie here.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with either choice. Hoodie going for the White Fox after what happened game 1. I feel like it's a slam dunk.
This is the first one-sided White Fox via ban draft here. That is insane adaptations coming in from the Asia region. We've watched Americas, we've watched EMEA duke it out for 3 days last week, and the Pacific region already throwing in their own variations of this Season 7 meta.
Wait, a Psylocke ban?
Interesting. Okay.
Huh?
That's got a target up, maybe a possible dive composition coming in on the side of
I suppose, but like at that point you're banning a symptom, not the actual disease.
Oh my gosh, there's no way. Oh my gosh, is this real?
No.
Hold on. I know the audience isn't seeing this just yet. I'm just gonna hint at I think Navi versus Shikigami might have reached the Asia region. I think a lot of people saw the VOD of that match in particular, and we're seeing some inspirations here.
Oh no, Pirates swapped off. Vital's gonna go for the early Spider-Man. Maybe we can see a swap back.
Rival are still cooking with it.
Oh no,
they're the ones that rolled out first, and there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Season 3 with 6 on the Ultron and Zeph on the Torch.
All right, let's see how this goes out. Vital's gonna rock the Star-Lord instead. Early pokes, double hit scan to work with against the double flyers, I should say. It's just a matter of hiding and playing around this terrain and the environment. Works well defensively.
So here's the problem with Torch Ultron running in Season 7. The issue being that Kaidia on the Angela could really just shut down both the Torch and the Ultron, because with limited mobility and limited resources, everyone on Rival just cannot handle the aggression coming in from Pirates. Kaidia on the Angela is just proving to be too much to handle for Rival. Rival, I would assume they would go for one of the, like an Angela to at least mark Kaidia in where he is, but Rival are doing just that.
And Portal onto an almost instant KO from Kaidia. Again, the big problem with game number 1 was the fact that we had
that's
seen
the issue.
how strong this Angela is.
Yeah, that's the issue. No one on Rival is playing the Angela, and with the Adam Warlock using the Cocoon to try to get some extra
My
ult charge
God.
just means that he's just gonna get blown up. Hoodie is just showing why Pirates use so much resources, so much of that band draft to make sure that Hoodie gets this White Fox one-sided, and they just get the first point blisteringly fast.
We're seeing melee White Fox play so similar to that Black Panther on Araco earlier today. Close, condensed area. You have the help of a Vanguard, say at this point, Kaidia. Just absolutely massacre. Galactic Legends down.
no.
Dissension down. The Flyers are gone yet again. Wow. Everybody's been shut down at once. This counterplay is not working from Rivals.
No, and Woomy even switches over to the Angela. He knows that he needs to make sure that Kaidia isn't just harassing Six and Zeft, who are just defenseless because of this Angela. And now with Rival, they try to get X-Lyle's invisible boundary up in time, but Vital just comes in at the perfect moment, perfect place, perfect time, and now Fun and the rest of the Pirates just blunder down Rival again.
Plenty of gold to find in these chests around. It's gonna be Hoodie for the double KO yet again, maybe near a triple. Up and above into the attic. That's the entirety of Rivals gone.
All right. I know EMEA and Americas have yet to play on this hotfix patch, but Hoodie is so far the best White Fox I've ever seen.
Yep.
Hands down. Actually, maybe shout out to Swamp Gaming with Valentina Eve, she's also cooking on the White Fox, but so far Hoodie is really making a case for himself. 3
ults to work with now for Pirate's side. Soon for the Soul Resurgence as well. Return, looking to just ult dump and farm away everywhere. Heaven's Retribution is out. Ult dump underway. The Rage of Ultron directly on top. Invisible boundaries out though. Rage of Ultron from both sides will try to help out, but it is a battle between robots, and there's no definitive winner, but so far a critical choke for these defenders is being lost. They cannot lose the top of these stairs.
Proxies gets taken down. Great assassin charge from Kaidia to shut down the Soul Resurgence. Gloomy goes in with the Heaven's Retribution to try to get some sort of value, but Return is there with the one-sided Mantis ultimate, and Aztec is going to get shot down. Hoodie is also available with the Kumio Unleashed to try to provide extra CC immunity for the rest of the team, and Pirates just literally just stomp on through.
There's no stopping them. It's too late. 4 minutes on the clock and so little distance to be made from Pirates. They are, again, pressing into the spawn of these defenders. No chance to escape. Six and Zeth have not swapped off the double flyers when it is not working. I'm very concerned.
Yeah, this is really concerning. Six gets defenseless. Great shield coming in from Hoodie to make sure that the Galactic Legend is able to tear down Rival, and Pirates just speed run through Central Park. Full push with almost 4 minutes left.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
At this point, man, like, what do you do? Like, Rivals have to completely switch up the game plan. I really hope they don't bring out the Ultron Human Torch, man.
You know, I was concerned about Rival, but
Speak your truth, Dan. Speak your truth.
This is getting really concerning. I know I was concerned before coming into Ignite preseason, but now after watching this map number 2, it's looking really rough for Rival at the current moment. Pirates just showing why they were just at a league of their own back in MRC Season 6.
Yeah,
And with Rival struggling to find a way to
Before you attack.
just
Get ready.
hold off the aggression of Pirates, what do Rival Esports decide to go for? What kind of options do they do? Because right now Pirates, they're setting up for a win condition in the likes of Hoodie on this Adam Warlock.
we also see 6 on the Psylocke here, and I can understand for the double flyers why you would bring it out. The Dance of the Butterflies can auto-connect onto the flyers. Could be a strong start, but the raw damage output necessary for what I assume will be Pirates sticking together and go for a gigantic aggro push, I don't know if Psylocke's the right move.
It has to be the right move. They're gonna need to full push themselves if they want to stay alive in this map number 2. A tall task against the likes of Pirates, who are looking to be locked in, just already just putting on an absolute show here in the Ignite preseason stage. And with Rival, they're trying to go for a little bit of a soft dive with HK Mario on the Venom 6, looking to follow up the Venom dive with the Psylocke. Might be the difference, but it's going to be really difficult, especially with Pirates having so many of those defensive resources like the Adam Warlock Soul Bond and Return as well, helping out.
Can't go soft against Pirates. You're just poking up ultimates for them. Aztec 65%, and Vital not too far off of getting Galactic Legend. 2 bodies already gone. That makes that 3 now. Resurrect from Zeph will try to help out, but now it's begun. The waterfall of damage. Vital and Kaidia are shutting down everybody on Pirates.
And Rival are looking to utilize the Adam Warlock. I guess, yeah, you got better hit scan options, but I don't think the Adam Warlock is the correct move. You have options like the Hello, you have options like the Phoenix as well to shut down the amount of flying characters on the side of Pirates.
You
but Rival aren't just going for it.
How do you counter Angela? What is the solution there? Because Rivals need to know. They don't have anything for Kaidia now. Invisible Boundary is out. Aztec on Rage of Ultron will try to help out
Vital
here.
just pops off.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
I guess so.
2 go down on the side of Pirates, but Hoodie is there with the Karmic Revival. Vital, if he's able to time his ultimate perfectly, it's going to be devastating. Great stacks coming in from Pirates to deny the value of a knockout blow from 6's ultimate. And then Vital just cleans right up with the Galactic Legend. Nothing Rival can do to stop this unless a Karmic Revival comes in to try to extend this fight for a little bit longer. But Pirates do have the Heaven's Retribution as well as even more resources to shut it down.
I'm looking at the KO feed right now, dude, and it's nothing but orange on blue. Oh my lord. Kaidia has Heaven's Retribution nearly set up and ready. Rivals may try to portal. There's a minute and 30 seconds left. They have to consider it at some point, but I think that's what Kaidia is waiting for. Either that or a massive choke point to go for a team wipe yet again.
And the positioning coming from Pirates is perfect. They're just covering every single angle that Rival wants to go for. They want to go left, you gotta deal with a member of Pirates. You gotta go right, you have to deal with another member of Pirates. And Rival looking to break through main of all places, thanks to Proxies with the Soul Resurgence. And everyone on Pirates are just scattering away, making sure they find as much cover as possible.
Can they cover?
But Zeph from a flank gets a double, might even get himself a triple, but it's gonna get stealed away by Proxies. But I think Pirates have found their footing, but Fun will pop up with the portal, but there isn't much defensive options. The only thing they have is a Soul Bond coming in from Hoodie, but I don't think that's gonna be enough to keep this hold going in.
Needs to happen now, but there's no one to defend onto the point. It looks like the payload may be converted. 38 seconds left. If they can't happen now, it might not happen at all. Rage of Ultron is out. Return set up and ready for the Soul Resurgence in just a few moments. But Lumi's there to shut down Aztec.
A moment
to breathe.
Okay, they got it.
Convoy.
They got it. They finally got it. It got so close. Aztec even investing in the Rage of Ultron. He thought it was winnable, and Kaidia was there to stall for as long as possible. But unfortunately, they were just not able to convert it into a teamfight win, so they're gonna have to concede the first point. But with only 2.5 minutes towards Rival Esports' bank, we're not sure if it's going to be enough. Great piece of the Abyss coming in to get the elimination onto Return. Aztec tries to peel away the team, but HK Mario should be able to get himself out. 6 comes in with the Dance of the Butterfly, but is not able to cut anyone down. Great use of the Soul Bond coming in from Hoodie to negate so much of that damage.
Loving what we're seeing so far. Hoodie, though, with the Karmic Revival. I'm assuming him and Aztec will swap around as soon as they possibly can. Invisible Boundary directly on top is going to help out well. Vital, Galactic Legend, waiting for X-Leo to end their ultimate. There is Lumi, of course, with the Bamboo ultimate that could try to shut it down, but can they get the aim down just in time? Katie is there for Return, and Return is there for Kadia. They're going to help each other out, find so many KOs everywhere at once. And now Zeft, a Karmic Revival's out, but it's up inside a small little building, and it seems like Pirates are set up and ready to take them all down as soon as they spawn back in. Kadia's gone. Everyone pummeling from a distance. A literal siege onto a castle. A minute 30 left.
And Aztec and the rest of Pirates are able to stall on through. They lose out Kadia early, but Kadia's on the Angela, so he's going to be able to come back to the fight very, very quickly. Great charm coming in from Aztec as well. It's going to draw out proxies with this own Resurgence, but no one on Pirates have any sort of response, so the rushdown should be successful for Rival here.
Soul Resurgence is out. Feed looking in Rival's favor. They got their bearings together. 6 on this Psylocke has helped out tremendously against the flying capabilities of Kadia, and Lumi's there. Hit scan shuts down Kadia again.
All right. Signs of life coming in for Rival now, but ultimates are not online anytime soon. It seems like Aztec comes in with the Kumiho Unleashed and is just able to stomp down the rest of Rival before their ultimates even come down. Heaven will fall, but the Soul Bond is not going to be enough. Everyone on Rival just get aced out. HK Mario, thankfully, is able to find the exit trade onto Return, but it's not going to be enough here. And with 30 seconds left, Pirates just have to hold off one more push from Rival.
Rivals cannot spare anything this time around. They cannot be team wiped again. There's simply no time. X-Leo, Invisible Boundary, can absolutely set this up to create some space, but it's the slice, it's the dice. Fun Front is gone. Looming and Co have an advantage. They have bodies to work with now. 3 ults at their disposal. Feast of the Abyss needs to be from HK Mario, but it's a now or never moment. He gets the feast, he gets the Abyss. Hoodie is gone, and a Karmic Revival will have to wait a few more moments. Hoodie goes for the self from 5. Zeft is there to shut down Vital. Things are going up Rival style. They have 3 meters to go, but they're in overtime. Soul Resurgence. Dances the butterflies, shutting them away. Katie is there, gone now. Flyers no longer in play. Karmic Revival, Hoodie needs to find more. Vital and Katie are back in play. Kyle Galactic Legend is out now through the castle. Can they shut it down? Someone's gonna touch the payload. Our Rivals are out for the day. And there's no time to spare. That's it for Rivals.
Great use of CC coming in from Pirates, just making sure that everyone is forced away. Vital even investing in the Galactic Legend because he knows that if the Karmic Revival does come down, it has to be in cover, it has to be at an off angle, or else there's just going to be no value on the Resurrection. And with no one home on the site in the side of Rivals, just means that Pirates just are able to take over Central Park and get an easy 2-0 victory.
Well, Pirates are ever closer to finding their treasure, and let me tell you, they've plundered so much today. Wonderful work coming out from them. Genuinely speaking, don't know what to expect from here. We call it the Liger effect. Any team that can beat Pirates are absolutely ready for Ignite, and Pirates so far, if they can be like this against the invited teams, who's to say there's anybody in this region that can stop them?
And I do need to give some flowers to Rival for being able to target down the win condition on the side of Pirates, because towards the tail end of that final fight, it was just making sure that Hoodie isn't able to get a good Karmic Revival off. Rival knew that Hoodie was going to be the problem. Pirates knew the same thing in the likes of Zeft, and they were able to target him down accordingly, able to trigger out the cocoon, but Rival just could not shut it down in time, and Pirates, utilizing the terrain, utilizing the strengths of their ultimates, know that if Vital is able to get that Galactic Legend off, everyone needs to scatter away.
Absolutely. You have to scatter. There's so many individual players you need to worry about when you're facing against Pirates. It feels like MRC Season 6 all over again. Triple AD have just strengthened and reinforced themselves, and so have Pirates. Same strategies, just even better this time around.
Yeah, and so far, this is a great look for Pirates. We know that they were going to do really, really well in the Ignite stage, but so far, they are looking so damn good, especially from the likes of Rival, who is one of the guest teams coming in to the Ignite Pacific Asia stage. And so far, This is so far a difficult look for Rival, but again, this is preseason. There's still a lot of time. This is only the beginning, like you said. So they still have a lot of time to get a feel of what the roster wants to do as a whole, what kind of compositions they want to go for. But for Pirates, this is a huge morale boost, knowing that they can go up against some of Asia's best.
I mean, it's not like they were squandering for morale to begin with. They were the champions. They lost a single game in playoffs in MRC Season 6. They looked great even then. I can only imagine they can keep that streak on going. But if you are a fan of Rivals, there's plenty of footage now for them to watch up against a team like AAAD, like the other MRC teams like Pirates, to see exactly how they click. And maybe now, the next time we see them, they could have counterplays set up.
And we're going to have to see as we get deeper and deeper into this preseason meta that we're seeing over in the Pacific region. This has been so different, right? And we saw what EMEA, we saw what Americans have been doing. I'm just going to keep like comparing every single region because every region has its own identity in terms of how they approach the band draft, in terms of how they approach these team compositions. Maybe the White Fox buff hotfix definitely plays a role in terms of how Pirates and the rest of the Pacific Asia really want to utilize these compositions, but with Pirates going aggressively to make sure that they get the one-sided White Fox really shows the strength of this character so far.
I mean, hey, look, if each team wants to look ahead and play the Ultron Human Torch combo in Central Park, who's to say we won't see more White Fox bans going forward? And that might put a stifling matter inside the Loki bans, maybe even the Gambit bans, could re-allow those guys back in the meta, while White Fox is showing how strong she can really be on the attacking front.
Yep, and we saw just that, and now with a comfortable 2-0 lead for Pirates, they're going to put themselves with a win on the board. We're going to go to a short break because we got to set up for the final best of 3 of the night. Maybe.
Oh, maybe. Oh, never mind then.
Never mind. We got a false alarm. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all
we
good.
Froze like statues.
Yeah,
it's actually... You know, the secret to production is that we are just a PNG for a second. That's how we're able to stay perfectly still.
Yeah, exactly.
We got to hit our best pose possible before we go to that break. Ready?
Yeah, we're just gonna...
We got to steal.
We gotta cook up a pose, but for now, we could maybe preface a little bit, right? For the next
where's the
match
fun in
as
that?
well. Yeah, that's true, but like, it's going to be zero tenacity versus loyalty, right?
Yeah,
This is a really interesting match that I am looking forward to. I won't lie, because Zero Tenacity are changing up their roster a little bit. They're bringing in some American talent here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. I think the roster's been somewhat of a mystery for a lot of people coming into this, and you know, that can be a great thing to, you know, deny counterplay potential. Could be a scary thing for your team too, depending on how long they've been playing together. But now we are ready to set things up. Don't go anywhere. Final games of the night will be coming up in just a few moments.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me.
Our last game of the night for preseason day 1. My name is Keg and I'm joined by Dan. We get to see again another invite team versus an MRC Wonder team. We have to see Zero Tenacity versus Loyalty and see who can win out their first games, or first series I should say, of Pacific.
Yep, and it's going to be Zero Tenacity, like you said, going up against Loyalty. Loyalty being the MRC team coming in to Ignite. They placed 5th or 6th inside of MRC Season 6, so a very respectable result, and it's enough to get themselves an invite into the Ignite stage, and now they go up against one of the guest teams here in Pacific Asia, Zero Tenacity. We've seen this team do very, very well back in Ignite Stage 2 in 2025, but now they come in with a few of those roster changes.
Few roster changes, and plenty of MRC teams had done so. Even the invite teams had. It's more unusual to see teams that didn't go for any changes at all, and I think that really makes XO one of the most unique teams that we have so far in our region. But with these changes, Dan, do you think... I'm trying to think of the best way to word this. I don't want to say if it's for better or worse, but do you think it's an upgrade?
I would maybe... It's going to be hard to say, because right now Zero Tenacity, they bring in international talent in the likes of Soko and Bizer. If you're a fan of the Americas region, you probably have seen their names before. They have played on Odyssey, they've also played on Ego Death together, and now this duo are making their way overseas over to Zero Tenacity, who are looking to get a deep run here in the preseason, as well as just Ignite as a whole. But we've seen this kind of iterations before. We've seen these Asia teams bring in international talent from other regions to help them out. Some of them working out, some of them not so much. When we saw that clearly back in Stage 2 when Gen G brought in 2 of those American players by the likes of False and Monster, they barely missed out in the grand finals, but Crazy Raccoon, they did bring in NX, the sole American player, onto the roster, and that did really well. But Zero Tenacity are looking to do just that as they look to test their roster up against Loyalty.
Yeah, very excited to see Loyalty being brought out. Very familiar names, and we've seen them all throughout MRC, grown familiar with them, and being one of the teams that made it through from the lower side of Season 6 to qualify out here. Definitely unique inside of Pacific, where we had more MRC teams than other regions. This is a great opportunity for players at all levels. You know, if they're able to qualify, they have the chance to go up against some of the best teams in the world. So let's say preseason doesn't work out too well for them. Even if like Stage 1 doesn't work out super well, it's a load of experience that they have under their belts where they could become World Championship caliber.
Yep, and so far Loyalty have had to make some roster moves in order to make themselves be able to compete here in the Asia region, but so far Loyalty have a pretty strong roster, I won't lie. You got a lot of different talent from a load of different regions as a whole, and now it's just, can the team mesh together well in order to take down what could be one of the strongest teams in Asia?
Could be, but we've said that about a few teams already, and we've been surprised just a few times already. We have Game 1 coming up in just a few moments. I don't know what to expect for the picks and bans for either one of these teams. I feel like even since their MRC run, both of these teams have changed quite a bit in the last month.
Yeah, the last time we saw Zero Tenacity play in a professional rivals tournament was back in MRC Season 5. So they... we haven't seen what they've been cooking up for a while, and it was also a roster that didn't have Soko or Bizer in the roster as well. So with 2 players, especially from the Americas region, coming in to the Asia region, it's going to be a big question mark to see how well they were able to mesh together as a team. What can they do in order to overcome this language barrier as well, because that's also an external factor when it comes to Zero Tenacity. And maybe you could argue the same thing on the side of Loyalty as well.
Yeah, I mean, the language barrier is something we haven't really poked up upon so far. I'm curious to see how that changes things up, but I imagine that, like, generally you're playing at this level, you know how to play. There shouldn't be too many comms that you need that are like in a different language. I would assume just like the basics you would have down, but you know, it depends on different teams and different languages. we are heading over to Hell's Heaven for our first domination and our last domination so far of today. Very curious to see. We end where we started. What could very well be a very snowball-heavy map.
Yeah, that's just Hell's Heaven, and
Yeah.
maybe if you could argue domination maps as a whole. Once you get control of that first site, the first team fight, and you're able to keep that site for yourself, you're just able to get so much momentum, and you could even snowball into like a 0 to 100 shutout, even, especially if
seen
you're
it.
running dive.
Yeah, we've seen so many weird things today. I mean, I really hope we get to see like a reverse Araco run again. I think that would be
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
It's nearly 5 a.m. for us over here in America's commentating things. We're bringing it in for one last series. Zero Tenacity versus Loyalty. We are heading into our first game. Again, coming to both of these teams, Dan, I'm really coming in with a blank slate about what to expect for bans and picks. If there's anything like we've seen from the last few series, maybe we won't see as much prominence on Elsa, maybe? But even then, I feel like it's a reset for what we know.
I mean, it's a big question mark in terms of what these teams are comfortable with. So it's just going to come into the ban draft, see what they decide to go for here. And it's going to be a trade of Elsa Gambit once again. But Zero Tenacity get the chance to go for the save. Do they go for the one-sided Gambit? We have seen one team stray away from this Gambit ideology, but Zero Tenacity are just going to make sure that they get at least one win condition at their belt.
Keeping it safe, playing it real, Gambit locked in for Zero Tenacity's side. Daredevil ban coming out from Loyalty. I think that makes a lot of sense for Hell's Heaven. There's a lot of nooks and crannies for Daredevil to sneak and go for flanks. Maybe we won't see as much Namor or even counter flank potential from Loyalty's side, especially if they want to prioritize their own dive potential too. They won't have as much watch out for their backline.
Yeah, and with the Gambit being enabled for Zero Tenacity, how does Loyalty decide to treat this ban draft? You need to ban out the Loki. You need to ban out the Star-Lord if you even have chances. But Loyalty now down to their final ban. They're not even going to get a chance to ban out the Loki. I think Zero Tenacity might just get the Gambit Loki one-sided.
Okay, very interesting so far. Invisible Woman reserved. The Van Pool is at Loyalty's side. The plan now for Zero Tenacity, they've definitely had their focus on strategic bans plus Elsa. They could just ban whatever they want, man.
I mean, I think the best option is to ban the Loki.
Yeah,
Yeah, because you don't want to risk Loyalty being able to steal away Zero Tenacity's one-sided Gambit ultimate, because if Loyalty's had access to that Loki and were able to get some sort of angle to get a copy onto the enemy Gambit, it could turn the tide, and Zero Tenacity are going to utilize their final save for the Mantis instead of the Loki.
A Gambit reserve, a Mantis reserve.
Okay,
Wow.
Loki still goes through.
But you don't have
That's
the
just
Star-Lord
that's just
Gambit
a
combo
wait. That's
anymore.
just a triple strategist of Gambit, Loki, and Mantis.
I mean,
you
at
have the
that
team
point-
up ability with the Mantis and the Loki. You get damage amplification on the regen domain.
Oh, no.
How in the world is Loyalty going to beat this?
Okay, over, under. How long do we think this first game will take?
Ooh, it might just be a 0 to 100 shutout both rounds at this point, because oh my goodness, Zero Tenacity just have so many tools to work with, and Loyalty. I need to see what they're cooking up right now, because the ban draft isn't doing so hot right now.
Surely they're going to prioritize damage, right? Like, you kind of have to if you have all three of those strategists up against you. Zero Tenacity choose not to go for Loki. They have the Ultron instead and Invisible Woman. They have a whole litany that they can work with. To circle back really quick, our quickest in-game timer we've had so far today was 5 minutes on Shin Shibuya. And with Zero Tenacity doing pretty dang well in the drafts, I kind of think it'll be similar. What's up?
I'm seeing what Loyalty are cooking up. They're thinking about going for the kidnap composition. Get Scape on the portal, maybe get a Penny Parker to get the explosion down.
Yep,
But they're
there
not
it
going
is.
to go for that aggressive approach. They're just going to go for the positional route. Making sure to get the portal, maybe up into the high ground, or just cut off main, but they're going to choose to go for the former. So they're just going to take control of the high ground, while Zero Tenacity are just going to walk it down main and try to scout out what Loyalty are cooking up.
I like the style, a lot of reposition value. Keep an eye on Marvel, the Rogue, to see how they can initiate. Alternative route, though, from Zero Tenacity, knowing full well that this team has all the upper level control. Just a matter of seeing if Rogue can get away, and she does! Instantly in! That's gonna be huge and gone. The Namor, the anti-dive, dove down and destroyed completely, and so is the Venom! Oh my lord! Marvel just keeps on going! It's a wipeout completely! The portal strat completely dissolved!
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity, thanks to Marvel, just goes right up into Yugen's face. I don't think Yugen even had time to use the Blessing of the Deep to save himself from the sheer amount of burst damage coming in.
It was completely unexpected.
Yeah, exactly. And Zero Tenacity now with Visor and Wendy on the Gambit Loki, they still have a chance to go for the Mantis combo, but for now, Zero Tenacity are going to go for the triple Vanguard lineup with Marvel on the Rogue and the Gambit teaming up with this Rogue as well. It's just going to provide so much damage and so much healing output as well.
No! Marvel is a monster! It's just a shutdown! You put them into a small condensed box, there's no escape. That's an instant stagger. The White Fox is gone. Invisible Woman relegated back to spawn 2. Any distance you just made, lost completely. You have to go back to spawn and wait for your strategists.
Unless Loyalty find some sort of huge pick down. Maybe right here, actually, with Wufo and Yugen looking to get behind of Zero Tenacity. They're just creeping on through. Thankfully, Zero Tenacity don't have access to the Daredevil, so they're not going to be able to be scouted easily. It's just all sound cues for Zero Tenacity, and the map moves. And, oh gosh. Okay, so their plans are going to get foiled for a little bit, but at least they are able to find the high ground. But Wendy is able to get the copy onto the Gambit, is able to get the Royal Flush down. He just needs to hide and let the rest of Zero Tenacity cook.
This might have happened, though. Isolated Arrow, that's not long for this world when it comes to Wolverine, Marvel, Excalibur all over. That's an entire wipe again. Loyalty is gone. Their little great escape through the vents of Hell's Heaven did not work out, man.
And look at Zero Tenacity, they're going for the close hold to make sure that Loyalty, if they want to break through Zero Tenacity, they have to use ultimates in front of their own spawn. And as much as it sucks, it's the only way for Loyalty to get themselves back in. The portal's not even back off cooldown. Actually, it is. No, it's not even off cooldown, but there is a back cap happening, so it does trigger overtime to the likes of Access, but it's not going to be enough. It's just going to be a shutout here in round 1.
Good lord. I mean, we were so focused on the potential strategist comp that we could see from Zero Tenacity. We didn't even consider the Rogue pick from Marvel coming in and completely setting tempo for the entirety of this match.
Yeah, this is true, but to be fair, the Rogue being untouched through the bad draft as well as the Magneto just means that if this Gambit is one-sided pick, that just allows Zero Tenacity to take advantage of that team up, which is still so strong. It went relatively untouched throughout the Season 7 patch notes, and with how strong it is, Zero Tenacity are going to take full advantage of it. Loyalty have to find a different approach. Maybe it's the thing to ground Eggsy if he wants to go for those execution moves.
I don't know. I'm looking at this new Psylocke pick coming out, and I think the hit scan enough could be good. Looks like we'll see Portal Kidnap from Loyalty this time around. Maybe the best idea here could be to force out Zero Tenacity to use ults early before cap.
Got it?
We'll see. Jay-Z is also prepping the Invisible Woman to use the Force Physics to get them pulled through the portal. Zero Tenacity, though, are also going to invest the portal themselves. Here we go. Is the kidnap going to work out this time around? Nope. It's going to at least draw out Zero Tenacity's Raging Royal Flush. But Wendy is just going to get a random frag onto Wuvo. I think, what's happening right now? Zero Tenacity have angles on both sides of the portal.
It is a death box everywhere. Defensive portal to give a shield off of Wendy. Wendy still finds an opening, pick off of it. Yugen goes down, finds 2. That's a great way to levy. The stifling bleeding. It's Agamotto everywhere. Portal ultimates on top. We turn into an instantaneous battlefield. And Zero Tenacity, no one's been able to cap, but at least ZT is close.
The synergy is absolutely perfect. As soon as Soko went for the Eye of Agamotto, Visor was quickly there to follow up with the anti-heal, with the Gambit. And with the invisible boundary coming up, the anti-heal was enough to get 2 quick picks. And with that momentum, Zero Tenacity looked to just take over this first fight.
Agamotto escape. Where are you? Can it be brought out? You get in trouble. Needs to get away. Cannot do so. Z is popping off onto the Zylog. Everywhere you go, 1v1s galore. And Z can easily just pop an escape and get away.
Yeah, XZ is just in the middle of the team, just bobbing and weaving in and out. Loyalty looking for different adjustments now. Escape and Wuvo could combo with the Eye of Agamotto into the End Song Inferno. Axis is also preparing the clobbering time as well. It's just a matter of time if Z10 can weather the storm of ultimates and are able to counteract what this aggression Loyalty are trying to throw at.
Great double kill, KO early on. ZT now having no vanguards except for Marvel to work off of. Shields are gone. Gambo making things even worse. That's going to be a lack of strategists onto the battlefield. Loyalty finally have a chance to breathe.
Oh? What is Marvel doing?
It's
kind of just he's just sitting in the back line.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's on
Is
the
he
other
gonna
side
wait
of the
for
map.
Heartbreaker and just completely flank?
That's got to be the plan, but Marvel is still have to navigate 15% of his way to a Heartbreaker ultimate, and he's just gonna go down at 92%.
That did not work out well. Unlucky there. Invisible Boundary is out now. Plenty of opportunities now for Loyalty, seemingly getting their feet planted into the heels here.
Oh
Getting
my
things
god,
back.
another
Agamotto's
egg.
out. But is that going to be enough though? Cleanse
no.
for one. Wuvo was gone, but even then, there's plenty of balls for Loyalty to back this up. And Soko and company, they're losing ground. They're forced to tuck tail and run.
Yep, and Marvel gets caught up by the clobber in time. As soon as he comes back into the fight, he just gets taken straight back to the spawn room. And finally, Loyalty are getting the momentum that they need. Already at 55% and climbing here. As Z10, will they have time to invest in a portal play once again? That's going to be the big question mark, as how is this team going to rotate onto the site, go for a retake opportunity. Marvel even had the Heartbreaker in that fight, but thanks to Access with the clobber in time, was just able to shut it down before it became a problem. But with Z10 with these 3 ultimates, is able to counteract the aggression coming in from Loyalty.
Might be dropping in one by one far too quickly now. Look at that HP.
Marvel.
Things are looking good. Dance of the Butterflies underway. Regeneration Domain stifling some of the damage being brought out, but slowly but surely ZT, they're taking bodies left and right. Z takes down the thing. Escape is gone too. Z again pops off. That's going to be the entire front line dissolved.
Yeah, all of Z10 are just doing what they can to just provide as much resources as possible to XZ. He's the only duelist on the team piloting the Psylocke, and he's already positioning himself to get some sort of backline assassination already.
This is good. No chance for Dance
look
of the
at him go.
Butterflies just yet, but they have to wait for Bizer to go for this Raging Royal Flush to initiate again to make sure
my
no
God.
one can get close. It's all down to this Gambit. 98, 100%. I'm ready for
we
it,
go.
baby. Heartbreaker. Consider it a heart attack. Close down everything. And there it is. A sacrificial play coming up from Eugen. Sure, they fall, but at the same time, so does the rest of Loyalty.
Oh my goodness. Quick as you like it. Z10 get the retake down. They know that the Strange Portal is available, but are they able to get the crowd control that they need to get them through? No. It's going to be used, and it's going to cut off the main area here. But Wendy does have the copy with the Gambit ultimate. Everything is just flying. Oh my god!
Oh, no!
6-man Eye of Agamotto! What in the world? Soko, you madman! What?
That's it. There's no chance left.
No,
Agamotto,
no,
Meteor
no.
M. The ultimate Vanguard dream come true.
Oh, and that's it! Zero Tenacity with Soko at the helm. Get the map win. Oh, I can't do this. Oh my god, what
Hey,
in
we
the
said 5
world?
minutes in game. What was this one? That was incredible work from Zero Tenacity. I am such a big Rogue fan. Whenever we get to see her at this level of play, always pop off potential. But not even just like the macro, right, that we saw from ZT. The fact that they could extend the elastic of how far each player could play and still coordinate as a team was stretched thin, and they still made it durable.
I'm supposed to recap what in the world just happened, but my mind is just branded at Soko's 6-man Agamotto. How in the world did you pull that off? A multi-man Agamotto at the highest level is already rare enough, but catching the entirety of Loyalty? Hello?
Unbelievable.
That is unheard of. I think that was the first 6-man I've ever seen at the professional level.
That's What an introduction for Soko. Hello, preseason.
Hi.
And then Jerry on top, mwah, having that meteor end, the crush down. I think that was a double KO. Wonderful work, man. Okay, that's game 1. Potentially only one more for today. Z10, if they can continue this, it might be a very quick series.
Yeah, so far, Zero Tenacity are utilizing their external talents to their utmost advantage, right? You got Soko and Baiser coming in from the Americas region. We've seen them play in the on teams like Odyssey, like Ego Death, most notably Ego Death, where they did put up a respectable result back in the Mega Monthly, and now they get signed on to Zero Tenacity overseas. They have to overcome latency, they have to overcome this language barrier, and so far, it's looking to be already like a smoothened out, ready to go here into the preseason of Ignite.
Hey, look, if you have to wear ankle weights to have that ping diff so far, and you can still pull off heroics like that, imagine what they can do on land.
Oh my gosh, no, exactly, right? This team is just already so talented, and you could see with a dominant 2-0 inside of map number 1, it's going to be up to Loyalty now to see how they want to adapt to this team that is already going in guns blazing.
I mean, surely it won't be Convergence, right? You don't want to deal with any more domination points after what just happened.
I think just stop them from getting the Gambit Loki. That was already a big problem.
You know what? I'll be honest, I was so mesmerized by the gameplay, dude. I completely forgot that we had seen some of the most outrageous bans coming out from that first series. There's a lot to talk about, but we need to catch our breaths. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments. There's no kind of intro that I can give you after the heroics that we just saw for game number 1. Dan, that was one of the wildest bans for heroes we've seen so far in our small time for this season. Lay down on me, what exactly happened?
Gambit Loki one-sided. That's
Yeah?
all you need to know. Zero Tenacity got that. and they just ran away with it. Into the sunset they go. They got the 2-0 shutout win in map number 1, and now Loyalty are behind one map in this best of 3. So if Zero Tenacity pull off one more win, they just get the easy 2-0 sweep and move on with their day. But Loyalty now, they have to think about what they want to go for in terms of their second map. Do they want to go for the dive options and go for a convoy map, or do they want to go for a more defensive bunker down option in the likes of a convergence style of a game mode?
You can't even really say that Loyalty was playing defensive back on Hell's Heaven. They were forced to play reactive every single time. Because, again, of the bans and just the deep arsenal of heroes that we can see ZT play out, they were able to play some of the wildest options we've had so far in Ignite. We saw a Psylocke pop off, dude. That's crazy, man.
Psylocke did get a minor buff here in the Season 7 patch note, but now Zero Tenacity are able to just facilitate that to their utmost advantage. But to be fair, like, the Gambit Loki was already influential enough to at the very least warrant a shutout inside of map number 1, and that's gonna be the big concern when it comes to the ban draft. Loyalty must not get that Gambit through, especially if Loki is available on the table, because Loyalty didn't even ban out the Loki.
And the Mantis was there too for even more damage
Exactly.
amplification. Like, it was just, that's why we saw Marvel on Rogue essentially one-shot every single person they faced up against. It really felt like Loyalty was so confused in the first point. They did get their bearings together a little bit towards the second. They were able to capture the point and make it fairly high up in the percentage, but once again, all it took was a quick comeback from the heroics of a 6-man Agamotto off of Soko to completely wipe the floor.
If you want an introduction into the rival scene here in the Pacific region, that is one way to do it. Just
We're
make
unhinged.
it complete. It made me unhinged. I haven't screamed that loud in a very, very long time. And so far, I'm already a fan of Zero Tenacity as a team because they look like a well-oiled machine right off the rip, no less. You know, there would be some growing pains, right? Getting a feel of how both of these teams are, how Zero Tenacity themselves want to utilize their resources, utilize their team compositions, and so far they're looking to have 0 flaws in their team as a whole.
Well, this could be the chance to turn that around, though, for Loyalty's side. Maybe they can find flaws in Zero Tenacity as we go to Game 2, Museum of Contemplation. Luckily, there's no domination-like points here. No conversion for Loyalty to face up against. Hopefully now, depending on which side they start on, we have a little bit of insider info. It looks like Loyalty would be starting on the attack. Hopefully that means they have the chance to set the tempo this time around, because frankly, they never really had the chance to change the tempo away from Zero Tenacity in Game 1.
Yeah, and Loyalty will have a lot of options in terms of spawn break. If we're under the assumption that Zero Tenacity wants to utilize a triple kind of setup, if the Gambit does go through, that allows the Magneto, that allows the Rogue to be able to be picked because of that team up being so prevalent, allowing Magneto to do extra damage, allowing the Rogue to do extra damage, and healing on top of it to boot. Because, well, why not, you know?
Yeah.
It's such a busted team up that Zero Tenacity have already used so well back in map number 1, and now Loyalty need to consider that. Could we finally see a Gambit mirror ban for the first time in a good while? That is something we're gonna have to see when it comes to the ban draft.
Surely. I think if I'm Zero Tenacity right now, I'm feeling so confident that we don't need an Elsa in our drafts. If we see Loyalty go for an Elsa ban first, I mean, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, Dan. I really don't. But I think I would already consider that to be a winning move. For Zero Tenacity.
So far we've seen the one-sided Gambit shine way more brighter than the one-sided Elsa. So I really hope to see a Gambit mirror ban here, because so far we talked about it, right? If a team gets the one-sided Gambit, it's almost always a guaranteed win.
That's right. We've only had one single map so far where that wasn't the case.
Yep, exactly. And I can't say it's a 100% win rate anymore. It's more like maybe 90
99.
to 90. Yeah, 90 to 95 if we're talking
what a
certain
low
mathematics. But still, Loyalty need to lock in on this draft. I mean, we've seen other teams just get absolutely wiped out because of the punishment of the ban draft. And so far, Loyalty have experienced that in map 1, and now when we go into map 2, Loyalty, yeah, you got to make a lot of adjustments, my friend.
It really felt like Loyalty focused a lot more on just damage output for their bans in Game 1 and ignored a lot of the strategic output that could have come out from Zero Tenacity. Which is why we saw the Gambit, we saw the Mantis, and we saw the Loki all brought out towards the bans, and that was a critical mistake against the Loyalty side. So, again, just hoping they change it this time.
Yeah, that's just really the biggest criticism, right? Coming in from Loyalty here. If they do lock in on the ban draft, I think they will have a decent chance at contesting what Zero Tenacity are going for. We saw signs of life there back in round number 2, where Loyalty had a decent grasp of the site, but then, you know, the ban draft came back to bite them in the end.
The Agamotto herd around the world.
Yep, the Agamotto herd around the world. Yeah, you don't see a 6-man Agamotto every day. I'm sure it's already circulating on Twitter. It's already being clipped on Twitch. Well, I have no idea. I don't have time to look at that just yet.
Well, we had a small break, and I was looking to see, like, on social media if it was posted by Rivals Esports yet. The answer, I'm checking right now. No, not yet.
Hey, but at least we got the ban draft here, so we got a lot of things to talk about. Because normally we're putting a lot of criticism on Loyalty's ban draft choices here, but now when we come in, finally we see a Gambit mirror ban.
I think this will be a good test to see how Loyalty can respond and adapt after Game 1, because you and I, we put a lot of emphasis on bans. I think it's a very important and unique aspect of this game. It was also a really silly one from Loyalty Game 1. So I'm glad so far it seems like they're learning their lesson. Double ban on Gambit. The Mantis does come through for Loyalty's side. I think that's fair. It's good.
And now, as we navigate further and further in, Zero Tenacity will get the one-sided Elsa here. So lots of damage output already available on Zero Tenacity's Loyalty. They know that the threat of this Elsa means that Mantis goes through the roof in terms of damage amplification, and Loyalty will be able to ban it out and will get that one-sided Mantis. But now both teams looking to ban at the same time. Loyalty go for Daredevil and Zero Tenacity go for the Loki.
Mantis is available. That's right. Deny the team up. Mantis is available now for Loyalty's side. Elsa is available. I wonder if Zero Tenacity is... Elsa's strong, don't get me wrong, but having the Vanpool and Elsa reserved often means that a team on the opposite side may be opting to go for a flyer setup, especially a Museum of Contemplation. We see a lot of Storm. There's the occasional Ultron to go as well. There's a big possibility here that ZT could go for a big shutdown.
This is a really, really good ban. Loki ban in itself is already a good ban, but this is a great ban, especially since Zero Tenacity are on the defensive side. If they wanted to, they could have gone for the Loki, Adam Warlock backline. Make sure you get the double res online, and oh my gosh, Keg, you might have just nailed it perfectly. Loyalty are locking in the Ultron.
That rarely happens. Okay. I mean, I really like the bans coming through from Loyalty's side. I think... It's a complete turnaround from Game 1, don't get me wrong, but it feels like it's being super telegraphed now. If ZT had any doubts before, the Ultron pick, I think, just solidified it. We're going to see a lot of hit scan from ZT.
Yeah, but Loyalty do have all the damage amp that they need in order to go for the spawn break. Zero Tenacity could easily go for a triple kind of setup, but Loyalty, they saved the Mantis and the Ultron, and that's 2 damage amp options that they're going to use at the exact same time. It depends on where they dump the resources onto. Who did they put the 12% damage boost on from the Mantis? Who did they put the Ultron drone providing 10% damage boost onto? And keep in mind, damage amp stacks in this game, so whoever you put it on is just going to be overloaded. And so far, Loyalty are thinking about rolling out maybe perhaps the Phoenix, maybe perhaps the Moon Knight. Both great options in terms of just that sheer damage output to get through that triple spawn break. But Zero Tenacity, they're not going for that triple.
Seems like maybe for defense we'll see the double damage amplification for the Moon Knight, but because they're on attack, I imagine all that's going to be pumped into either Scape or Luva.
that probably would be the case. Yeah, Scape or Wuvo would be
battle starts
the
in
best
5,
candidates in
4,
terms of
3,
who you want to
2,
dump all those resources onto.
1.
But Zero Tenacity looking to get the hold down. They do run a triple Vanguard setup with Soko, Jerry, and Marvel on the 3 Vanguards, but XZ, the sole duelist yet again, rocking the Elsa Bloodstone this time around.
Yeah, this is going to be really good. Baby counter dive here when the Apex Predator, the Glardrox is available. Marvel's the player I want to keep an eye on the most because they're good at dividing things out. Damage up or not a Wubo, the opening pick is going to be a huge dub for Zero Tenacity. Off of that, Jerry, a second is good to push on forwards, and immediately Loyalty are stuck in spawn.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity did a great job at covering all the angles that Loyalty could have gone for. You saw Wuvo going up to the high ground on the on our right side, trying to get some sort of sneaky little pick. But with Marvel just there, marking that territory just means that as soon as Wuvo goes down, the rest of Loyalty just don't know what to do because they don't have one of their main damage dealers out in the fight.
Want to say that shout out to production. I love the little CCTV camera we got there for a second.
That is a great angle indeed, but oh my goodness, Zero Tenacity.
Oh,
just no mercy at this point for
Lord.
Loyalty.
Oh, just the icing on the top of the cake. Soko going for selfie after selfie. Dambo's gonna go for the Jeff. The damage abstract's not working out anymore. Instead, maybe a longer distance could be utilized here to extend out those deals. Maybe? But it seems like, again, that's not really the right prioritization. You need to find a way to activate Wubo, get those opening picks, and find a way to get into the back line. That's gonna be down to the Angela to find that impact.
Yeah, but I'm not a huge fan of Jay-Z sticking to the Luna Snow. You still got other options available. You've got Mantis, you've got Ultron, but in a 2-strategist lineup, you don't really have any options. Inviswoman would have been the best alternative, but that's going to be banned out. Do Loyalty just go for the Jeff Rocket backline here? But Jay-Z also has Fate of Both Worlds online.
you don't wanna
and I'm
waste that
sure
ult.
he wants to use it. Yeah, he doesn't want to go down to 50% ult charge. Oh my god, okay,
Oh,
goodbye, Wuvo.
Wuvo, where did you go, buddy? No end song Inferno for you. Escape the same. Oh my god, stop. They're already dead. I hate to say it, Dan. I think you have to proc out Fate of Both Worlds right as soon as you step out of spawn.
Yeah, you might have to. Yugen goes for the clutch last stand, try to get something, but nothing comes out. They're just getting negative value. They're not getting any sort of room to work with. And Zero Tenacity, you're just swarming between spawn room after spawn room. There's nothing Loyalty can do.
Marvel's just aura farming right in front of the spawn door. That's ridiculous. Where are the heals, man? Like, they really just step out instantaneously.
Wait,
fall.
it's Jeff.
Right,
It's
right,
no.
it's Jeff?
Oh no. Oh, Jerry just shuts it down. Oh, okay.
Okay, and
This
Song
is-
Inferno survived. That's good.
Oh,
There's a
they-
little bit of iframes there. But even then, Gambo tries to
Ooh,
make some
great screen.
initiation. Denied the initiation too. Off of ult. The convoy has not moved.
It's
no
only moved
gas.
about a good 36 meters. Oh no, that's a 3-man Glardrox right into the hands of Zero Tenacity. Make it a 4th, make it 5. Wuvo gets an exit trade onto Wendy. It might help them out actually, because Wendy had the invisible boundary online, and with Wuvo gone,
Dan,
I don't know if Loyalty find the momentum
Dan.
here.
do you portal?
I don't know if the portal is going to be worth it just yet, but Loyalty do have a small win. They have a small window to work with here. They have to see if they can find some sort of angle until Wendy gets back onto the site. So as
it's moving!
Convoy moves a little bit. Yep, that's going to be the extra opportunity that they need. Is it enough though? Invis boundary is let out relatively early actually, and now here comes the counter engage from Zero Tenacity.
All right, that's one body gone. That's gonna be your lead duelist down, and everyone one by one. Zero Tenacity. It's Thanksgiving, a field day, a feast devouring upon this attack. Wow. Okay, man. 40 meters.
40 meters is all it takes for a full hold for Zero Tenacity. At this point, all Zero Tenacity needs to do is just walk across the street and they take the series 2-0 over Loyalty. But Loyalty, although the percentage is low, but it is not 0, Loyalty can still get a chance to get a full hold down, but it's going to be it's gonna require a lot of resources and also perfect play coming in for the next 4 minutes here. And how does Loyalty decide to navigate it? You have to get a Warlock in there at the very least.
For sure. You just need a way to extend the fights, make sure that you can always play inside. You can't stagger. You can't afford to stagger at all. Really, you can't afford to lose a fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what needs to happen. Loyalty needs to play to perfection.
Get ready.
And can they play perfectly for the next 4 minutes is something we're gonna have to figure out, because
4 minutes, 40 meters.
yeah, 4 minutes for 40 meters, a very, very tough task to overcome. As all right, Wendy, putting up the lemonade stand. We love to see that.
I want some.
Yeah, that'd be fun. But
Battle starts in
oh
5,
gosh, we're gonna see another Black Panther here, and I like it. It's a
I'm
great
down.
choice. Yeah, it's a great choice because all Zero Tenacity need to do is just zone away Loyalty from the payload and just make sure that it reaches that 40-meter mark. That's all they have to do.
All right, let's see how this plays out, though. Jerry has a little bit more extended space to work off of. Is he going to play for the flank? I like this, though, from Gambo early on. Holding things down, defensive line, having to play a small corner. Surely aware about the Black Panther at this point. Some bodies are taking extensive damage into the front line, but Black Panther in the back goes for one. Maybe make that a second. Could there be the self-resurrect off of this? No, not even. Somehow Muvo survives all of it. Marvel goes for a portal. Probably they go for the severing into the back line.
Oh my god, no,
Oh, no. Okay,
don't do it like this.
Okay.
Don't. Alright, so far.
Yes.
Oh, wait,
okay.
oh, no, no.
What?
What is happening? A wild Wuvo appears to deny the portal, but it doesn't deny them from a series win. Zero Tenacity, they take the 2-0 win in what I think is the most comical way possible.
Wow. I have no words, Dan.
All right. You gotta give respect to Marvel for trying to get a cheese portal down. You gotta give respect.
Sure, man. I suppose so, but
It was a good try.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, either way,
Clean 2-0 from Zero Tenacity. That was a wonderful showcase coming out from them. Full spawn hold. The bus made it 40 meters. We talked about the Shin Shibuya matchup being 5 minutes and 8 seconds long. This one was 5 minutes and 14 seconds long. Loyalty, unfortunately, have to hit the books, and they have to study up a lot going into these next few weeks because individually, all looking pretty good. But Wuvo, your Adam Warlock, had the most amount of elims, being 3.
yeah, but you gotta give a shout out to Zero Tenacity as well, being able to facilitate both sides of these strong meta team compositions. Zero Tenacity were able to utilize a comp that had the Gambit involved. Now, in map number 2, Zero Tenacity were able to facilitate a comp that helps out the Elsa Bloodstone. Look at XZ with the stats. 29 elims, didn't go down a single time. 14 final hits with 14.5 thousand damage, and that was without any sort of damage amplification.
You don't need it. Even though it was set up to be a
I mean, you don't need
possibility.
it. It's
No,
a
you
nice to
don't.
have at this point. Yeah.
Sure, it's just a vanity at that point. So, I mean, at least for our first day, we've been able to see so many teams thus far. I'm trying to do 5 a.m. math. Was that 8 teams that we've countered today? I think so.
Yeah, that is 8 teams.
8 teams.
You,
we
you
have a
got that
pretty-
right. Yeah, we're good.
Thank God. But, we've seen 8 teams so far today. We've seen generally how a lot of our teams so far for Pacific are going to play out. Of course, we didn't get to see every team today, but there's so many more that we have to come forwards. I really can't wait, Dan, to see which teams can rise above, especially the teams that lost today, and can learn from their mistakes that they also had for their first day.
Yeah, you can see the amount of strategic depth coming in from the band draft throughout this entire day 1 of preseason, right? If you screw up here in the band draft, you just screwed up your entire map, perhaps the entire series. And one bad move, one bad pick, one bad ban could mean the difference for all of these teams. And so far, we have seen the highs of it, we have seen the lows of it. And as we navigate further and further into Ignite preseason here in the Asia region, we're gonna have to see a lot of adaptation, a lot of evolutions coming in.
I'm trying to think right now, which team would you want to see the most, not improve, but which team do you think has the highest ceiling of capability to make an extensive run so far in the preseason.
I mean, so far, most of the top teams, right? You got XOXO1 doing really, really well in the band draft. You've got just now Zero Tenacity being able to navigate what Loyalty tried to shut down in terms of resources, but Zero Tenacity were just able to be quick to it, able to get those picks down. But I gotta give all the credit to XO, right? They were just they were just approaching the band draft very, very differently.
Yeah, I think so far my top teams that we saw today, XO is absolutely one of them. Zero Tenacity is another. However, I want to put an asterisk and think that Zero Tenacity probably won't have as many dominant wins as they did today. I think other teams will put up a larger fight, and I think Pirates would probably be my third.
Yeah, that would be the case. But again, yes, band draft. That is the name of the game here.
Yeah.
Not only figuring out the strategic side of the game, but you also have to execute it very, very well. And we have seen times where a power pick was one-sided, but it just really didn't work out to their favor. So it really does come down to being able to nail the band draft and also nail the execution. Being able to translate that band draft into a win is what matters here in Ignite.
We've also seen a few opportunities too where teams would have a very silly game 1 band draft, turn it around and have one of the best drafts you could possibly have, and still lose.
And there's a lot of adaptations coming in, but so far it's looking to see the good teams from the best teams, right? In terms of navigating the band draft, just being able to utilize different branches that this band draft really could go towards, because you've got one band draft path where if the Gambit is available, you got one band draft where Gambit is not available, and just these branches is just something great to see in terms of the band draft variety, because so far in Ignite, this has been the most amount of variations we have seen, at least in the first half of the band draft, because in last year's Ignite, we haven't really seen too much of that. Usually the first half of those band drafts have been relatively the same.
Yeah, a lot of it's been more meta-defining, but now that we have a year of Ignite under our belts and a litany of MRCs to boot, now there's more opportunities to see counterplays start off, more footage on these teams, more homework for teams to accomplish too. I'm happy that we're moving away from just standard mirror bans.
Yep, and now... Oh boy, that was only day 1.
Yeah, only day 1.
That was only day 1, and now with Zero Tenacity getting that 2-0 win, I'm just happy to see that they're doing so well off the get-go, right? This is a team that has been around the rival scene here in the Asia region since stage 2, and they have put up a respectable result, but maybe this is the winning formula to get themselves at the top of Asia, to make themselves a contender to get a land spot in the mid-season finals down in the near future, I would say.
Okay. While we have a few extra moments, who do you think so far is the top team that we've seen?
I mean, so far, I think one of the more dominant showings that we've seen was Reject, right? Although although they only played against N1 Hex, which we have said on paper would be on the lower side of the leaderboard. No hate to N1 Hex, they are still doing really well to get themselves into this situation in the first place. Being able to get a direct invite to Ignite is nothing to scoff at. That is a very great result in its own right. But Reject just come in showing that they are here to play. They are here to reclaim the throne at the top of Pacific Asia that Crazy Raccoon decided to leave behind. Unfortunately, I miss Crazy Raccoon with all my life. Please come back, Crazy Raccoon. I still miss you. Every time I see CR, I'm going on a tangent. Anyway, I think Reject have been the most respectable result. Oh.
We have our interview set up and ready, Dan. I know it's not Crazy Raccoon, but maybe someday. We have Baiser instead. I'm very excited to see. We have a lot of questions to pick his brain about, because a dominant performance like that, off the hands of their Gambit, would really be cool to kind of pry into the mind and figure out what the timing looks like.
Soon enough, we will get Baiser with us here, but so far this international roster is still, again, doing so well right off the rip, and I'm just excited to see how they decide to cook up throughout this entire preseason and then moving into stage 1.
Hey, if this is how they want to start off day one, imagine where we're going to be at the end of stage 2 with these teams.
And now we are ready. We got Bizer on the phone here. And now we get to get a taste of what Z10 have been cooking up here. We got Bizer here. How are you feeling after that win?
Pretty good. Pretty good. It was a pretty fast one, honestly. But it's a good way to start all of preseason.
So I guess first question is, I see some people in your background. Are you guys all playing together?
Yeah. We're camping in Korea currently for preseason.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
How? Just really quick, is this your first time in Korea?
Yeah. First time ever.
Ooh, that's
So
nice. How's that been so far?
it's been awesome. It's I love the place, love Seoul. My teammates are awesome, super friendly, and every day is just perfect environment to keep practicing and focus up. So I'm loving it.
And I guess a little bit of a follow-up, right? You're in a different region. You've played in Ignite in Americas before. Now you're coming in overseas to the Pacific region. Have you felt any sort of difference between what you played back in Americas and comparing it to here in Pacific?
Yeah, I think I've noticed in Asia they're a lot more fan of like the triple support comps, for sure. Like you see a lot of Manta saves, but I mean the number one shift is just like they prefer to play different things, and it's a completely different shift from playing in an A. And also you do have a little bit of like the skill average as well, so it's kind of like, do you know what's good, or are you just making the best of what's going on? So, but it's been fresh and super exciting. So I'm liking it a lot.
You're one of the few players in the Pacific region who have come from a different continent and a different region of Ignite to also come over and play here. Do you feel that even though you're in a new environment, that you're still able to inject the culture of like a different style of play directly into your team to make it more unique?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've been playing competitively in Rivals for over a year and a half in an A, so a lot of like my thought process on how the game should be played, the bans, everything comes down from that. And I still talk to my friends mostly daily who are also on tier 1 teams in North America, so I do get a lot of mixed input, and it's all about kind of finding a middle ground for what works best in our region against the teams and what might actually be like true meta, I guess you could say.
And I guess another question is, I guess really the language barrier, right? You got you and Soko coming in from the Americas region into this sort of international roster. I've seen international rosters do well in the past here in Asia, but has there been any sort of difficulties? Has there been any obstacles you had to overcome this kind of language barrier?
Not necessarily in game. A lot of my teammates were Overwatch League professionals, so they, in game comms, they're really good at communicating in English, and the occasional Korean is spoken here and then when we need to. But other than that, not necessarily.
Look, you have a brand new platform on your hands. You have a whole new region of people being introduced to the Bizer gameplay. Maybe new friends, maybe new enemies. The platform is yours. What do you have to say to all of them?
I hope you guys enjoy the show in Asia. Look to bring some North American flair to it. Also, look out for Z10. Big plans. New video coming up today. The announcement with our first match ever. And thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you guys so much for casting. I hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you so much for giving us some amazing gameplay, dude. Can't wait to see more of you throughout the entire season. I'm sure this won't be the last time we interview you. You deserve a good night.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you guys.
Whew, wow, I can't believe day one's over. It's
Wow.
we've been anticipating this for months. That adrenaline rush of having that very first day, and we did it. It's the first day over.
We made it day one of
Yes.
Ignite Preseason. It was been an absolute roller coaster. We saw Bandref going out the window. We saw some crazy plays from every single match as a whole. And my word, as considering that it's only day one,
Yeah.
we still have 5 more days of group stage? That is
And hey,
insane.
that's day one of preseason, Dan. Think about, we still have stage 1, we have stage 2, all the lands. Who knows, at this point, knowing Marvel Rivals, maybe we'll have intergalactic lands before we even know it. I can't wait to see what the people in Jupiter can play.
Oh yeah, that would be a really interesting question. Are there even people on Jupiter? That is something we gotta consider first.
They're all Mantis players.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that'll make sense. Yeah, that makes sense with a recurring pattern here in the Asia region with the prioritization of Mantis. But yeah, great stuff coming in from all of the teams as a whole. A lot of teams really getting a feel of how it feels like to play in an official Ignite match. Just navigating the band draft system. It might be new for a few of these players, keep in mind, because if you're coming in from MRC, you're used to the universal band draft system, but now coming into Ignite, you realize how much more depth that this kind of asymmetrical band draft provides.
I can imagine it's pretty nerve-wracking for that first day,
yeah.
trying to get into that system. But,
For sure.
you know, we did see some wonky bans come out from, more specifically, the MRC teams. But I think now that they have one day under their belts, it's just a matter of building up from there and having that solid foundation.
We've seen so far that the teams that have all the Ignite experience doing so much work in the band draft class. Like, we keep talking about the band draft time and time again, but also in game as well. Just that macro moves coming in, making sure that all the angles are covered, making sure that their win conditions are, for the most part, entirely met as well. And these kinds of micro adjustments, micro plays coming in from all of these teams just makes this entire game so fun to watch.
It does. We'll have to take a look at our top results for today and see exactly how everything has filed down, who our top teams are, and who are the teams we're expecting to maybe see more progress going forwards in the preseason. But we've already given our top threes. I think I'm in agreement with you, Dan. I want to see more XO.
Yep, exactly right. We talked about them as soon as they got their huge win over Triple AD. That was the only 3-mapper we have seen, but to be fair, it was on day 1. So
That's true.
already, that's something great to see, seeing how close the competition is already with XOXO1 getting that huge win. It's just, I feel like it just drew a lot of fans to the scene here, right? You've got XOXO1, they've got so many parallels to one of the most favored teams to watch in the Americas region, in the likes of Yeah We Lost. And with those parallels coming in from XOXO1 and YWL, just means that if you're already a fan of YWL, why not be a fan of XOXO1?
Hey, look, I think Pacific made a statement today. We had some wild, maybe a little unhinged gameplay at times, but frankly, it was some of the most entertaining Marvel Rivals I've ever seen.
That was really entertaining. So many different iterations, so many different approaches to the meta as well. We've seen White Fox pop off. We saw one of the rarest Doctor Strange plays I have ever seen with the 6-man Agamotto.
Yeah, that was wild.
We got the full package already in day 1.
Dude, I mean, what could we possibly see from here on out that would pull us by surprise? I want to see Blade.
Hey, we saw him for a few seconds.
Oh, come on, that doesn't count.
It doesn't.
I want to see Blade
He
for more
tried.
than 10 seconds.
That is fair. But Blade has so much potential in its own right. He could actually brawl now, which is a really good thing to see. But maybe he needs 1 or 2 more buffs to keep himself relevant. Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
I mean, Chopper Bag made it work when Blade was in the gutter.
That's true.
With the Groot Blade Wombo combo, maybe we could
Bro
see
had a
something
whole
like that.
funeral and still rose from the grave for them.
But soon enough, we're just, cooling things down here because now we have gotten to the end of the results, end of the day here for Ignite Preseason, and now we head into day 2 with possibly seeing the same teams back again here on the Ignite stage, but we're going to see what the plan that comes in for all of these teams because, again, preseason, this is their chance, this is their moment to go for those different compositions, different ideas that they've been cooking up in theory, because theory can only get you so far. You got to put it into practice.
That's true, and I think there's a lot of teams theory crafting that weren't able to put it into practice today, but there were plenty of teams that did some of the most wild stuff and still made it work. I mean, our first interview of the day went all the way back for XOXO, and they were talking about how they've been strategizing using Black Panther Araco for months at this point, waiting for the opportunity to finally use it, and my god, did it work.
Yeah, and from what it looked like, it was also a set play, right? Using using the Black Panther because they knew that they were gonna hold close, hold and bunker down in small rooms, and that's already a prime time for Black Panther to go absolutely ballistic with the dashes, and as well as utilizing the Magic and the Doctor Strange team up as well.
Ooh.
That no other region has done that before, and so far at the highest level, XOXO1 are already making waves in this current meta.
Yeah, dude, the magic that we saw earlier today was unbelievable. I really like all these melee flankers that we saw today. It was the magic, we saw Rogue do that. There was a few opportunities off of Wolverine and Black Panther. We just got the full gambit today.
Yep, the full gambit. I see what
Literally.
you did there.
Yeah,
Quite
yeah.
literally, because we saw one-sided gambits work out, and a few times where gambit one-sided didn't work out. But for the most part, gambit has been by far the most dominant between the gambit and the Elsa. That's really been the two options in terms of what these teams go for. You either want to ban out the gambit, you either want to ban the Elsa. But so far with the Elsa 25 HP nerf, it does seem like gambit is really been the more contested option as we take a look at the results for today. A bunch of 2-0 sweeps across the board, but we did have what seemed like the match of the night between Triple AD and XOXO1.
Yeah, honestly, dude, I think that was the match of the entire season so far. Even across the different regions, it was such a banger. And I'm gonna be honest with you,
I don't know,
even
man. I feel like FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves was a pretty close second, if anything.
You know what? I'll take that. Like, if that's the case, it's in that same category. Happy to be a part of that group. But every other series being 0-2 really didn't feel like it either. They still felt,
Oh yeah.
besides maybe a few certain maps, very competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I know Loyalty just got absolutely dumpstered in map number 2, but if you go back to map number 1, Loyalty had some signs of life there. They were doing pretty well in terms of zoning away Zero Tenacity, but now we look at the current standings, we've only seen a few of these teams participate in this first day. Actually, all of the teams actually played out here in this first day of the preseason Asia part of the Pacific region. And so far, you're seeing that rift between the top 4 and the bottom 4 here. Only the ones with the win are going to take up that top 4 spot. But obviously, as the days go on, this leaderboard could really just get shuffled up massively.
Oh, yeah. For sure, dude. I don't expect this to look anything like the end result at the end of this season. I think Triple AD, I think XO can absolutely skyrocket towards the top. Maybe it's a little controversial. I could see a reality where maybe Reject and Zero Tenacity, despite doing such a great job, going down. But we have our upcoming matches for tomorrow. We have N1 Hex versus Rivals, Triple AD versus Loyalty, Pirates versus Reject, Zero Tenacity versus XO. That's a banger. And N1 Hex versus XO again. Dude, I'm so jealous. The people tomorrow casting get XO twice in a row?
Yeah, that's already
Man.
And it's also towards the tail end, so a lot of the people that watching at home will have a great timing to watch it. But also worth mentioning, I think there's another one that's also going to be an absolute banger for day 2. But for now, we're gonna have to sign off for tonight. We're just gonna show off what we got in the game for you guys. We got new costumes, we got new maps, we got new drops as well as we get on here as class will be in session and reality is about to be rewritten as at ESU. Brilliance takes center stage. Rian Wendell dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Denim Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the possible. Together they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it is control.
I'm not gonna lie, I got so many DMs while we were casting being like, Keg, you should cosplay as Denim Ket. And I'm like, maybe. I could see it being a reality.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. But hey, you know what? The Denim Ket is available April 2nd from 7 p.m. Pacific. That's already passed. To April 30th at 7 p.m. Pacific. That hasn't passed, which means you right now could go and buy this amazing skin. And maybe you could cosplay as me. Cosplaying Denim Ket. But that's a multiverse of chaos. The sharpest minds decide what's real. And I think the real thing to do is to buy those skins.
Yeah, and something else also is that the city never ever sleeps, but something beneath is waking up. welcome to Lower Manhattan, the newest map here in the Marvel Rivals game, where iconic streets meet the hidden depths. You can fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building. Then you descend into secret labs, pulsing with unstable energy beneath the surface. What is Wilson Fisk cooking? We'll have no idea.
Well, I have a relative idea that there could be street-level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements. Every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York, Dan. It's what lies underneath it. Available April 2nd from 9 a.m. UTC, and in Marvel Rivals, the city is only the beginning.
And again, one more time, you got Twitch drops coming in for Ignite Preseason, not just for us in the Pacific region, also in the EMEA region, also in the Americas region. You can tune in to participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, a nameplate, emotes, and even a Gambit costume, so you too can mog in your own lobbies.
Oh.
And that's already live here on Twitch. And you can watch, support your favorite teams, and also follow every single team on their road to victory as Ignite Preseason heats on up.
Man, so many amazing things that we have inside of our broadcast. Not just our pretty faces, not just the pretty gameplay, but you also get rewards for watching too. I mean, how could you go wrong?
Yeah, there's nothing you can go wrong with that. But for now, that will be us signing off here in Ignite Preseason. Day 1 here in the Asia region. We're going to have to wrap things up here because we got EMEA waiting in the wings here. So we're just going to sign off to give them the room that they need, because EMEA now begin their Week 2 preseason journey in a few moments' time. So don't go anywhere, because they'll be right on back, and we will be signing off for tonight. So have a good night, everyone, and I hope you enjoy and ignite the battle.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여